And you were quick today. I think it took... That cannot have been more than a few seconds. That cannot have been more than a few seconds. Hope you're doing good. AE, welcome in as well. Nice to have you. And Mr. Grey with the subscription during the intro. Have you seen this madman? Thank you so much, man. I really do appreciate it. I appreciate you, Mr. Grey. And Marinera, welcome in as well. How you doing? How's it going? Yes, for me it's going good. I had a good weekend, did quite a lot of progress on the game during this weekend. I might have spent another like 20 hours on the game. You know, weekends off resting and all that. Not really, is it? It's for work, apparently. But yeah, I'm doing good, I'm excited to get even more stuff done here for the game. And fortunately, something interestingly, we are getting really close, I think, to being able to start doing the first playtests of the game, so I'm kinda excited for that. I feel like I'm starting to have the enough... I mean, it's not gonna be a fully, like, you know, full playable game, of course, there's barely a single puzzle in the game or anything, but I feel like we're getting to the point where I have enough stuff in the game to we can at least start trying out like how people find the different mechanics and whatnot. So yeah, I'm excited. How are you guys doing? How was your weekend? I hope you're all doing good. That's great, man. Yeah, indeed. Thank you. And also, speaking of which, I think hopefully, I think I put like another day or two maybe trying to spruce up a little bit of extra stuff in the game, and then I might start, depending on how it goes today, maybe even today, then we'll start looking into how to actually publish like a playable build on Steam, because I'm planning on doing, basically keeping all of the playtesting through Steam as well, so for anyone who is interested, we do have a link right about here. In case anyone is interested in helping out and playtest the game, feel free to send in a little application. So first of all, should we go over all of the stuff I've done this weekend? Because there's a few things and I thought I might as well show you guys. So, you cannot see this. Okay, give me 1 second. There we go. Something I didn't have last time. This is something I'm trying. I'm not decided on it yet, but I do kinda like it. You might notice that the background here looks a little bit weird. I tried enabling film grain. I tried playing around a little bit more with like post-processing stuff, and I don't super mind it. Kinda makes the game feel a little bit more old school as well. I don't know, I'll see what people think. I'm not fully decided on it. No matter what, if I do keep it, I also did a setting to where you can turn it off. Same thing with, I think it's very subtle, but if you look closely around the edge here, I did add a little bit of like lens dirt or whatever you call it as well, which you can also toggle off if you don't like it. But basically I was trying out a couple new things in terms of like post-processing and filters and whatnot. And the other thing I did, which I spent quite a lot of time on, is I, for like the third time, redid pretty much all of the settings UI. Aligned everything anew and stuff, and I think it turned out pretty good. So this is how the new settings look. I changed it to this. I think I had a red logo before, or just the white text, so I made this now have a little bit more of the color scheme of the logo here, just so that the titles in the settings kind of match the game logo, so to speak. And then, boom, I aligned it to the center instead and made all of the text align to the right, so it's more, I don't know, there's an even spacing in between all of them, which I think kind of looked better, to be honest, compared to what I had before. Also tried, I don't know, I made these little extra tingy-mingies for the toggles and the apply button, just to basically make them as wide as the bars and the drop-downs. Just because, you know, I don't know, it all lines up better, doesn't it? Compared to when we only had the toggle squares, you know, there's a lot of dead space around those, so I feel like this makes everything look a lot more even and symmetrical, and you know, we do like a little bit of perfectionism over here. Looks much better, thank you very much. Looks very good, thank you so much as well, and welcome in, Robin. How you doing? Glad to have ya. Yeah, and I basically did the same for all of the other ones, so here as well, because this one was weird before. Before we would have the text aligned to the right, and then, you know, this would only be a toggle box. But that meant that the muting background text actually went below this slider, which I feel like, you know, that's a little bit weird, whereas now it's very clear, like, how stuff aligns. It's, I don't know, I think it's better, yeah, this is pretty much the same, just change the loader there as well. I'm fine, thanks for asking, nice to hear, nice to hear. So I think that's it for the menu. I also did a little system for a thing that basically the first time you start the game, it pops up with a little message with like information about this specific build of the game, like this specific version, in case there's any information I want to relay to the playtesters and stuff. So I got that sorted out as well, but I've disabled it for the time being. Other than that, there's quite a few things in-game we did. So let's have a look. So this system, I had to write that text there in the beginning. I realized maybe we could reuse it for the tooltips as well. Which I think is kind of nice. It's a little small detail, but I think it adds quite a bit, doesn't it? Instead of before, you know, where this would just be a static object being enabled and disabled, now the text typing out kind of makes it a little bit more like an animation, you know? Which I think is pretty nice. I did notice though that when I had it at like the same speed and volume as the one in the intro, that was a little bit... It got a little bit too much, to be honest. So what I did for this one is that I significantly lowered the volume, but then instead made it much quicker, because it also felt a little bit annoying having to wait for like basically tutorial text to tell you what to do. So tried adding this for every other part of the game. I don't remember if did I do this during the weekend as well? I think I did. I also realized that, of course, having a light switch here, you should be able to turn off this light, right? And the way I made this work, because normally, as you might know, if it's completely dark, you can't click on anything. So the thing I did here, in case a player would turn off the light here, I just made a little tingy light on the off light switch, so that, and then made that one always be interactable. So at least you don't get, because otherwise you would have gotten soft locked by turning off the light, and now you can't turn it on again. But now we still have the interaction. Then, that made sense. Yeah, I think it was pretty good, because it also felt weird not being able to flip off the light here, because there's something I've realized when it comes to these games, that when we have a lot of different types of interactions and like item interactions and stuff, it's really, I don't know, it feels really bad when you expect an interaction to work and it doesn't. Do you know what I mean? So like, I think that's one of them things I'm gonna have to check with, like when I'm doing playtesting and stuff, and make sure that if people feel like something you should be able to do something with a certain object, you probably should. You know what I mean? Same thing here. This is actually also new. Before, this is the first version of the game, believe it or not, where you can close the doors again. You can actually close the door. I don't know why I've never, you know, made that work previously. So for the locked doors, I made it very easy. I basically have two versions of the closed door. So it's gonna start off being a locked door. When you open it, it switches to the open door. But then if you click on the open door, it actually switches back to the unlocked closed door. So that's the way we made it work. But just this is also one of those things. Before, it would just make a sound effect if you clicked on the open door. But if you click on an open door, you expect it to close, right? Therefore, the door it should close when you click on it, you know? That's kind of my thought process here. And I think that's a kind of good thing to keep in mind overall when making interactions in this game. Like, if it feels like it should, then it probably should. Other than that, yeah, I did add a lot more tutorial text and stuff just to try and make it... I mean, I'm trying it out. As I said, I'm gonna have playtesters try this as well and see how they feel. Because I'm also getting like a little bit scared, like I don't want to overdo it either, you know. But I think there's one way we could fix it if it feels like I'm doing too much, is to just add a little simple box somewhere with like turn off tutorial tips or whatever. So if someone just doesn't want it, you can just... I mean, you already can. You can obviously turn it off in the settings, but if it feels too... I don't know. If it feels like it's too much, I might just add a button in-game to quickly disable them as well. Because we then have another one here to pick up items. Click on the flashlight to turn it on and off. I also, yeah, with this one I did a few changes as well. When you pick up the bag, you get this tutorial tip. But I also made a little like highlight or whatever. No, not highlight. It's like a faded outline of the bag, just to, you know, make it very clear that where the bag is. If that makes sense. So what I'm thinking though is, I don't know if maybe since I now have this one pointing at it is not really necessary. I'm starting to think if maybe we should move all of the tutorial tips up to the corner, like the first ones. Because they don't need to be... Because it's easier to, like, I don't know, kinda ignore them a little bit if you want to, if they're up in the corner. Whereas now they're like constantly following what you're doing. It almost... I don't know. I don't know if I'm making sense, but I almost feel like they become a bit too intrusive, which is weird to say, but I think it made sense in some regard because a lot of people just don't like tutorials, which to be fair you can't turn it off, so I don't know, I might be overthinking this, but... Oh yeah, this is a new system as well. I made it so that now you can actually right click as well to just deselect an item. And now instead, if you're holding somewhere where there's not an interaction, like on this wall, if I click my... if I left click, it doesn't do anything. So if I want to deselect it, I'll just do a right click. And one more thing I did is made it so that rather than... Before, when you had clicked on something that was a like failed interaction, for example, if I would click on the light switch with the key, it would basically, if you would click on the light switch with the key, it would just be like deselecting the item. It would basically do the same thing as this. It would just deselect the item, but also interact with the item, which felt a little bit weird. So the way I did it now is that whenever there's a failed interaction, you just get a little toast instead. So if I try using the key on the light switch, it just says that won't help here. And then to make sure that we have some variation, you know, I made it have a few different ones. It didn't have any effect, so it kinda randomizes what type of like message it says when there's a failed interaction. Of course, we're gonna have to like localize those and stuff as well, but I don't think you need that many. I think currently I have like 5 different ones, and I think just having something to have a bit of variety is almost enough. Because if it said like that won't help you every single time, I think that would get annoying. But yeah, now you can tell that it started going around again, but at least there's variety. Speaking of which, I don't know, for it was easy to add, so I thought why not, for accessibility options basically. I also did introduce a setting to just invert the mouse buttons, so basically you would interact with right and deselect with left instead, if you would want to. I think that's something that probably most people are not gonna use, but for the occasional person that actually uses a left-handed mouse, it might be nice. I think you can... They probably already invert it in Windows, to be fair, but... If not, there is an option for it. Like I said, it was easy to add, so I thought, like, why not? Also, puzzle hints. I think I do want to have some hints in the game, I think. I'm thinking about doing something where we maybe have a timer. So if you spend like, I don't know, 5 minutes in the same room or something, maybe then we have a little light bulb that comes up or something and you can choose if you want to get a hint, maybe. And this would basically just be a setting to disable that from happening. I think that is basically it, isn't it? I did add some more achievements, but I'm not sure I'm gonna tell you guys about it, because I might have done a few little secret achievements, so we'll see. Let me boot this up as well. Yeah, I think that was basically what I've been doing this weekend. So I guess we jump straight into it. There are a few things I would like to do. A lot of them are just in terms of like getting more, you know, more content into the game, or like having something more. Because I think one of the reasons why I might feel like the tutorial is a little bit too intrusive right now is because everything is happening at once. Like, as soon as you learn this, that's when you pick up the item. And almost as soon as you walk in here, you pick up this one. But if there were a little bit of like a simple puzzle in each room, I think even that would make it a lot better. Just maybe not having this door instantly unlocked. I was also thinking about maybe having this room. We could make it teach the mechanic of hiding from the monster, which I think could be pretty good. Like, imagine when you go in here, it should start like this, since we do want to pick up the flashlight. But imagine that when you pick up the flashlight, that's when we try to teach the player how to turn it on and off. But imagine here, if we have the monster walk by. So then instead, we just say something like, click on your flashlight to turn it off. So this would not only teach you how to, you know, the mechanic of turning on and off the flashlight, but it could also be a way of teaching the player that you can hide. In certain situations, you can hide by turning off the flashlight. I think that could be pretty good. But in that case, I think I would like to change that room a little bit. So let's do this. I need to switch scenes. Let's get into it. Room 2. I don't think... Whoops, that is not what I meant to do. What the fuck did I do? Did I go into 3D space? Yeah. I wonder if I want this to be a door as well. Yeah, maybe. Just that we do it locked, so this would be the exit, but we have a door here as well. Maybe even... I think I need to change the way I handle keys in this game. Yeah, I do. Because I've been a little bit lazy. And basically, every single door key in the game opens every single door in the game. I know, it's a little bit mad, but you know, in the previous versions you only ever had one door to open up, so it kinda didn't matter. Whereas now, I was thinking about having a locked door here that you're just like not supposed to go through, but I realized that that's actually an issue, because if I go in here, and then we would have a locked door on the right. Oh, I don't have one of those. Unlocked, passage. Yeah, we need to make one. So let's create a prefab variant. Gonna do door locked right. See, Vinny, welcome in. How you doing? How's your weekend, man? Hope you're doing good. I did check that you had a... Oh, well, I know you told me as well that you applied for the playtesting. I did approve ya. I haven't sent out any confirmations, but I did add you on Discord as one of the playtesters. So as soon as I get this build up, I'll start providing it. Of course, for the people who have applied for playtesting, I also want you guys to know that of course I don't like this is, you know, this is fucking unpaid voluntary thing you're doing, so there's no expectation that you have to play every single little version and try every little thing I do and so on. Like, you guys try whenever you want to, however you want to, you know, just to be clear. Door locked right, so this one needs to change. Oh, you know what? No, I think we should do the left one first. I actually think that's better. Left. Because I think, yeah, left is actually the unflipped version of the side door. It's easier to... It feels more natural to make the left one first and then we flip it for the right. What do you mean unpaid? I want to be a millionaire too. Yeah, unfortunately this was not the gig. Okay, what do I do again? We take the closed door. No, wait, I need to change everything. It's the door frame. Door side frame, exactly. That should be the one. Then we have exit. Door side exit. Boom. Does that line up? Of course it doesn't. So the frame is centered. This one needs to go down half a pixel. 1 pixel. Oh, you need to move to the side as well. Now I get it. Okay, fair enough. So you need to be on 0.5 here. Boom. There, it should line up. That looks right. Closed door. Boom. So I assume this is going to be the same, so it would be -1 and then 0.5. And then, this is what I meant before, here I also have another closed door. But this is basically the unlocked version of it. 0.5. Oh, default size? Huh? Set native size. Why are you not... Oh no! I should not have applied that one. Wait, I'm not changing this one, am I? No. That's fine. Huh? No, that's fine. Sorry, I'm still a little bit unused to working with prefab variants, so I'm still a little bit scared of accidentally fucking up the parent prefab. I hate horror games because I'm a chicken, so I will give you some honest reactions with the jump scares. Let's go. That's good. Fortunately for the first version, there's not really gonna be any jump scares, I think. But like I said, you don't have to play the first version either if you don't want to. But I think the first one I publish is mainly going to be just polished game feel mechanics. Just to have some other people get to try them out and see how they like them. Excellent. Oh, I selected the wrong one. It's... Now I realize what I did. This is the one I need. Boom. There we go. You seem to be lining up as well. Let's turn you off. And then last but not least, we have the open door. Door side open. Native size. But we want to put you right about here, right? Should be right. 2.5. That looks good to me. And now this should be fairly easy. We just get this back to normal, like so. Gonna exit out of this one. Am I dumb? Oh, I'm dumb. I just realized. Why am I making new prefabs for the side doors? I can just flip this one, right? I don't need to have different prefabs for the left and right doors. I just made one side door. Like this one. I put it in. Of course at the correct position. So I put it in over here. And then I just flipped the entire thing. Oh, no, wait, I do have to change the position as well. Unless... No, there is a way I could do it. If I make the parent object as big as the entire room, and then place it here, then if I flip the parent object, the door would automatically go over here. To be fair, I could just simply make this a positive as well, and then flip it. I guess the annoying thing now is that if I decide to change the position of this one and I apply it to the prefab, I don't know if I'm gonna override all of my doors on the right hand side. That could be annoying. Door locked left. Let's do it this way. It's not really hard. Why not? Wait, I can just do this, can't I? No, overrides, no overrides, okay. Boom, then I'm gonna delete you. Now you should be correctly set, so if I put you in here again, yeah, you end up in the right position, that is good. Now we're gonna make a prefab variant of this variant. Call you right. And this is the one where we make this into a positive value, and then we flip you on the edge scale like so. And now in this room, Boom. We can add a right door as well. And here is the thing. Let me just show you guys the thing I realized is an issue. So I think maybe this is what I should try to solve first. Why did the tutorial tip show up immediately? You're not supposed to do that. Oh, it's because that one is triggered by the flashlight I can't start in this room. That's why. Yeah, okay, never mind. That's a non-issue. So, the issue now with the way I handle keys is the fact that if I go in here... You know what, let me turn off the tooltips for now. We now have this locked door. And then we have a locked door here. The issue is that this key, obviously, is supposed to be for this door. However, if we go in here again, this key is gonna work for this door as well. And that's a little bit of an issue. So let me check something. Collectibles, inventory item, door key. What if we make a new thing called a key? Because then I could even code the master key through that one, instead of having to set up interactions for the master key. Or can I? Wait. Can we go to this one? There might be a way I could solve that. Basically, let me show you guys what I'm thinking. Oh yeah, I also did this during the weekend. I started the, what do you call it? Organizing all of my sprite sheets. So I'm gonna have like one just for items and so on. Fucking how to organize all of this now, but because this is my current sprite sheet and this is a mess and I cannot be working like this. However, I also started thinking this is gonna change how we have to handle rooms a little bit. But why should we only have doors? Why should we only go in the, you know, 4 coordinate directions? We could also have stuff like stairs going down. I have no idea. I was trying to think of like ways how I would do stairs on the like lower floor, which is way more difficult. I'm still not entirely sure how to do it. I mean, I suppose actually, I just realized now that you could do it this way as well. Like having this actually be the stairs down. That could potentially be easier. But that means you can't have... you could still have a door here, I suppose, if you want to. Yeah, maybe. I think that would be easier to draw than doing something like this. Anyway, small little tangents. What I'm thinking right now is that we would do something like... Basically, I have this scriptable object called an item, right? Which basically has a reference to a prefab as well as like the name of the item. What if we make a new script that inherits from item? So we made something called a key. And then we have this inherit from item, meaning that we would still have the name as well as the prefab. However, what we could add as well is something like, I don't know, key index or key code or whatever you want to call it. So for example, we could then have a, say that for example this is key A1, and then on each door that we have in the game, instead of just saying that you are interactable with any key in the game, we would say you can be opened with the key with the code A1. I feel like this could be a pretty good way of handling keys, I think. Arthur Shoots, how you doing? Good morning, welcome in. I think it could work. And then it could also be easy because then we could make an override. So we have a key index called master key. And then we make this work with either the A1 or the master. And we do so for each one. Because basically what the master key is, for anyone who doesn't know, is that it's a debug tool I've made. So if I open my little cheat screen here, I can add the master key, and this one would work on basically any door in the game. Is the plan. So, could we make this work? I think we could. We would have to specify... Let me check something. Because I don't want to have to make new scriptable objects, do I? For each and every single key. That feels... Maybe I do. Yeah, I think I do, actually. Because that's the best way to keep track of this key code, is to have a scriptable object that has it set up here. So what I would do is, instead of create a new item, I would create a new key and then just set it here. And then for each door, I would set specifically which key is going to open this door. And then we also just do some override that checks whether it's the correct key or the master key. Maybe? How you doing, Arthur? How was your weekend? Okay, let me check. If we take a locked door and the closed version of you. Yeah, you say that you unlock with that. Because right now what I do is, here I basically have a separate interaction for the master key, which I suppose does work as well. Unproductive, I was so exhausted from the week that I slept through the entire weekend. Maybe you did need a bit of rest. Everyone has those weekends every now and then, don't we? But I hope you're feeling better, man. Oh wait, when we check the item interactions, do I not check the name? And check if the name is the same, or do I check... No, I check if the item is that item. That's what I do. Yeah, because I don't know if I want to name all of the keys in the game. I kind of like having key items just be called key. Oh, unless you start having multiple, then it's gonna get confusing. If you have multiple keys and all of them are called key, then that's a bit annoying. But we can also do certain adjectives and stuff, like maybe in the game we have a rusty key, or maybe we have a golden key, or we have a silver key, or we have a bent key. You know, we can do stuff like that as well. Because I don't want to have key codes in the inventory, like I don't want the player to hold on a key and it's saying like, oh, key A1. That feels a bit weird. I really wanted to work on my game, now I haven't made any progress for 2 weeks. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, it's that is probably less fun, but like I said, I mean, sometimes you just need a bit of rest, and maybe that is what gonna push you to get that progress made. I believe in you, Arthur. What's up? Good afternoon, Rui. How you doing? Welcome in. Nice to have you back. I think I should change this as well. I think I wanna organize this stuff differently. Like now I have all of my collectible items here, all the collectible prefabs. I have all the inventory prefabs here, and then I have all of the scriptable objects over here. I don't think this is how I want to do it. I think the way I want to do it... I think I want to start having more folders. But for basically specific things. So I think we're gonna have a folder here called items. And in this one, we can even sort them a little bit. We can do a folder called key. More keys, rather. And now, if we go to scriptables, we can take... well, I don't know if I want to move you guys now. Let's put this script over in items. How you doing, Rui? I suppose that is your name. Are you... I assume you are Portuguese, but that is a pure assumption on my side. But with the name Rui, I am gonna have that assumption. Ribeiro as well. Yeah, you are. You are, aren't you? Are you Tuga? Indeed, I my dudes are living in Portugal. There we go. And just making sure. It would be awkward if I kept saying, like, pronouncing the Portuguese R and then it's someone who just happened to be named Rui. You know, that would have been kind of fun. But nah, your name is way too Portuguese. Where in Portugal do you live, if I may ask? Feel free to not answer if I'm putting you two on the spot here. Completely understand it, but just out of curiosity. Well, you know what I just realized? I don't even need to make a new script then for, like, having a... If I'm gonna make new scriptable objects anyway, then it doesn't fucking matter. No, it's completely fine. It does not matter. So, we're going here. Let me just grab the door key as well as the master key. Oh, right. The annoying thing is that I set the scriptable object here as well, in the prefabs. Oh, so I guess I just change this one for each key that you pick up, I suppose. I knew you were Portuguese the moment you pronounced my name properly. I'm near Lisbon. Oh, gotcha. But also, I'm not Portuguese. I am Swedish. I am from Sweden. Loures. I don't think I know where that is. I have been in Lisbon, but Loures. I wanna go back to Portugal though, I do. Okay, it's not too far. Very close. Really? Bad assumption since you mentioned Tuga earlier, my apology. Oh no, I'm not offended whatsoever. If anything, I should take it as a compliment. But yeah, I do... I'm not Portuguese, but I'm a Tugaboo. That's the way I like to explain it. And basically, if you imagine the concept of a weeb and you switch up Japan for Portugal, that's basically me. So I do speak a bit of Portuguese as well, definitely not fluent by any means, but I'd say I'm conversational at least. I feel like there must be a better workflow for me to do this stuff. Because right now, I'm like making items for me feels like it's too much effort. There must be a better way of handling this. Because right now, the way I do it is that first I have to make the scriptable object of the item and set all that up in the inspector. Then I have to create a prefab of the collectible item, meaning the one that's supposed to be placed in the room. And this one needs a reference to what item it is. And then I also need to make an inventory item, which is, you know, how the item will be displayed in the inventory and the functions that it has in the inventory. So that one also needs a reference to the inventory item. However, since this one, when we add an item, we actually check the scriptable object, which means that this one needs a reference to the inventory item to know which item to spawn, and I'm making too many fucking items. There must be a better way of doing this. All inventory item sprites are the same size. They always either inspect or select an item. What if I may at least make the inventory item into a more dynamic one? Where when we add an item to the inventory, we check the scriptable object. And what you have instead, all we do is we add a generic inventory item, and then from the scriptable object we change the sprite to whatever the sprite is supposed to be. We change the name to the same name as the scriptable object has. And we basically somehow decide whether it's a inspectable or selectable item. Then I only need to have one single inventory item. So yeah, I do think that's a better way. Can you use scriptable objects? No. Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm already using scriptable objects. I'm just doing it in a bad way, I think. Because I'm creating way too... I have to create 3 separate game objects for each and every single like collectible item I make, and I feel like the workflow is just too bad. I almost feel like it's a hassle to make an item and then setting up all of these references. It's too much. What's up, Shubi Shan? Welcome in. Sorry if I'm butchering your name. How you doing? And then with collectible item... Collectible item I can't really do the same thing with. Because the sizes vary here. In the inventory, all items are the same size. But the sizes vary here, so I can't just change the sprite now, can I? And also how they actually interact change a little bit as well. But does it? No, if it's a normal collectible item, you always just add it to the inventory. I'm good, what about you? I'm doing great, to be honest. Thanks you for asking. Yeah, I think we should refactor the items in general. I actually think so. Let's make a dynamic inventory item that we basically spawn in the inventory item, and then we change the properties of that item. Oh, it is. I don't have any items except for viewable ones. Where when you interact with them, you're able to view the info on them. So nothing intricate, but it's still a lot of work. Yeah. No, I suppose, is that more like... Because I have inspectable items, which I suppose is the same kind of thing. Is that what that kind of thing you mean? Like in the game jam version, I had these little notes you could pick up, and like if you clicked on it, all you did was like open up to read it. Or maybe you mean just more actually in like you see the data of the object. Okay, but I think this makes sense. So we make a scriptable object, and then we have a flexible inventory item prefab, which has stuff like properties for the name, sprite, and of course we need a reference to the actual scriptable object, the item. So then what we're gonna do is that when you pick up an item, we just spawn in the inventory item. When we do so, we should have a reference to the scriptable object. So with that one, we set up this reference to that scriptable object. And then what this one does is that from that one, it's going to change the name and the sprite. And then the only thing we might change is that right now I have a function to collect an item. Maybe we do it so that we have one to collect a selectable item and one to collect an inspectable item. And then we make the same thing for no, we can make this flexible. We can have a bool whether it's inspectable or usable. And then we change the interaction depending on which one is true. And then I think I would still have to create the collectible item myself, because that one is too much in terms of like how we're gonna handle hitboxes and stuff. But that's kind of fine, I don't mind that, because at least now I'm only creating one scriptable object and one collectible. All this one needs is a reference to the scriptable object, and then when we instantiate the inventory item, we just add the reference to the scriptable object. Or for the scriptable object, maybe. I think it should work. So in that case, let me try something. Items, collectibles. Let's go to a inventory item. Let's take the door key, for example. And then... Oh, you're actually not 10 by 10. You should be. Whoops. That might just be the prefab not saved correctly, to be honest. Yeah, you're stretched, aren't you? Yeah, there you go. Okay, let's copy this one. Am I blind? Can I not copy a prefab? Wait, I can duplicate it. Door key 1, let's put you in our new items folder. I'm gonna call you inventory item. Yeah, exactly that, like nodes to read and view. Okay. I have an interactable interface and call interact from it on my interactable objects. Yeah, that's basically the same as the way I handle it. But the data for each interactable is still a lot, even though it's simple. Oh, interesting. Okay, so this one would have a width and height of 10, because that's the way I do all inventory items. And then what I'm thinking, because now we should just switch the sprite depending on the item it is, right? Sprite lit default, raycast target. And each one should be interactable. But then here. Oh, no. On each scriptable object, I select whether it's interactable or inspectable. And then on this one, when you interact, we check. Here, let me see. What do I do? On interact, yeah, so here we would just check. We update the reference to the item here as well, and then we check if item is usable, then select the item. If item is inspectable, then inspect the item. Yeah, that's the way I want to do it. I think it sounds good. This is gonna be way better. Finally, let's start here, why not? So you are... No. What you select item on click. Okay. Do I have a script called inventory item? I do. What are you? Do I use you at the moment? Oh, this is the base. Wait, what? Yeah, select item on click. You inherit from inventory item. Oh, that's why we have the reference to an item. What fucking other items do I have? Wait, inventory item. Oh no, this is a base class. Let me check my scriptable object again. Wait, is this the inventory item script? It is. Let's move you to our new item folder. Okay, how do we do this? On my items we have a name, and then here we have a reference to a collectible object. Why? Why does an item ever need to reference the collectible object? Do I ever use this? That sounds like an unnecessary reference. Yeah, I don't think I ever use it. And then we have the prefab here for the inventory objects. And this one we wouldn't need this one either. Because we're gonna make a flexible inventory item. And right now, found in room. This is how I handle the checkpoints. I don't think I need you right now either. Let's comment you out in case I want to do a similar implementation later on. What? That's commented out. How is that an issue? 119. Inventory object. Oh, I removed that. Right. Yeah, but this is because we're gonna change how we handle this as well. So let's keep that error for now. Ooh, I'm feeling good about this. This is gonna be so much better. Okay, so all items, you need more stuff. Instead of having a reference to an inventory item, we're gonna do a public sprite. So this is going to be the inventory sprite, not the collectible sprite, because those are sometimes different. Because it's not certain that I always want an item in the scene to be 10 by 10. So let's do inventory sprite. So this would be the name displayed in the inventory. This would be the sprite assigned to the item in the inventory. Select item on click. So then I have an inspectable item, and that one sets this to inspectable. But that still means that I need two different items. I don't like that. I'm gonna make this one work no matter the item. Also, check out this video if you haven't already. Git Amend made a video about it, and it's really useful. I've been using it for a couple of days, and it's been a bliss. Fix your Unity projects fast with this free tool. Project Auditor. A powerful static analysis tool designed to identify performance bottlenecks, inefficiencies, and areas for improvement. Ooh.
As soon as you're done watching.
That does sound pretty interesting. Thank you for sharing. So I think I want to make a bool here or something that decides whether it's inspectable or... Wait, can I not make an enum here? Because then I could get a drop down in the menu. So what if I make a public enum type. I never learned how to do this. Usable, inspectable. Is that correct? Publish type. Maybe we should call this item type. And it's made by Unity and for Unity 6 Plus. Ooh. Oh, so wait, is it going to be like automatically used for Unity 6 Plus, so on? I still need to update to Unity 6. I think I should do it. Let's comment that one out for now. 168. This is how you fix errors in Unity. Just comment shit out until the game runs. Jeez, boom. Yeah, now we can select the type here, whether it's usable or inspectable. This is fucking sick, man. And then we can just use that to show the string on the select item on click here. Do you even need to inherit from inventory item? What do I actually use? No, this is just a base item that I never use. Because if I ever use this one, then the type wasn't found, because the types were set in like inheritance from this script. So the way... Yeah, we don't even need that one. That one is completely unnecessary. We just change the select item on click instead. So, screw you, I don't want you. Let's just make this a mono behavior. Okay, let me fix my intelligence real quick. Right now you have to import it using Chrome Unity Project Auditor through the package manager, but I think it should be built in Unity 6.1 and up. Okay. Are you using Unity 6? Ginseng? Unless the team that made it was... Unless the team that made it was also laid off. Okay. Boom. Now you're a mono behavior instead. You don't need to be an override. You don't even need to be public then, right? Or maybe on pointer enter, do pointer handlers have to be public? Maybe they do. I'm actually not sure. Upgraded to Unity 6 Beta, then the Unity 6 LTS. Are you happy with the upgrade? Now, here, item.item name. So now, each of these, select item on click. Serialize field. No. You're gonna have to be public. Public item. I can't call you the same thing, can I? Oh, I can. How does that work? Oh, it actually works. So then, when you try to interact with the item you check, if... You know, maybe we'll add more in the future. I think we should do a switch statement here. Is really, really good, better than 2022 and previous versions. I am, especially since there's significant performance improvement, simply switching to Unity 6 without doing anything else. Yeah, I need to do it. And can you also get rid of the Unity splash screen, like without paying in Unity 6? I think someone told me that. I'm doing something wrong. Is it that you can't be called item? Yeah, because you have to be switched depending on... No, but that's not right. It's depending on the type of this item. But this one has to be changed depending on the... that type. Oh, and also, is it not item type? What did I call it again? No, it's just called type here. I'm doing something wrong. My formatting is wrong or something. With the adaptive probe volumes, UAP improvements, and a bunch of other stuff, there are quality of life improvements. Yeah, if you're using Unity for free, no need for splash screen unless you make over 200k or something. Yeah, but then you would still, yeah, exactly. But even for me, I would need to upgrade at that point. Yeah, exactly, still doesn't give you, yeah, I see what you mean. I'd happily pay for Pro anyway if I made that kind of revenue. Yeah, that's pretty much my thought process as well. Switch num, case 1, break. What am I doing wrong? Now, I can't say this has to be the item type of this item, right? Or is it because I'm naming these the same thing? Is that the issue? Yeah. But then I don't understand how to do this. Okay, yeah, I do. I just call this type. That's how you do it. And it should work. So let's see now. Now you should be item.type, depending on that one. Can I just say item type here? No. Item type dot usable. And this should not be case default, it should just be default. There we go. Okay. Now I'm gonna have to check this each time we click it, and also on pointer enter. Oh no, I don't. Here, this string, can I do a toString thing here? Is that possible? Can I do this? And then we do depending on the item and your type. Just show with that as the description. I think this should work. Dude, I'm feeling good today. I've been having a flow like all weekend, and I feel like this is gonna make my life a lot easier in terms of making items for the game. So now, inventory item. Select item on click. You still only need a reference to the specific item, and that should be all we need. Just that we need some like void await. I think we need an await function here where we set stuff up. So we're going to have a private image called image, which means that we are going to be needing to use Unity engine.ui. Am I the only one who always arranges my namespaces from in like a... depending on how long they are? Am I just dumb? I could be, I don't know what. I think I'm a perfectionist in places where it doesn't matter. I think that's what's happening. Okay, item image. What else do we need? We need a private... No, that's it really, right? As long as this updates correctly, we should be fine. No, you are just dumb, fair enough. I think that is all I need. So then in await, we're gonna say that image is equal to getComponent image. Should I set the sprite up in await as well? Or should I only use getComponent here? Because I could... I might as well do... if image is not equal to null, then image.sprite is equal to item dot inventory sprite. And then here in the switch statement, if it's a usable, then I want to select item, and then we're gonna make a new case item.itemType.inspectable. If it's an inspectable item, then we want to say inventory manager.instance. Do I not have a inspect item on click? What do you do? Ah, we publish an event. That's probably better. You know what? I think I have an event for this as well. So let's do publish new. I think I have a select item event. And then we're just going to say item. No, item. I just want to pass in the item that I want to select. And then if it's inspectable, we need to... why would I need to pass in an object to inspect? Just pass in the item here as well, and then we find the object to inspect. Let's go here, see what the issue is. The issue is that you are not passing anything along, so let's do a... oh, here we are. So now instead we're gonna make this into an item. Gonna make this into an item. Yeah. Because then we can just reference that the inspectable objects in the scriptable object instead. So like all the references are kept inside of the scriptable object, which is kind of the way you're supposed to do it, right? Because a scriptable object is like a data class, right? This dot object to inspect is equal to object to inspect. Sure, whatever you say. Select item event. Boom. Now you should be working. Select item, item, inspect, item, item. And then no matter what we do, whenever you click an item, we always want to hide the description anyway. I do know that I could have done the same with the audio manager, but you never know. I might at some point want to have different sound effects depending on if you inspect or select. On pointer enter, we show description with the item name and the item type. On exit, we hide it. This is looking pretty good. This is looking pretty good. However, in the inventory manager, now when we add an item to the inventory, we have to change how we do this. Because we no longer have a reference to a prefab. Instead, yeah, this is how we do it. We are going to make... We are going to serialize a private field, which is going to be a game object, which is going to be a inventory item prefab. Yeah. Sorry, just thinking if this is how I want to do it, but I'm pretty sure it is. I'm just honest. So what we're gonna do now is we are going to instantiate, but then instead of doing that reference, we just want to do the inventory item prefab, which I want to rename like so. On the same one. But then I need a reference to this one to be able to... Wait. Which means there might be an issue here if the item is not set up when this await function is called. So you know what? Let me remove this. Because I think that could be another reference. Instead, handle it through the inventory manager. So can I not say something like game object inventory item is equal to instantiate, because now this would give me a reference to the item I just instantiated, right? I'm pretty sure that's the case. So now we should be able to instantiate the generic dynamic inventory item, and then we say select item on click. I'm gonna rename that one. We're gonna call this inventory item later on. Is equal to inventory item dot get component select item on click. Oh, I'm calling this the same. You're going to be item prefab. Item prefab, instantiate that one, select item on, and then we get the specific script. I'm gonna rename, but I can't do so yet because of this one. Well, I don't need this one anymore. So you know what? Let me find the inventory item. Yes. Goodbye. I don't want you anymore. And then the select item on click. I'm now gonna rename you into inventory item instead, because this is gonna be a more general one. So after we instantiate the generic inventory item prefab, then we get a reference to this inventory item. And now we need to make sure that we set this one up correctly, which is all we really need. Okay, so let's make a... Because I don't want to have to use another get component in the other one. So let's make a private void initialize, where we are going to say if image is not equal to null, then image.sprite is equal to item.inventory sprite. Now in the inventory manager, after we have found that reference... wait, do I even need to find the reference then? I can just do this immediately, just call the initialize function. No, because I need to set up this one as well. Right. So let's do it this way. Let's get that reference, and then we say... might as well do a null check, why not? You know what, let's do a... if it is equal to null, then just return early. If it's not, then I would like to say... inventory item dot item is equal to item inventory item dot initialize. Awake is not going to be called if the object is deactivated, right? If the parent object is deactivated. Is it? Unity calls await when enabled script instance is being loaded. Enabled script instance. Unity calls awaits on script derived from mono behavior in the following scenarios. The parent game object is active and initializes on scene load. That does not necessarily have to be... Oh, no. No, the open inventory would be a disabled object. The parent stream module goes from inactive to active. Yeah, this is not gonna work. We need to make our own initialization, so we're gonna get the image reference here as well. So when we initialize it, that's when we call initialize, we get component image. If image is not null. This is going to work, right? I hope so. And then we call initialize here, set trigger, blah blah blah. Okay, let's try saving this and see how many errors we have. Inventory item on pointer enter. Oh, but just now inspect on click. You are deriving from that one. You don't need to do so anymore. Let's make you a mono behavior. And then that one is not going to work. So, but I'm not gonna use this. You know what? Let's be good here. Let's inspect item. Huh? Oh, all. Inspect item on click. Screw you. I need to get better at actually deleting scripts. As soon as I know I'm not gonna use them, because I know that I have a lot of unused scripts in the game currently. Okay, inventory manager. Inspect item event does not contain a definition for object to inspect. Was that polyglot program? How you doing? Do you use version control? I do indeed. I do indeed. Not for super long, mind you, but I am using it. I mean, it's been quite a while now. 3 months since I made my initial commit. This is the first project I ever use it for. If so, just delete it, can always get it back. Commit before deleting. But does that matter? Since somewhere, like if I would go back here now, would I not have a somewhere here, no here, inspect item on click. This is the deleted one. Even if, since this was still, or maybe you mean if I just created this script, because this is an old script, so this has been created at some point. It's been committed before. So I think it's fine, right? Because if I would realize that I fucked up, I would just like revert this change, right? But I suppose what you might have meant is that if I just had created this script and then, okay, yeah. We are on the same page then. Yeah, version control is pretty sick. For anyone who doesn't use version control, don't be like me. I used it for literally like a year, or I was developing for like a year without version control, just because I was lazy and didn't bother looking up how to actually use it. Just get it. It's worth it. Don't be like me. Be a responsible adult and use version control. People, please use version control, exactly. Now, you really should. Like, I don't know why it took me so long to set up GitHub, because it wasn't even that. Like, it might seem a little bit... from like a beginner perspective, it seemed like it could have been a little bit complicated, and I was like, yeah, I just can't be bothered right now. Literally, it took me like max an hour to set it all up. Like, just follow some tutorials, set up GitHub, get on version control, it's fucking worth it. The other day I saw a famous game dev YouTuber saying he never used it. I stopped following immediately. Wait, on inspection. inspect event, object to inspect. So this would be item dot, what do I call the other one? We have the inventory sprite. Okay, let's do a maybe I should just have... No! We should make the same thing for inspectable objects later and just have a... Because now the way I'm thinking about doing this is having a reference here to like the object you're supposed to inspect, but then I would need to create separate object each time. Inspectable objects, the only thing that really needs to change is the sprite. So we do the same thing. In that case we would just have a sprite here that is the inspectable sprite, and we update that one and we have a generic one. So for now, let's just comment this out. I don't have any inspectable items at the moment anyway. Yeah, but we should be able to do it the same exact way we're handling the inventory items, I think. Okay, interactable. Now we're missing a script, we can remove that one. All we need is the inventory item, which is you, my dear sir, still have the I interactable. Okay. Let me just double check the add item function here. Let's instantiate generic inventory item and initialize it. Should I do some more null checks here maybe? I don't need to. I don't think there's anything else that could be null. Select item event. I don't know if this one... I have not implemented this one, so let's do it. Subscribe to select item event with on selection. And then unsubscribe from the same one with the same one. So this is one that I want to get rid of later. We're gonna do the same thing. You know what? We might do this actually. Let's do a private void on selection. And then we are going to select item. Oh, select event.item. Now that should be working. Okay, we have an ad coming up soon. I'm gonna take that opportunity to go and refill on some coffee, but I'll only be away for like 45 seconds or so. But I'll wait for the ads to start. So now we're gonna be missing a reference here. Let's see. This one I no longer need. Because the inventory manager is now part of the UI canvas instead, since inventory is basically just UI elements. So then we have this prefab here, which is the inventory item prefab. Okay, the ads are running. Let me take a quick break and I will be back in just like a minute or so. Thank you guys very much for your patience. Appreciate ya. Exactly. People kind of look at it like 6 and below means bad, 7 is average, 8 is good, 9 is great, 10 is perfect. Like, that's how people look at these like 1 to 10 scales. And I don't know, as someone who has a bit too much technically inside of me, I'm like, it just doesn't make sense. Just 5 out of 10 would be considered average. Like, if someone would tell me that my looks are 5 out of 10, that shouldn't offend me. I should be like, oh, that means I'm average. That's pretty decent. You know? But that's not... Humans don't work that way, right? If I see a movie that's rated 5 out of 10, you go, nah, that seems a bit shite. Not even a 7. Not even a 7. You know? I don't know why. This is something that pisses me off so much, but it's legitimately something that annoys me. From now on, no more fucking moose. Until we have a better rifle, I'm not even looking at moose. Oh shit, I found a moose. Do you think I can make this shot? Do not aggro, do not aggro. Shit, I think I aggroed. That's not good. Here we go. Fuck you, dude. Am I getting banned if I say I'd rather learn Norwegian? Yes. It's because I have relatives there. Doesn't matter. Now, I'm gonna take this as you asked in a like hypothetical, way. I assume that you don't mean to like actually... I assume that you're not actually saying that this would be the case, which is obviously then my moderators would have to step in. But like, yeah, I'll allow it because I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt, and expecting you to speak in a purely hypothetical case here. We are back. Thank you guys very much for your patience. Okay, where were we? Inventory item. Let's see, highlight, deselect. Raycast alpha pixels is needed. Always interactable? No, not at the moment. I don't know if maybe I should make it so that you actually can browse through your inventory with the flashlight off, but I'm gonna keep it like this for now. Oh, you know what I just realized? Here... we have item interactions, which means that we could trigger different things if you already have an item selected. That's actually a way for me that I could potentially use for you to be able to reorganize stuff in your backpack. Like, if you already have an item selected, then basically switch place Because that's not how it does it now. Now you would select the other item, and the one you had selected would end up at the bottom of the inventory. But with this, I could probably legit switch them. Maybe. But let's try and do one thing at a time. Let's see, in the last room we have a collectible item, a door key. Collect item on click with a reference to a specific item. Maybe add a method to check if this item is in the inventory. If it is, destroy it. That seems like trying to fix a symptom rather than the root cause. Because this seems like I thought about adding a way to make sure you can't get duplicates, but the only way to get duplicates is if I've messed something else up, so I don't think I need to do this. That sounds dumb. Okay, on the interaction, you add item to inventory, item, destroy game object. Yeah, that should all be fine. And that item was, let's make sure we set that one up correctly first. That was the door key. So item name should be key. Type usable. Inventory sprite would be inventory key. Should we see if it works? Let me make sure to save before we run this, because I have no idea if this is going to work, but I hope it is. Okay, let's skip this. Let me just rush through here. This one is spawned in the inventory at first, but we can see if this selection... Okay. We had a small issue there. Everything worked correctly. However, we didn't see the item being selected. So that's an issue. But I'm more interested as of right now to see whether this is going to work. And it seemed... yeah. Key usable. So now if I change this to inspectable and the item name to whatever... that should update. Yeah, even that one updated. But now... why would it not work to... open that door now? Oh, because I changed it to inspectable. Right. Which means that I'm trying to inspect the item rather than use it, and if I don't have... or select it, and if I don't have the item selected, I can't open the door. But yeah, we can even see it here, as long as this updated correctly. And it did. It looks a little bit messy, but that's because the name was too long, so we have some... you know what, maybe that's what I should do. Maybe disable wrapping. On the... because I'd rather have it going outside of the box than starting to cover up the rest of it, I think. So, item name, wrapping, disabled, apply. It's still gonna look bad, but I think it's the better of the two. This is just in case, like in one language or in the localization, the name happened to be too big. Yeah, I would rather have this. It still looks bad and we should try to not have this, but I think this is better. Oh, I'm feeling good about this. I'm feeling good about this. This is the master key. You know what? I want to do something. Where do I have my art? And we're gonna go into items, sprite editor. If I auto slice this, I'm gonna... Oh, deleted system. Smart. Safe. Let's try safe. Automatic. Custom pivot. Top left. By cell size. 10 by 10. Not deleted system, do safe. Slice. Do that. Oh, it worked. Oh, look at that. Okay, so now we're gonna call this item key. Item screwdriver. Hammerhead. Wait, you would separate that in English, right? It would be hammerhead, I'm pretty sure. Me trying to be Swedish here, we always combine all of the words. Hammer. I mean, this is the hammer shaft, but I wonder if I should just call this something more generic, because I might want to reuse this for something else. So let's do rectangle. This is hammer head 1. Rectangle 1. These are supposed to be notes, but same thing as some of them, like these I shouldn't call note, I should call this square in case I want to use it for something else. So let's do square 0. And then here we have square 1. These should be notes, so item note 0. Note 1, note 2, note 3, note 4. That should be it. Let's make this key 0. Item, what do you call this? Floppy disk? Disk 0. Item disk 1. This could also be more generalized. This was the valve in the first game, but this could just be like... I mean, it's a diagonal rectangle, in a way. What would you call this? A general word for like this. In case I would use it for something else. Item... I'm just gonna call it diagonal. This is a bucket. this is the key 1. Guess those are notes as well. What did I end it on? Note 4. Note 5. Note 6. There we go. I'm feeling pretty good about this. You know what? If I'm doing numbers... maybe I should be consistent and do that everywhere. Boom. Apply. So since I'm gonna be working on a few items and stuff, might as well start using my new sprite sheet that's a little bit better organized compared to what the fuck you wanna call this mess. Where I had my items, my furniture, my doors, my like NPCs and stuff, testing rooms, everything in one massive sprite sheet. Chaos. Chaos, I call it. That should be good. So now let's go back to keys. I think I want more keys. Items. Because now, the main issue about this, the way I'm doing it now, when we like basically have a generic item prefab and we just change the sprite, is that I can't rotate it, right? Well, actually, I could. If I wanted to add rotation, I could just rotate the actual prefab. I don't need to rotate the sprite. So maybe... yeah, the way I could do it is actually here. After the inventory sprite, instead of making new sprites, I can just have a rotation assigned to the sprite. We just do a rather than rotation, it would be a we can make a new. We can make a public enum called sprite flip. Because the way I'm thinking about this is that I might not want every single key in the game to look like this. Like, I might want one key to look like this, another one to look like... you get it, just to have some variety in the game. So what if we did a enum of flips and then we do none, horizontal, vertical, both. That would be all we need. And then we just do a public sprite flip called flip direction or whatever. And then in the inventory manager, this is going to be set to none by default, right? Yeah, it should be. In the inventory manager, when we add an item to the inventory, we do all of this. Wait, should I not do it in the actual inventory item instead? Because the good thing here is that the description and stuff, that's actually on the cursor, which means that that won't be flipped. The only thing being flipped is the actual object itself, which doesn't matter. So when we initialize it, we have a reference to the item. If item, no, we need a switch statement. Switch, depending on the item, dot flip direction. And then we do a case item sprite flip none. In that case, we just break because we don't want to do anything. Otherwise, if it is horizontal, then we say you can't flip a sprite, right? Like, I can't actually flip the sprite itself. I would have to flip the actual game object, right? Yeah, padding wouldn't do it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the case. Which means that we need a reference to our scale, which is in the rect transform. So we do a private rect transform. And then we do rect transform is equal to get component rect transform. Switch depending on the flip direction. If it's none, we break. If it is horizontal, then we would like to say rect transform dot, is it local scale? Sorry, I think my IntelliSense is bugged out again. Let me just quickly restart. Does anyone know why this keeps happening? Anyone else who've experienced similar issue? Like, I don't know what it is, if it's when I compile the code or something, but like, every now and then, my IntelliSense just decides to stop working, and the only way I've found to fix it is to just quickly restart Visual Studio. Which isn't like super annoying, let's be honest here, it takes 5 seconds. But it's still a little bit infuriating when it keeps on happening. Does anyone know why it could be that keeps happening? Okay, if we're gonna do a horizontal flip, then rect transform dot... And is the... yeah, local scale, I thought so. Local scale is dot x. I can do that, right? Is equal to, so normally this is set to 1, so x is the horizontal axis, so if I want to flip it horizontally, this would be minus 1. And that should be a float. No? Is this not working? Cannot modify the return value of transform.local scale because it is not a variable. Okay, we're gonna do this with ternary operators instead. Just I think I need to make a new vector 3, right, and then assign it. I think that's the issue. So what if we do what if we do let's do a float x which is equal to can I say something like item dot sprite flip dot horizontal as a yeah, but then we would make this into ternary operator where if there is a horizontal flip, then this would be equal to minus 1f, otherwise 1f. Oh no, I need to reference my own item dot flip direction. No, I would need to make this something like item dot flip direction. I need to have a actual something that's true or false. So if this is equal to item dot sprite flip dot horizontal. So if the flip direction is horizontal, then the x value should be set to minus 1f, otherwise 1f, meaning don't flip it. And then we just add an or in here, or if the item dot flip direction is equal to item dot sprite flip dot both, because then I also want to flip it horizontally. If either one of those is true, then x should be set to minus 1f. And then the float y is equal to, you can basically do almost the same thing here, where this is, if the flip direction is vertical or both, then the y direction should also be set to minus 1f, otherwise to 1f. Dude, I realize how many ternary operators is fucking sick. I've started using them more and more recently, and I realize there's a lot of cases where I feel like it's much more straightforward to just use a ternary operator. And then float z. No, I don't need to do this. Now, what I want to do is do a quick check if x is equal to 1 and if y is equal to 1. That means we did not want to flip this whatsoever. Then we can just return. There's no need to continue down this path. However, If that is not the case, that means we want to flip it somehow. Which means that we're gonna say, I think what we need to do here is do a vector3. And this is a float by default, right? Like, just a vector2 int would give me integers, but if I just say vector3, that is a float. It takes float values. I'm pretty sure that's the case. New vector2. Or let's do new scale. And also, let me do float y is equal to rect transform local scale dot y. Vector3 new scale is equal to new vector3 xy. Oh yeah, this is supposed to be z, and this should be z. XYZ, and then last but not least we say local scale is equal to new scale. I think this should work. So we save this. And now what I would like to try and do is let me have a collectible item just to test this. Let's do the door key. And let's put you in this room. Know why you're all the way over there. And then this looks right. And just for now, we're going to switch the door key. No, you know what? We can actually keep you. It doesn't matter. So now, if we start the game and we pick up the key. Oh, I don't have the inventory yet. Do I have a debug thingy to activate the inventory? No, I can equip the flashlight, but okay, I think we should do one of those then. So, inventory manager. Do I have a function to activate my inventory? Because I think this issue stems from the fact that the inventory is disabled at the moment, since I haven't picked it up yet. Let me just try that first before we do anything. If I activate the inventory, now I should be able to pick this up, right? What's up, Granger devs? Welcome in. How goes it? It's going good. I feel like I'm in a good flow at the moment, to be honest. Yeah, that worked. Now we have 2 of these keys. Doing a bit of refactoring in how I'm handling the items, and so far I'm feeling good about it. This is gonna make my life a lot easier. So basically what I've done now instead is that I have a generic like inventory item, which we spawn into the inventory bag when I pick up an item, and then we initialize it and just change the sprite and stuff to display correctly, rather than what I had before, where I needed to create new inventory items for each item I added to the game. This is gonna make my workflow a lot better. How you doing, Ranger? Nice to have you in. Okay, and now we should be able to test this. If I go into my items, keys, door key, if I choose that I want to flip you horizontally. Let's also rename this into key again and make you usable. Boom, pick you up. Now it's flipped. Oh yeah, that is flipped horizontally, right? And then, wait, can I not change this now? If I change this to vertical, and then I pick you up, and I deselect you. Did I just lose the item? No. Oh yeah, wait, that is correct. Because if I would have none here, then you look like that, exactly. And last but not least, we should be able to flip it both directions. Like so. So now for variety, we can always choose to flip the sprite if we want to. Nice! Because I think that can be good, just especially for stuff like keys that you might end up having multiple of, just to have some variety in how they're displayed. Of course you can argue that I could just draw a new one as well, but this is more generalized, which I kinda like. We could even make it, for something like keys, we could even make it random. Well, like, if the item is a key, then just pick one at random. Maybe. Doing pretty good, it's Monday meeting day, otherwise doing good. Hoping to get back to streaming this week, nice. Monday meeting day, that's pretty typical in general, isn't it? The after weekend meetings, eh? Yeah, seems to be. So the main reason I did this is because I want the master key to be different. You should have the item key sprite, but I don't want you to look the same. We're gonna do like a dual flip on you. And then add master key. Oh, these are bugged now because I've changed the... Yeah, that's no worries. Yeah. Master key is flipped compared to the key. Damn, I'm feeling good about this. And now, the way we're gonna do it, instead of having like an index on the keys, if I want a new key, I'm just going to duplicate this one, because now it's technically a new item. And we can still name it key if we want to. So then the actual scriptable object name could be different, so that I can like separate them. But if I want to display them with the same name, that's still fine. And that means we would have all of this set up from the beginning, which is kind of neat. I don't need you now, so let's take this one. Let's see, master key. Let me check something. Where is my interactable scripts? Item interactions. bool successful is equal to item contains selected item. Maybe I should make a... Yeah, I think maybe I should make a key, because the nice thing about having a key... Or maybe I should just make the... You know what, I could make the master key do every single thing in the entire game. But no, that would be messy, because then if you have an interaction with a hammer and a key, it might not know which one to do. Because if I made a scriptable object called key that inherits from item, only to have them like separated. No! No. What if we can just have a bool here, whether this is a key or not? I don't need to use inheritance. And then here, in the interactions, items contain selected item. Saint BST official, thank you very much for the follow, appreciate ya. Each... Wait. If it is successful, then interact. Because I'm thinking if there's a way for me to not have to manually set up the master key interactions everywhere. That would be kinda neato. Interact. How does this one know? Oh, but just this is a specific interaction, right? So this would be like the unlock interaction. And then it checks if items contain the master key. So then here, what we could do is just do... Should I not do a double statement here? And do if it contains the selected item, or... Let's see. The way I'm thinking about this is that we could check if the required item is a key. If that's the case, we can check if the current selected item is the master key. And if both of those are true, we should unlock it even if it's wrong. And then here we do a check if you're supposed to remove the item and it's not the master key, because if it's the master key, we don't want to remove it. Items contain selected item. I can't do it with the contain keyword. I would need to loop through them, right? So we check if it's successful. And then, could I not do if we had an unsuccessful interaction? What's up, Naked? How you doing? You're winning? I feel like it. I feel like I'm in a good flow today. I actually do. I feel like this whole weekend I've been getting a lot of progress, so not gonna lie, I'm feeling quite hyped. I feel like I'm winning. Hell yeah, indeed. It feels good when you get into that little flow state kind of thing, you know? Okay, so you check if it is successful. If it wasn't, meaning you had a wrong item, then you could do a next little check here. If Oh no, for each, if it's not successful, then we want to check for each. For each item in items, check if item dot key is equal to true. Then we override it to true. Oh, no. We can't just check if it's... No, if the item... If the required item was a key... Okay, if it's not successful, and if the selected item is equal to... Can I do like item.masterKey? I can't, right? No. But we should check if selected item.item name is equal to master key. So you try doing this. If you didn't use the correct item, you do a double check. So yeah, if it was not successful, you do a double check if the current item you're holding is the master key. If that is the case, you loop through the items and check if one of those items was a key that you required, then return true and do the interaction. I feel like this should work. And then here, okay, I want to change this. Item type, I want you to be called something like usage type. I don't know. Usage type. And then we do... And then I want to make a new public enum, which this is going to be called item type, where we're going to have stuff like, what's a generic one? I don't know, just item. But then it could be a key. So then we could add more item types later if we want, like if we want to have, I don't know, weapon, tool, whatever it might be. If we ever need to check something specific like that. There's an item, or is it key for now? Oh, maybe we should call this... interaction type. What type of interaction is it? Usable or inspectable? I don't understand this. According to what I read about conventions, a public property or public field should actually be capitalized. But like most of the time, I would like this to be called the same thing as the type, which means that if I capitalize this, it's going to be letter by letter the exact same as the class, type, variable, whatever. And I feel like that can introduce some issues. I'm not sure how that's supposed to be handled. Or if I'm overthinking it, that's very possible as well. Okay, now we would need to change it here though, because this is not a bool. So instead we're gonna check if item dot... Did I not call it item type? Oh, I need to make a... Okay. So make a public item type called item type. And then here we check if the item type is equal to item.itemType.key. And then what we could do as well is do some, what do you call it, conditional compilation here, where we do if Unity editor or development build, then do this, and then we do a little end if. Because the master key will only be available in like debugging builds. So if it's a actual production build, there's no reason to check this. Okay, if it was not successful and the selected item is equal to master key... Yeah, because the thing is that you can't even get the master key unless you... Right now you have to use the debug tools to even get the master key. So if the selected item is the master key... I wonder though, since the master key still is a scriptable object in the game, could it be theoretically that someone could manage to hack the game and actually get their hands on the master key? Maybe. I don't know. Do I care enough? Probably not. If you manage to do it, fucking... Yeah, sure, have access to anything. Oh, no, wait, it wouldn't work, because then the master key actually wouldn't do anything because of this conditional compilation. So even if you have the master key, you actually can't use it, because this would not work. I just realized. Oh, and then here we need to do a check as well. So then we would do, I guess, more conditionals. So we do if Unity editor or development build, then I would like to check if you're supposed to remove the required item and if the selected item is not equal to, no, selected item dot item name is not equal to master key, then do this. And then here we're gonna do a else statement where basically if this was not the Unity editor or developer build, then this is what we want to do. And then we do a end if here. Okay, so if you're supposed to remove the required item and the selected item is not the master key, then you remove it. Meaning that even if you're supposed to remove the required item, which is almost always the case when it's a key, then if you have the master key, you will not remove it, because we don't want to accidentally remove the master key. Boom. Okay. And now, what I would like to do is to go into... like, room... No, let's... we need to actually change all of the doors now. Because they all have the same key set up. Which I suppose I could... You know what I think I'm gonna do? I have an idea here. Because the only issue... We shouldn't make individual keys for every single door in the game unless we have to. The only times when we need to have specific individual keys is if we have multiple doors and you have access to find one key and you don't want that key to be able to open any door. Like if you're in a room where there's only one, no matter what, you only have access to one locked door and there's only one key you can find. At that point, that could just be a generic key, right? So I think it's fine to have a generic key item. So what I would like to do is that we're gonna go in here to keys. We're gonna rename this one into something like maybe basic key. So this is a basic key, which means that you should be a key, interaction type usable, inventory key with no flip. The master key, you should also be a key, usable, but you do have a flip. Boom. So now those... Yeah, those doors are fine. Because we might as well have the default key be the basic key. And then if I want to change it, I have the ability to do so. But let me just double check something. What's up, Bjarne? How you doing? So I'm currently working on some... basically been refactoring the way I handle items to make my life easier for me. And it's going really good. This is gonna... Basically before, for every item I had in the game, I had to create 3 different items. Now I basically just make the scriptable object and it generates the other items for me. So I don't have to, it's less manual labor. I think it's gonna be good. And, not only that, we are getting very close to being able to start doing the first playtests of the game. Of the full version. Obviously we don't have like super much content, it's not gonna be like playing an actual game, but if anyone is interested in trying out like the mechanics and stuff, I think we're soon gonna be able to get it up. Now I'm looking at fucking 6-month subscriber shield matching the moderator badge. Looking fancy here in the chat. Sweet, any sound effects or music that needs making, let me know. Yeah, there might be some. There was something I was thinking about. Wait, let me see if I remember it. I know there was something I thought about. Jeez. Let's see if this works first. What we want to do is go into new objects. We have doors. Well, let's go into the base ones. The locked one here. Close the door. You should have an interaction with the master key. We should no longer need you. Now we only have the basic key as the default one, and then if we want to change it, we can do so. Wait, that's all I need. Yeah, it is only the locked ones. Okay. Now let me check room 0.1, locked door right. Closed door, you should no longer have an interaction with the master key, you don't. However, programmatically, we should have it. Now, if we start the game, we pick up this key. Let's see, so these are basic keys, so they should work for that door. However, even though we remove the interaction, we should now be able to use the master key to open up this door. Fuck yeah! And then as soon as we make a production build, the master key is no longer going to work and you can't get it anyway, but no unnecessary code in the game. Have you seen this, by the way? Insane improvements to the game. You can close doors now. That's the biggest amount of polish there ever could have been. We actually have a function to close the doors. Now here, this key should work as well. Yep, indeed it does. Okay, smaller things I wanna fix. Items, keys, master key. Let's only flip you vertically. I think that's gonna look better. Basic key. I mean, this is pretty much fully working now. I think we managed to successfully refactor the item, the way we handle items. However, we should probably collectibles. Let's move this door key over here. That is the only object we do pick up at the moment, right? Yeah. Oh, but we should change, because now I lost the sprites for my tools. So let's go over again to... Where is my scriptable objects? I would like to have my hammer in here, and I would like to have my screwdriver in here as well. Now we just need to set these up. So item name, hammer. Item type. Should we make a tool type maybe? Is there any reason why I would want to have a tool type? Maybe. Just, I don't know, item is just generic. I don't know, wait, what would be an item? I don't know what I'm gonna use. Like, I only know the use case for key right now, so maybe it's unnecessary adding more types. But it could also be really good, because if I come to the conclusion later on that I want more types for a specific use case, I would have to go through all of my scriptable objects to update them correctly. So maybe it's good making as many types as possible in the beginning. Maybe. Yeah. It might be unnecessary work, but I feel like... I mean, it takes me 1 second to do it. So let's do item, key, tool. Anything else you can have? Item is just generic. Keys are keys, tools are tools. I mean, you had like notes and stuff. Maybe those could be considered items. Or maybe we would do law stuff or documents. The thing is that it's really easy to remove these later, so yeah, I think it's better to do more, because I assume... Let me actually try something. If I add these... Let me see what happens. What if I go into the hammer and I say that you are a document, and now I remove documents from here. Are you gonna default to be an item again? Oh no, okay, that's a little bit annoying. It actually defaults to null. Is there a way to get around that? And to like forcefully say that if this becomes null, but we would do it here, and this you can't have like in a wait function in a scriptable object, can you? No, because you need mono behavior for that. But I think you possibly could do some special thing here where maybe you do something like default to item. Because now, if it's gonna default to null, adding more stuff now doesn't necessarily minimize work in the future. Because if I decide that I need to change something, I'm still gonna have to go through them all to make sure that none are null. And this could probably be an issue as well in the, let's see, inventory item. When we show description, we show the interaction type. Oh, but we show it as a string, which means that if I now had the hammer, I think it would actually say null as the description. So let's spawn in the hammer. No, it says usable. Oh, right, wait, item type is different. I was thinking this is that just what it shows here is not the item type, it shows the interaction type, whether it's usable or inspectable. Because I don't think I want to show the item type, because in that case this one would be key. And the only way to fix that would be to have unique names for all the keys, but I don't know. I mean, that would be if I rename this one into basic key. Because if it says master key, that's kind of fine. Hammer tool. Yeah, maybe I do want it to show the item type, actually. Maybe it's more interesting rather than showing the use case. Maybe if we show, instead of interaction type, we show the item type. Let me see how it would look in game. Now I think the hammer will be set to null. Wait, let me spawn in the stuff here. Yeah, key. 3? Oh, I see. It says 3 because a enum is actually more like is technically speaking like a named integer, right? And I think this was set to 0, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it was set to the fourth, meaning 3, the fourth index, but then that became null, so it defaults to a number instead. Oh, that's kind of interesting. Item. Are there synonyms? What synonyms are there for key? Synonym key. Answer clue. That's not really the ones I'm looking for here. Latch key, opener, pass key. Item that unlocks. Skeleton? I know about like skeleton key you often hear, but just skeleton? Interesting. There's not a lot of good synonyms. But this is stuff, like some of them could be called like latch key, or even using adjectives like rusty key, silver key, wooden key, like materials and stuff. Notched key, bent key. Like you could have a bit of fun just using a bunch of adjectives to separate them. But then I think it's fine maybe having one called basic key. Okay, let's go back here. Item. What's the definition of an item? An individual article or unit, especially one that is part of a list, collection or set. Holy shit, that is such an umbrella term, isn't it? That is the broadest fucking description there could be. It basically, yeah, it's something. But I think this is gonna be like a generic one. That most of the time is more interesting if we have more stuff here, like document. What else could you find? What did we have in the Game Jam version. Like, these would all be considered... I mean, these would be tools. Maybe like a valve handle, that kinda could be a generic item. Rather than something... Because it's not really a tool either, is it? Like, these are tools, keys, documents, a floppy disk. Maybe an item as well. Should we ChatGPT it? In Shroud of Gloom, I have multiple items you can find, such as nodes, hammers, keys, etc. I'm currently setting up different subtypes of items, such as tools, keys, documents, etc. What are some other subtypes I might want to include? Because the thing is that adding more that we later on don't use, I think is fine. Consumables. Yeah, I mean, I suppose if we add batteries, which I have been thinking more about, I still have so many questions about how we would implement batteries. The main one being, what happens if you run out? Because the only way I can see it is that running out of batteries would be a lose state in the game. Unless you actually never run out. What if the battery just gets lower and lower and makes you see less? But it never actually fully goes out. And then restocking the battery would just get you back to the normal. That could work if we don't want to have a lose state for it. Quest items. Artifacts, relics. Evidence. Ah, components. Yeah, like crafting component. That could actually be a good one. Like the hammerhead and the shaft could be like a component. Because that used to be called craftable, right? Or ingredients. Containers. But it sounds a little bit weird having a hammerhead be called component. But ingredients, I mean, I suppose if you call it like crafting ingredients. More containers. I suppose you could have something where you can pick up like maybe you find a smaller little locked box or something, yeah, and then it's an inspectable item so that you open it up, but then it's a container because maybe you can find new items inside of it. Maybe you could have a little pick locking or lock picking minigame or something. Locks and seals, disguises, light sources. What are other alternative names for components? Ingredients is definitely gonna be one. Parts, materials, scraps, segments. Oh, I actually didn't use ingredients. That's interesting. I'm thinking often about it in the terms of, like, you know, a crafting ingredient. Scraps. A small piece or amount of something, especially one that is left over after the greater part has been used. Discarded metal for reprocessing. Materials. A hammer shaft, is that a material? A part? Just, I don't know, I don't love components. It sounds too generic. Component definition. A part or element of a larger whole, especially as a part of machine or vehicle. I mean, in that regard it kind of works. Yeah, I suppose. But for some reason I still find it, like, if you find a hammerhead, is it weird to call that a component? I feel like it sounds a little bit odd. Like hammerhead and hammer shaft. Are these components? I mean, not the scraps. Parts. Like I said, I don't think there's an... Let me actually try something. What if I now insert component in the middle here? I just want to see what happens if I, like, change this stuff later. Like, are you item? That's the first one. You should stay the same. Wait, let me... Okay, let me do this. This is a tool. Okay, so that one was fine. You changed the integer correctly. What if I now remove components? Are you gonna... You're gonna stay as a tool, I assume? No! Look at that, it changed to a document. Okay, so adding and removing this stuff later on might be an issue. Because it changes the index, which means it's... This was index 3, which is... Tool was the 4th one. Now when we removed one in the middle, it changed into a document, so it had the same index. And that's why... If you remove the last one, it becomes just an index. Okay, so then...
Don't forget to save.
That is a good idea. What's up, Area? How you doing? Nice to have ya. How you been? Oh, you know what? Speaking of which, not only should I save, I should make a push. Kira Aziz, thank you very much for the follow, appreciate ya. Because we did quite a bit of changes here to the items, right? So, good idea, Area. Let's do item refactoring, and let's commit this. You're doing great, nice to hear. Planning for my next game jam, ooh, interesting. Which game jam are you doing? Okay, so I think the best way of doing this is to do it where we keep the ones that we know are more certain that we're gonna keep earlier in the list, and then we go down the list of, like, how likely it is that we're gonna use this type. Because then we never mess up the... Because otherwise, if I would remove item now, which is one of the first ones, that would change the index of every single item in the game, or the item type, which that would be annoying. So, item, key, tool, document. I feel like those are fairly certain. The last one, let's do component for now. I'm not sure I'm gonna use that one, so let's put it last. It's called Code for a Course. Interesting. Can share a link if you would allow. Yeah, sure. Links are allowed, so just send it. Item, key, tool, document, component. I think that's fine for now. I don't think we're gonna have any weapons. Yeah, I think this is fine for now. Should we make a folder for these, maybe? Let's do tools. Hammer, screwdriver. Okay, screwdriver, your name should be screwdriver. Item type is a tool. Interaction type is usable. Inventory sprite is item screwdriver. Flip direction, none. Hammer, you should be a tool, usable, and then we do item hammer. Flip direction, none. Here we go. Make games, win prizes, support the cause, code for cause. Damn. A charity game jam. 609 joined. Starts in 4 days. How long is it? About a week? It is a week. It's exactly a week, isn't it? Code for Cause is a game jam where your creativity can make real-world impact. Not just another game jam, it's an opportunity to win cash and prizes while supporting a charity. A total prize pool is split up, spread to the podium, and then in special tracks. 50% of each prize is donated to a charity of the winner's choice. Ooh, I mean, this is pretty sick. Here's the exciting part. The prize pool grows as we receive more donations and sponsorships. That means the more people support the jam, the bigger the rewards for both participants and charity. Fucking clever idea. I have to give it to him. Join the Discord to participate with the community. Also a requirement to be eligible to win. Currently $1,300. So that's the... Wait, current prize pool. Oh yeah, so here. So first place, 400, half to charity. Oh, a sprite key. Interesting. Oh wait, all of this was for the first place, damn. Okay, so these... Yeah, you give to all, okay. Okay, so the top 5 get rewards, basically. Oh no, there's even more. Overall win of the community vote. Oh, this is sick, man. Is there anyone I know? Oh, Alexa. Yeah, he's pretty massive on YouTube, isn't he? 24. Yeah, I've seen some of his videos. Plays a lot of smaller indie games and stuff, right? Yeah, I know I watched a bit of him. I think that might be the only one I recognize, though. So I assume the theme is not announced yet, since it hasn't started. Yeah, this is a cool jam, though. Let me bookmark this one for the future, just so I remember that this is a jam that exists. Thank you for sharing. All of them are YouTubers, I think. Yeah. Yeah, Alexa is a good one. I know I've seen him play some some interesting games. And best of luck with the game jam. I wish you nothing but the best. Tool usable screwdriver, blah blah blah, tool usable hammer. Okay, so that should, as long as this is set up correctly, this should update here now if we spawn these in. Yeah, tool, key. Okay, so I wonder, I don't love the fact that the key has the type key and it's called key. Like key. I don't love that. I feel like we need to be more... Like I said, you can have stuff like rusty key and stuff, but this is gonna be the basic key that we might reuse. Should we just call it basic key? And then we can have other stuff for the more specific ones. We can do like rusty key or golden key, small key, whatever it might be. Basic key. I think that's kind of fine, isn't it? What are good names for different types of keys? For example, basic key, I don't know, golden key, rusty key, etc. Might make a game where you will like get to play in a world the way colorblind people see it. Ah, that's a very interesting idea. I know I watched, somehow saw one of those like, what do you call it? I checked some simulator thing on at some points where you could like basically see different images to like get an idea of what it's like to be colorblind. So I think that could be pretty interesting. Bent key, iron key, bronze key, heavy key, tarnished key, old key. Yeah, a lot of these, and these are, yeah, there's a lot of stuff we could do. Bloodstained key, cursed, sinister. Yeah, master key. Sigil key. Yeah, just from like a lot of these, like almost all of these, I feel like could be used in the game. And pretty much these as well. So I think doing it this way, we should have enough. We should be able to have enough variety in the names. But I think basic key might be fine for the generic ones. Your game looks great, thank you so much. I have played around a little bit more with post-processing. It's not like super noticeable. Basically I did add film grain, which is more noticeable here. If I... Do you see how this looks? It is kinda hard to see, to be honest, but you can see that it's like messy or whatever. I'm not entirely sure, but I think... Is it... I think Resident Evil 2 has film grain, I heard someone say. I wanted to try it. And it adds like just a little bit of texture to stuff. It's especially noticeable when you have stuff that's more highly lit up. Because that's the thing, I think without the light system, it almost disappears entirely. Like if I go in here and I turn off bloom, I think it's... Can you still tell? No, I think without bloom, you actually... you can still see it here. But in the game, it really affects the light the most. So you kinda... I wonder if I should even do it in a way where... Maybe if you disable bloom, this one should be automatically... Maybe we should grey it out or something. Which is, I don't think you're ever gonna notice. Or can you see it here in the scene? Yeah, okay, no, here you can actually still see it a bit. But yeah, it's much more noticeable when you have the bloom on. Obviously, I have quite a lot of bloom in this game. Which I don't know, sometimes I'm like, am I going too far with the bloom? I think it looks very good though. I think that the bloom adds quite a lot to the game. But I do know that I have pushed it kinda far. But it kinda makes the lights seem more realistic in some regard, doesn't it? And now, as long as we have the master key, we should be able to open any door in the game. The only thing that's an issue here is that if I have two basic keys, if I use one of these to open a door, I lose both of them. I don't know if I want that to be the case. Oh, it's because I called the remove item from inventory. If I just set this selected item to null and then deselect it, I would only remove the one I'm currently holding. Also, I mentioned it earlier, let me do another shout here, in case anyone is interested. We are relatively soon gonna start doing the first playtest sessions of the game. So if anyone is open to do some early playtesting, feel free to apply here. And since we are speaking about it, if anyone is interested in localizing the game, you can apply for that here as well. Okay, we have an ad running. Let me quickly run and get some more coffee, because I am an absolute coffee addict. I'll be back in just 30 seconds. Cheers. We are back. Thank you guys for your patience. Okay, what should we do? We do need to work more content. I would kind of like to introduce the monster as well. Just have I don't want to have him be like actually putting you in danger per se. But I think I would like to, it would be kind of nice to do a little bit of foreshadowing early on in the game to kind of set the tone of a horror game, if you know what I mean. So I mentioned it earlier, I'm thinking if potentially when you go into this room, where you pick up the flashlight, here would be a pretty good place, since we're gonna do like a tooltip saying that you can click the flashlight to turn it off. I'm thinking about doing it in a way where the monster, you can hear the footsteps of the monster walking in here. And then we say like, the tutorial tip should even be something like, quickly turn off the flashlight, or click on the flashlight to turn it off. Boom. So that we cannot teach the player how to hide using the dark. Kinda similarly to, you know what? Yeah, I think this is maybe even where I got the idea. I know Outlast does something very similar. Outlast playthrough, where they teach you like the hiding mechanic. I think it's around here somewhere. It's when you... No, it's after this. Here. You're looking at the screens. Oh, look at that! Is this not film grain as well? But only on this specific thing. No, wait, they have film grain everywhere. Yeah, they definitely do. Oh no, this is... No, I think this is the one. Yeah, here. Do you not... Restarted generating the basement. Is this not where you hear him coming? Oh wait, he goes immediately in there. Well, I think there was a text there saying like quickly hide. I was almost certain. Have he just disabled tooltips? Or... Wait, let me check another one. Just because I'm curious. Wait, this is too late. That seems to be down in the basement. Actually, kind of mad how much I remember from this game, even though I only played like an hour of it like a decade ago. This should be close. Oh, sorry, that might be really loud. Yeah, hide in the locker, don't try to fight. I knew it. The other guy must have turned those off or something. So I'm basically thinking about doing something similar, where when we're in the room after you pick up the flashlight, you start hearing the footsteps of him come in, and then rather than hide in the locker, we just say like, you know, turn off the flashlight. I think that could be a pretty good idea to teach the mechanic, but also like foreshadow the danger of the game, you know? Let me... Oh, actually, you know what? This door key, can I... Refurb... Modified, apply to room, but... Okay, never mind. Let's just remove this one. Boom, don't need you. I do really need to figure out how to decorate these rooms as well, because this is still like from the Game Jam version. This room is not gonna look like this. But I'm just keeping this stuff in here to have something in here. Oh, we need to turn off the inventory as well. Oh, you know what I want to do? I think I want to change how we do the tutorial tips. I'm thinking about potentially making all of them like the first one, where here, this one is up in the corner. I don't think we need to move them around, because I find that just keeping them up here seems less intrusive, less in your face, compared to this. When we like... Because even if this was up in the corner and it said click on your flashlight to turn it on and off, you understand that this is the flashlight, right? And here, after you pick up the inventory, since I added this like inventory outline thing here, it's the same thing, we don't need to point at it, this could be up here. This one as well. You don't need to be pointing, because now you know where the inventory is, you can see where the item is. Like, all of these could be up in the corner, and I feel like it kinda would be less intrusive in a way. Oh, we have to fix this though. This is actually the #1 issue. For some reason, we can't see the item after we selected it. It should be on the cursor. So let's actually check that first, because that is... We do need that feedback. Here, show selected item. Master.instance, show selected item. So what do you actually take in? Inventory object... Okay, so you take in a sprite, so then it's really easy. We're just gonna say selected item.inventory sprite. And that should be good to go. Speedrun. So now, if I select this one, boom, we have the key. Did you move? Why do I feel like that is not the place it's always been? But I haven't changed. Shouldn't have. Let me actually check that. Selected item. Let's do item key. The thing is that this changes so much depending on how the item actually looks. Like if we did item hammer instead, boom, it looks very different, right? So it's kind of hard to know where to perfectly position this. I think this might be fine. Okay, but if we do the monster thing, but no, let me move the stuff first. Let's see. Toasts here. Can I... Yeah, copy rect transform position. And then flashlight tooltip. Let me see how it would be if I paste position. And then we put you... Boom. And then we would need to change the tutorial box to the one without the pointer. Because it's also kind of weird that the way I point with the tutorial tips kind of looks like a chat box, you know? I feel like this is better compared to this. Because this looks like a chat box, or like a speech bubble, you know, which is not what it's supposed to look like, but it kind of gives off that vibe. Yeah, exactly, a speech bubble. So I feel like maybe keeping all of these up in the corner instead is better. And also, there's no reason to switch to that one. We might as well wait till the player has selected the item before we show this one. I also feel like we could probably make these smaller. I think this text size might be fine for all of them. But it might look... it might look too empty on a big one like this. Flashlight tooltip. Why are you not visible? I know why. Give me a second. Let's do this instead. Let's go to pickup tooltip. Boom. What's the size of the item interaction text here? 4. Like, yeah, now this looks way too empty now instead, right? But I can't really make the box smaller, because then all of this text doesn't fit. I wonder... I mean, I could try to shorten this. Not trying to give you more work, but the text box with those spikes on all sides will look cool and more retro look. Ooh. Yeah, I see what you mean. Potentially maybe adding more... It doesn't have to be a like perfect square shape. That's actually pretty good. Even just doing it more like the note things we have could potentially be interesting. Like, even just having more of these, like unperfect edges in general. Could be kinda interesting. Yeah, it would probably look better compared to having them as perfect squares. Let me try that just out of curiosity. How would it look if we do stuff like this? Let me see. Okay, that's a little bit too much, I think. Yeah, I think I overdid it. Let me see on one with less text though. But I do suppose just that it's something happening makes it a little bit more interesting. But I think I overdid it too much. Oh wait, I should do it the opposite, so it's more like a bandroll kind of thing in that case. Which means that if we just do something like this. And also, don't worry about potentially giving me more work. I absolutely don't mind it. I'm here for any ideas. But I think having some more like texture kind of thing going on here, or like just having something more happening, would actually be pretty nice. No, wait. I think I want this to be the opposite. Yeah. Let's try this. Ah, now it kind of looks too perfect instead. Oh, shite. Okay, what if we made the outer ones... What if we made this one a lot smaller? And then maybe move this a little bit as well. It's a lot more dynamic for sure. Yeah, I feel like it's more... It kind of makes it... I don't know, it's a lot better. Just not having it be completely perfect, you know? I don't mind it. Should we do 2 sharp edges maybe? I know I did that on a lot of, like, these ones maybe. Let's see how that would look in game. Yeah. I think it's better. I think we can move this one up even more though. How many pixels away are you? Like 4 pixels or something? What if position X? What if do 57? Okay, so this is 1 pixel away, right? Just... Oh no, oh, have I? Oh, I didn't line you perfectly now, did I? So this should be 3.5, now you would be against the edge. This one... That looks right. Okay, so we have half number, whole number. Okay, so let's do 55.5 and then minus 12. Now you should be 2 pixels away from the edge. Yeah, I think that's better. Let's copy position, and then we're gonna boom, 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 boom. Not that one, but these. We are going to paste position. Now all of them should be moved. And now let's change the source image on these, all of them, to tutorial box 0. Maybe we do these. Position that one similarly. Let's see how this looks. I feel like this is gonna be better. Oh wait, let me turn this one off. Oh no, I moved the badge outline as well now. Let's see here. Inventory tooltip, inventory badge. You need to be down here somewhere. Let me actually see. Let's do this. Let's disable the room just so I can see that one a little bit more clearly. And then we are going to enable inventory as well as open inventory. Why can I not see you in game? Oh, because you're lit. That's fine. Okay. Doesn't matter. We can do it here. Inventory button. Okay, I think you should be here then. Boom. Turn this one off. New inventory, turn off. Come on, boy. Let's see how this looks. I mean, to be fair, rather than type in the text, we should also have an animation where these slides slide in and out. Oh wait, what is up with the positioning here? Was all of them like that? No. Oh, I have to... I see what's happening. Okay. Because some of them had a different sprite that had a different size. So we need to select all of these and make sure to set native size. And now they should all display correctly. Ah, some of them are flipped. Ooh, maybe we should flip every other. That could be kinda interesting. more variety? Maybe. Should we try it? But also there was some alignment issues on one of them. And I think that is to do with the text here. What if I made you boom, and then boom, 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 boom. Okay, and then we just do that with each and every text, and they should align. Boom, 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 boom. I want you in my room. Dum, bum, bum, dum, bum, bum, bum. 0, 0, 0, 0. Okay. And then rather than just flipping them horizontally, we should flip them in every direction. We could like go around in a circle to make them all seem a little bit different. Or maybe we do every other horizontal flip, every other vertical flip. The thing is that you have to flip the text as well. Doesn't the bird get a little too hidden? Not sure if it will be on the way of other things in the room, but at least for the first rooms, maybe have a halo or light ray to show where it is. I kinda do. Or is it, maybe it's too hidden? Because here you don't have the inventory, so here you're not supposed to see it. And then, the way I did it now, to make sure that the player understands where it is when you pick it up... Oh, whoops, that's a bug. I just show this little outline here. Where it is. But then it's completely hidden when you're not using it. So that's kind of the way I'm thinking about trying to teach the player where to find it, to make sure that... Because otherwise, if we only said click on the inventory to open it up, maybe the first animation a little slower to make it more visible. Yeah, that could definitely be... Because right now I'm using the same animation that I use when you pick stuff up. For when we enable... Oh wait, I need to fix some issues here. What's up, Mitsutin? How you doing? Nice to have ya. Okay, that one should be right. Let me check these first. And now, say for example with this one. Say we flip this one horizontally, which means I have to horizontally flip the text as well. And then on this one, say we flip the X and the Y. So that means the text has to be flipped on the X and the Y. The next one, let's see, we keep flipped vertically, but we unflip you horizontally. So we basically do every other. Oh wait, does that mean I just flip the inventory badge as well? I think I did. Wait, you need to be the same as these, so that would be -1, -1. Where are you? Why can I not see you? Where did you go? Oh, you went up there. Okay, so I make you positive? No, that's not right. You're doing good, nice to hear, man. How's the game going? It's going good, I feel like we're getting a lot of progress done. I got a lot of stuff done over the weekend. And I feel like we've been flowing pretty good today as well. So we're getting very close to getting it to a state where I could start having the first people try and playtest the game. Obviously it won't be that much of a game per se, but just to try out mechanics and stuff. If anyone is interested, here's the form if you want to apply to be a playtester. Feel free to do so. I'm hoping to maybe have the first playable like alpha build on Steam, maybe even this week, currently. So yeah, I'm excited. Okay, so the X should be correct. I just need to align you. Let me see. Let's do the thingy again, where we take the new inventory. Boom. And then inventory button. That doesn't look correct. Oh wait, much easier to align the zipper first, like so. Now the X should be 50.5, this should be 163, no, 162.5, that looks right. And then turn these off. Here we take the open inventory, turn you off, and turn you off. That's good. Yeah, I'm excited. How are you doing? You doing good? He's joking, exactly. Did you have a good weekend? Okay, let me see how the flipping worked with the first tooltips, if I feel like I liked it or not. You know what we should do to make this even more visible? We could make the outline have an animation that kind of pulses a little bit. Yeah, I think that would actually make it, because that would grab your attention a lot more, even though I think it's fairly easy to see it, but let me just try it. I think it would look good in terms of like polishing as well. Inventory tooltip, inventory button. What if we add an animator to you? Animation, create. Or the badge handle always showing, having it a few pixels above. The thing is that I kind of like being able to get rid of the UI completely. And I do think it's fine as long as we made sure to teach the player how to open the inventory. Do you know what I mean? Because that also gives me more room to place stuff in the... To be fair, I can't place anything down here either way, because if you bring the cursor down here, you still bring up the inventory. But I kind of like having the screen not too cluttered. But we'll see, like, this is one of the reasons why we're partly gonna do the playtesting as well. Since, like, I'm just going off what I myself feel like works for the game as of right now. But part of the reason why I want to start doing early playtests is, like, this first one is kind of a lot just to test the new UI since I changed it from the game jam version. So I'm gonna see as well, like, if people find the inventory system to be too like unintuitive, then I might have to look into ways of changing it. Nothing too interesting, just chilled. Well, we need those weekends every now and then, don't we? Objects. Wait, do I have a specific one for UI inventory? New inventory. Let's do a inventory tutorial. Outline. And then what I'm thinking here is if we activate this one, it's more hard to see it here when we are in a lit room. But let me just try something. We go here, we're gonna record. Let's see, the alpha is set to 25. And then we just go like half a second maybe. Let's bring this up to like 35? No, 45? Or maybe what we could do is we start off by bringing this down. So let's put it at 20. And then we bring it up extra for this one. Maybe 45. Yeah, maybe. And then we go down here again. So here we would go back to 20. Let me see how this would look. But then, like I said, we are gonna be in a pretty dark room when you have this one enabled. Inventory button. Straight into the game and play. Maybe do a little pause on each. Like pause for 10. And we move you forward 10. And then we pause you for 10. I think we can do a longer pause. 20. And then I would move you here. Maybe just check how this looks on another monitor. Yeah, why not? I think something like that could work. Boom, and then we're gonna go animator. On entry, you go into inventory tutorial outline. This one is... yeah, you're just gonna play that one, that's all you're gonna do. That would be great for a few rooms while the player is getting used to the UI, maybe slower, so the player doesn't get too anxious. It could probably... we can try making it slower. Let me see in-game how it loads. I don't know if I want to have it for multiple rooms though. I mean, this is the thing. We'll get to see in playtesting if people find it confusing or not. Which means we do need to make at least one more room where they have to use the inventory. We'll see, we'll see. There's one thing I want to do though. Project, animations, UI, new inventory. Tutorial outline, loop pose. Enable to make the animation loop seamlessly. I think I want that on, I guess. I don't know exactly what it does, but it sounds good. Okay, let's see how this feels. I don't know if I love flipping this one. Wait, was this vertically or horizontally? The first one was vertically. Now I flipped it horizontally. Which kinda makes it look the same. Yeah. I mean, that's pretty hard to miss, isn't it? Another reminder we have as well is that every time you pick up an item, it kinda half pops up a little bit. That might help out as well. I guess you should put it in a setting that can enable disable tutorial or hints. Yeah, I already have it. So if you want to, you can just gameplay, tutorial tips, boom. And okay, I had one already active, so that one still displays, but now you won't get a single one. Boom. Because I do think a lot of people just don't want tutorial stuff, you know, so I feel like that's is almost a must-have. I was thinking about maybe potentially even having a button in-game while you're playing. I know some games do something similar, where like when these pop up, there could even be a little button to like, you know, maybe have a little X here or something, and if you hover it, it says like disable tutorial tips or something. Looking smooth, thank you, man. This text is too long, man. I mean, since you already have an item selected, I wonder, do I even need to say that? We should just say click your primary button to interact, click your secondary button to deselect. That's almost all we need. Since, like, this won't even pop up if you don't have an item selected. I also think I want to change it, because right now there's one thing I might want to change, where if you go in here, pick up the backpack, you open the inventory, now you get this one saying click items in your bag to use or inspect them. However, if you don't, and you go away from this one, it changes to this one even though you don't have an item selected. Which that I'm not sure I want. I think now it should keep saying that you should click on an item in the backpack to select it. Oh, and maybe that's a reason why we would keep having the outline flashing here, in case they like accidentally close this and get confused. We're trying to be as like pedagogic as possible here. Yeah, maybe we should keep it for that one as well. We only remove the flashing outline when they actually select an item. But that means I might need to change how we... let's see here. Inventory tooltip, that one is disabled when you open the inventory for the first time. And then we have the item tooltip telling you to select an item. What's up, Gamian? How you doing? I wonder, there is one issue. What if... Keeping it so simple, even your grandma can play, that is pretty much the plan. I realize now we might have an issue. What if you turn off tutorial tips because you're cocky? And then you go in here, you pick this one up. I mean, there is that little animation that might tell you where the... Maybe we need to have that one be slower. Because now, what if they miss that and get confused? Or we could have the inventory high or outline show even, well, like we hide the tip but we still show the outline even if you disable tutorial tips. When did you get the flashlight on the right side of the screen in? I must have missed a couple streams. No, that one's been in pretty much all the time. However, you might not have seen it when I was working in the first room, since in this room you don't have the flashlight, so that might be it. But basically I just changed it so that instead of starting with the flashlight, you will find it in one of the rooms. But yeah, if you've seen me work on the first room, you might not have seen the flashlight for quite some time. If you're not familiar with the game, I can see some missing the badge first. Yeah, I feel like it too. I feel like even if you disable tutorial... So maybe... Let me see, what does the... I think the badge... Clicking on the badge is actually what enables that one. So that should be room 2, badge item. What do you do? Oh, wait. Publish event on click. Oh, it publishes the... Okay, so we publish this event, which makes a click event, which the inventory manager, I think... Oh no, it's this one. Inventory manager, you subscribe to this one, and then on that click event, yeah, if inventory tutorial tip is shown, then return. Okay, so I think we're gonna separate this. We're gonna separate the highlight from the tutorial and handle that individually. So here, for example, we can serialize a field to a game object called inventory tutorial outline. Maybe I should have had a tutorial manager, to be honest. Maybe. We'll see. And now... Dun dun dun, where are you? It's the click event here. If you pick up the backpack, then you activate the inventory, and then here we also say that we activate that one. And this one will only be deactivated once you actually select an item. On selection. Here we can do a check. If inventory tutorial outline dot, what is it? Active self. If that one is active, then I would like to disable it. And now is tutorial and toasts. Now inventory tooltip, we're gonna take this inventory button, we're gonna separate you from all of these elements. Are you still the same position? Let me double check that that is correct. But it does look right. New inventory. Open. That looks right to me. Yeah. Boom. Because I do agree, I feel like if someone is feeling cocky and they disable the tutorial tips, because they think, it's a point and click game, I'll understand. And then they miss that little animation of the backpack popping up. I suppose we could make that one even more noticeable too, but I think this might be a good way of handling this. Boom, and then what we're gonna do is that we're gonna disable you. We're gonna go to the UI manager and then inventory button, boom. And let's also rename this one to let's just add tutorial. Now I think this should work. So now even if we have the tooltips disabled, which I think I do indeed. Go in here, pick this one up, go in here. Yeah. Now that one starts flashing even when they are deactivated. I can... Oh, that looks a little bit weird. And then when you select something, it disappears. Okay, the way I think I want to do this then is to make it so that we... Okay, I know what to do. We're gonna do a private bool called inventory tutorial finished. We're gonna default this to false. I think that looks amazing. You could keep it only until he presses the first time, showing that he understood how it works. Yeah, to be fair, maybe we're overdoing it now. Because as long as you have opened the inventory once, you should be able to assume that the player knows how to open the inventory. So maybe we do disable it here, even if they don't select the item. But then we keep the tutorial thingy about selecting the item until they do it. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think that's fine. Okay, so let's see, let's go to select item. On selection, boom, we copy or cut that, and then it would instead be when you open the inventory, which is inventory button. Let's see, if it's active, if tutorial tip shown. Well, we can actually put it in here. And we don't need to check this, we can just deactivate it. I agree with that. Quick question, wouldn't it be more user-friendly to have the full inventory lit when opening the bag instead of lit by the flashlight? Yeah, it would probably in some regard be more user-friendly, but I also feel like it removes a little bit of the immersion. Because what I kinda like about the way we do it now is that it almost gives a little bit of a realism feeling, you know, where it feels like you have to use the flashlight to look in your bag, which you kinda would in a dark room. Because I assume you mean that this sprite would be an unlit sprite, so it all shows constantly. Yeah, it depends. We probably need to do that if I decide to let... Because the thing right now is that if you turn off the flashlight, you can't even open the inventory. Which that is not something I'm certain about. I have heard some people say they would have liked to look at the inventory even with the flashlight off. But I've also heard a lot of people saying that they liked the fact that you can't look at the inventory. So I'm a little bit uncertain on that one. But this seemed to work, right? Will you run out of batteries? I've been thinking about it. About having batteries. Yeah, I think that's fine. Now, let me try... I'm just not entirely sure how to do it, because either it would have to be that we have a loose state if the player runs out of batteries, because obviously you can't continue the game if like the flashlight stops working, like you're soft locked. So in that case it would have to be a loose state where you somehow lose the game because you ran out of batteries. Either that, or you make it to where there's not a loose state and it just actually never completely goes out. Like it would only dim the light and get very, very tiny, but it never fully goes off. And then finding a new battery would just like make the light more intense again, if you know what I mean. Because I do feel like having a battery interaction could be kind of fun, add a bit of realism to the game as well. And it would be very easy since I actually made the flashlight into a normal interactable object, which means that you can do item interactions with the flashlight, so we already have the system working for it. I don't know, I suppose we could do some kind of display on here, maybe like this bar fills up and goes down depending on how much battery you have. Because yeah, the main thing I think is the fact that I'm not sure if I want to have a loose state because you ran out of batteries. Because then there's a lot of questions like, okay, so what happens then when you go back to the checkpoints? Are you gonna have the same amount of battery you had when you were at that checkpoint? Well, that could potentially become a soft lock as well, where you end up doing the same thing, running out of battery, lose, run out of battery, lose, and because you like missed some batteries in a few rooms back or something. Otherwise it could be, okay, so then we set the battery percentage to like 100% if you reload at the checkpoint. But then it's like, now it feels like you can kind of cheese the game a little bit, so as soon as you run out of as soon as you're running low, or you could basically skip batteries entirely and just, you know, refill your flashlight whenever it runs out, and that becomes a little bit weird as well. So yeah, I think I might want to add batteries to the game, but I'm not sure I want to have an actual loose state if you run out of them. Which the only way to make that work is for the flashlight to never fully go off. Like it would basically just stay at a low percentage. And you have a lower light. That should actually be pretty easy to implement as well. So this I want to change. Click items in your bag to use to inspect them. If I don't click it and I go out of here, we disable that one. Which I don't love. What is happening with this one? Why are you... Do I have... Oh, do I have multiple enabled at the same time? Did I forget to turn one off? I did. Okay. Oh, it's because I never clicked on the flashlight. That's interesting. I'm trying to recall the name of a game where I saw that. Saw which version? Batteries with loose state or never fully running out? Ah, Slenderman. Oh, did they have batteries? Maybe it's been a... When did the first Slenderman release? Oh shit, no wait, don't tell me, it's gonna make me feel old. You have a limited amount of power. But was that a lose state? Like if you ran out of battery, you lost the game? I can't remember. You cannot have them on all the time. Yeah. The issue there for me is that if you turn off the flashlight, you can't play the game. Which is nothing is interactable. Just you can't see. But maybe, should we try implementing batteries? I actually think it could be kind of fun. You could barely see without the lantern on. Yeah, that is true. Like, I could add a very... But the only thing is that I know I tried it. At first I did have it that way. But I found it to be a little bit... It removes a big function of the lantern. Because I kind of... From a horror perspective, I kind of like not being able to see anything without it. Or like see outside of the flashlight. Let me see here. Where is my... Let me go to my settings first. Here, let's fix the colors. And then... we disable the lights. Because we have the light to the... This is the global light, which is set to 0. I could set this to like 10%. And the game would look like this. But even this I think is too much. What about 5%? So now you can still kind of see the outlines. Did it bug because I started in this room? Oh yeah, room cannot be found. I have to exit. I see what's happening. Yeah, this is also very difficult because I can see clearly that, like on my monitor, this is kind of fun. It's kind of hard to see outside. On my other monitor, I can clearly see the entire room. So it changes a lot depending on monitors as well, which is something... I mean, I do have a brightness slider, so I think that would be how you would fix it in that case. Moonlight going through a window where you could find more batteries or lightning. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'll definitely consider it. I think batteries would be fun though, from like a simulation perspective as well. But how was it in Slenderman? In Slenderman you just saw a little bit, right? So the game would just be darker without it. What's up, BlySoFly? How you doing? Hi Chirpy, I'm alert. No worries. Thank you very much for lurking. I do appreciate ya. Wait, this doesn't make sense. Oh, is it like this? Yeah, 10 by 10, okay, and then 10 by 10, and then 10 by 10. I mean, kinda looks like a battery. Yeah, we would turn on the light every now and then. You would sense Slenderman approaching you just because the screen buzzed. Also, you should totally go look at my very first Blender project in the art section of Vin's server. I'd like your opinion. Sure. Wait, is it in Creative Fun? Oh, that's kinda cool. Yeah, I like it. And like the teeth look fucking solid. Cool stuff. Inspired by the Eye of Cthulhu from Terraria. Went into Blender, noted rules just doing stuff. Holy shit, that's impressive. Because Blender does not... Blender seems like really cool software. I don't know if beginner friendly is the expectation I have from it though. So if that's the case, fucking good on ya. I mean, that kinda looks like a battery. Wonder if we should have a big version for... or a bigger version for the inventory though. No, this is too big. This is not gonna work. Where is it? I don't think so. I mean, it kinda works. Because it's either doing that kind of 3D thing going on. I can also do it like this. Nah. Nah, that's worse. Or we do it in a more 2D version where we do something like maybe... just do something like this. That's better. Thank you. I know you enjoy some horror and everyone's calling you Nightmare Fuel. Vince says hi, by the way. Hey, tell him I said hi. Hope he's doing good. Yeah, no, it looks cool, man. I think I like the 2D version more. Yeah. Should we try adding batteries? I think I could add batteries to the game relatively quickly. Because all I would need to do is something like this. Not me jumping back and forth, by the way. Literally half finished the tutorial tips and now I'm like, batteries, maybe. Let's see, items. We would just create a item, which we're going to call battery. Battery, component? Yeah, I suppose this could be a component since it, in some regard, it's not a crafting component, but item or component? Not sure. Usable. Flip direction none. We would have to make a, let me see here, let's duplicate this one. Open this, we would call this battery. Let me save this one. Boom. What? Chap. Dun. Oh no, did I do it? I've been scared of doing this. Fuck, I did it. Oh no. I saved over the wrong thing. Do I still have my UI thing open? Come on, please tell me the UI is open here somewhere. Come on. Oh, thank God. This is why you have version control. This is the UI. I knew I was gonna do this at some point. And this is the items. So basically, since I have multiple sprite sheets now, the one danger that I've introduced, since I keep overwriting them, is the fact that I can accidentally write over the wrong sprite sheet, and that could mess me up big time. Just like, it's fine because No wait, should I not only revert that change? Since this is saved in the project. Maybe it's not really an issue with... No, wait. It is an... Yeah, I might have to redo the some art, because the worst thing that could happen is the fact that I would have to revert to an older version that might not have what I've just made. Okay, this is items, yes, save. So yeah, I need to be more careful when overwriting these. That could have been an issue. Okay. Items, open. This... Oh wait, this one is going to... Oh yeah, some of these, the collectible items actually change the hitbox. This one I could do something like this, and then we call this item battery 0. This is the inventory item, so item battery 1. Apply. Item... So this would be the collectible item, which I think I would like to have a smaller version of. Boom. Collect item on click. The item would be battery. Yeah, that should be all I need for that one. Boom. Battery item usually sprite. So this is the inventory sprite, which means we want the big one. That is this one. Boom. Now we should be able... Too much tomato or tomato. Tomato. You know what I mean? How are you doing? Thank you very much for the raid. Let me give a big old shout out here. What have you been up to? Welcome in, Raiders. Skytech, welcome in. Nice to have ya. If anyone doesn't know me, I go by Mad Sherpy, and I'm currently developing a point-and-click horror game, which is available for wishlists on Steam as we speak. Currently trying to introduce batteries for the flashlight. I think that could be pretty fun. If anyone wants to, you can see the teaser right about here. There we go. Nice audio design in that teaser. Thank you very much. That is all thanks to Lind, who's been handling all of the sound effects and music for the game. You can check his YouTube channel right there as well, where it has some music and stuff. But yeah, he's done a great job. How you doing, man? What have you been up to? Have you been developing as well? Okay, let me see. Let's go to the second room. And then let's place a battery in here just to test this out. Let's put you over here in the corner or something. Boom, something like so. And now, we're not gonna be able to use the battery just yet, but we should be able to pick it up and everything. Probably releasing in a little over a month. Nice, man. Almost done with my tennis roguelike. Do you have the Steam page up? Click on items to pick them up. Boom. And now, look, we have a little battery here. Oh wait, fuck. I don't have the inventory. Let's cheat and just activate the inventory in the beginning. Almost a year now, holy shit. Sorry man, I do not think I've wishlisted your game. Let me go ahead and do so right about now. What's the name again? Torso Tennis. Oh, you have a demo out as well. Oh, nice googly eyes there. Ah. Oh damn, this looks pretty damn fun, dude. Here you go, ladies and gentlemen, go and wishlist the game. Show some love to our fellow developers here. Demo is out. Yeah, it looks juicy as well. The googly eyes is a fucking nice touch as well. Ah, 2.5D. Oh, so wait, are these sprites, are they 2D? But then is the background, wait. Oh, no, wait, is everything 2D sprites, but then since you have this, like, projection thing, is that 3D? Wait. Yeah, it's all 2D sprites in 3D space. Ah, okay, gotcha. +4 reload speed. No autoserve. Click or spacebar to serve. Alright, this looks fun, man. Did you say in a little over a month you're gonna release it? Yeah, I don't know if it's technically 2.5D, but there are some times where the camera moves. Yeah, to be fair, I have no idea what the actual definition of 2.5D is. Like, if you're gonna be, like, technical about it, I have no idea. So I assume, is this... Yeah, this is the shop in the game, right? Ah, so wait, you have... Oh, okay, I get it. So you have tattoos, which is like modifiers. And then you also have equipment, or whatever you want to call it. So these. Oh, the limbs. Oh, I see what you did there. That's a very clever one. So yeah, instead of a left arm, you have a tennis racket. Cool idea, man. I'll definitely check it out when you release it. Yeah, hoping for April, but no official announcement yet. Gotcha. Thank you so much for the shoutout. No worries, man. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate ya. I have been lurking a bit in your stream, but I am ashamed to say that I had not wishlisted the game yet. But I have now. Does that make up for it? I hope so. Yeah, I think the game falls in 2.5D because you use depth physically, not just visually. This is actually super helpful to see you pass through the trailer and Steam page, since I will be remaking all of that in 2 weeks. Guess I need to spam my Steam link more often in my chat. Yeah, Steam pages, I feel like you can reiterate so much, you know, like I've changed I think I've had my page up for what? Like... When did we publish the page? Is it almost a month ago or something? I don't know, something like that. And I think I've already changed it like 4 times or something. But it looks good. I like the GIFs and everything here. Have you localized your page as well? Okay, pick up the battery. Now we have a battery in the inventory and we should be able to select it. And then you would just click on the flashlight to... that won't help you. To recharge it. I think this is gonna work quite nicely. So now, all we would need to do is go to the flashlight. Where are you hiding? Boom. Boom. And here we should have item interactions. So now we can just make a check if the player is holding a battery. Then let's do a empty child object and let's call this recharge. And for now, on click, let's do now let's just play a sound on click. Sure, not generic, that's fine, whatever. Because now we will be able to tell if that sound effect plays, everything is working as it should. So let me turn off tutorial tips for now. Boom, pick up this one. Done. Battery. Well, that didn't work. Oh, have I not set up the item here? No, I do. Battery. Item usable. That should be right. Oh, I forgot to set up the interaction here. Successful interaction. If you have the battery and that's successful, then recharge. Okay, there we go. Now it should work. Pick up the battery. Select it. Yeah, we had the sound effect. Ooh, but we don't want to get the battery back. Very important to remove required item. Because otherwise you would have infinite charges from one battery. So pick it up. Select it. Recharge. And now we lost the battery. Okay, so then... So how would we do this? I want the light... Ah, you know what? This should not be that difficult. Because I already have Wait. No, I want to open the flashlight. Here, I should have a property for the intensity of the flashlight and the cursor light. So if we just dynamically, depending on your battery level, we decrease the intensity of these, that's going to automatically make the light smaller and smaller the less battery you have. I think batteries are a great idea for increasing the moment-to-moment tension. Yeah, I think it could be a good thing to introduce to the game. It's something I have been thinking about for a long time, to be honest. Okay, for now, let me actually do a... Let's serialize a field, and let's do a float called battery percentage. Oh, I don't even need to change these. They can actually stay the same. Oh, this is so good. Yeah. Okay. So this is what we do. We're gonna start this off having battery percentage is equal to 70%. No, wait. How do I want to do this? 0.7. Me as a Swede doing commas instead of dots. Visual Studio does not like it. Because now, when we do the flickering, here, flicker light. This is where we change, let's see, modifier. So we take a random range and then we modify the default values. So what we could even do is do this exact thing, and then afterwards we just do a check where we say, oh yeah, I just realized this is so unnecessary. I only need to do this once. All of this can be moved down here, since I always do it the same way, right? These are the exact same, yeah. So if flicker, play the flicker sound effect and modify it to a lower value. Otherwise, set it between 70 and 100%. How does that not work? Okay. And then... oh, I don't have access to the modifier now. Okay, so we need to declare the modifier before we do this then. So we do float modifier is equal to 1, sure. And then here we just change it depending on whether you're supposed to be flickering or not. And then... oh gee. Okay. So let's do... oh yeah, and here we modify it, and then we do this times battery percentage. So now it's going to do a random intensity, which normally that would be 100%, since now you can see it as we have always had 100% battery. But then whatever you have, you do times battery percentage. So now the light would be lower in the game, since I set the battery percentage to 70% at the start. Which is kinda hard to tell, to be honest. Wait. No, battery percentage 0? But then that should be times 0. This is weird. Wait, what did I do? Choose a light dot intensity. Quantify equals 1. If flicker. Just like if this is set to 0, I shouldn't have any light whatsoever, right? That's interesting. I did save everything. Yeah, if you're set to 0, that means I should take the intensity times 0. That should be nothing. Okay, let me try this. Let's teleport to the second room. Like, if I go to my to the shine here, if I set the intensity to 0, you should be dark. But that does not seem to be updating correctly. Okay. Battery percentage. Okay, so it must be something I'm doing wrong here. Unless I didn't wait long enough for the flickering to start, because on a random chance, if it didn't flicker at first, yeah, now I don't have any. But wait, now I have a null reference. Yeah, because now it's turned on, it's completely dark. I think because it's a bit random how long you wait for the flicker. So if the flicker was set to false at first, which it is, that should be 7 seconds. And maybe I didn't wait a full 7 seconds, which means it never got to the point when it started adding the battery percentage. Okay, so it's fine, it's a non-issue. Now, if I set you to 0.7, we should only have 70% of the light. Do I have less light? Maybe. Okay, let's do this to test it then. Why is this null? I'm wondering if Unity is bugging out on me. Because normally you can't just clear a null reference exception. Okay, now on recharge, instead of playing a sound effect, we're gonna do a new script called recharge flashlight. This one is going to take in the interface IInteractable, and then we're gonna say flashlight. So should a battery always bring the flashlight to 100%? I suppose that's a question too. Maybe it shouldn't. Maybe a battery should up it by like... Oh, I suppose you could say that. Imagine if the flashlight has 2 batteries, then each battery would up it by 50%. Maybe. Flashlight. Tipsy Monk, thank you for the follow. Appreciate ya. I think the batteries are a great idea for increase... Oh yeah, I read that one. Flashlight... Yeah. And then in void... Let's make a private void awake. And in here we are going to get component flashlight. Well, of course we are going to assign this as well. So we're gonna say flashlight is equal to get component flashlight. And then, my dear friends and family, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take in void interactable.interact. So when you trigger this one, okay, maybe we should make some fields here. Serialize field private, so we can change this easily and not through code. Let's do a private float called battery increase. I mean, that's really all we need, isn't it? That's the only variable we're gonna change when you recharge it. Yeah. So now we are going to say flashlight dot let's see, this is a private float. You know what? Let's make a function here. Why not? Let's make a public void recharge flashlight, where we take in the parameter, which is a float, which is the recharge value. And in here we're going to say battery percentage plus equals recharge value. And then we do a check where if battery percentage is greater than 1, meaning that we've gone above 100%, then we just set it to 100%. The thing is that if we're on a low flicker, if you only had like 20%, you might be in the start of this 7-second wait, which means that when you recharge it, it's not gonna show. So I wonder... Ah, why if we... Maybe it would be kind of cool if we toggle the flashlight on and off when you recharge it. Because otherwise, what I could do as well is to stop the coroutine and then start it again. I could do that as well. But I don't know if I maybe want to actually toggle it on and off. I feel like it could be kind of cool if when you recharge it, it like flashes for a second. Maybe. Oh, but then, wait, are we gonna play the sound effect twice as well? No, because that is played here, so that would be fine. Okay, I think I want to do it. So in that case, let's make a private IE numerator called recharging flashlight. And then let's move everything into here instead. We're gonna cut this, copy it here. All this function is gonna do is to say start. Do I need to do some check here? What happens if you spam charge it twice and there's already a coroutine going? That could be an issue. So maybe we do a private coroutine. If recharge coroutine is not equal to null, we stop it. Stop coroutine. Recharge coroutine. And then we say start coroutine. Recharging flashlight. Recharge value. And then we also need to say recharge coroutine is equal to start coroutine. Then now we also know that at the end of this one I need to say that recharge coroutine is equal to null. And now we're going to yield return new, wait 4 seconds. Open 3 maybe. We are going to toggle flashlight false and then toggle flashlight true. And now over here we are just going to call recharge flashlight battery increase. Should we have different... Is there a point in having different batteries? Because in that case, rather than setting the battery increase here, we could check the actual battery used. Let's skip it for now. Let's just do it this way. But then you could even find... We could have it so that you can find batteries with like, that's only 70% left or whatever. Okay, let me change the battery percentage so it's a little bit more noticeable. Let's say that we are currently on like 30%. And then, yeah, I think that's noticeable. We definitely have less light now. And we pick this one up, take a battery. Whoops. Flashlight 17. Wait, what? Oh no, recharge flashlight. That's the issue. Here. Recharge flashlight battery increase. Oh, did you not get components? Oh, you can't get component because you're a child object of this one. Okay. Okay, fair enough. For now, let's just make this a Serialize field. Let's set this ourselves instead. See what the issue is. Might as well do a null check then. If flashlight is not equal to null. Just so something like that doesn't happen again. And now we're gonna go to recharge. Flashlight is this one. Battery increase, let's do 0.5. So each battery increases the percentage by 50% units. Yeah. And also, let me do a quick restart of Unity, because I think that null exception I keep getting is a Unity error, not a chirpy error. That's what I think. I'm fairly certain. It's kind of interesting how, after you've been using Unity for a long time, yeah, works flawlessly. You learn to recognize the differences between actual errors and when Unity is just bugging out. Okay, let's pick up the battery. Now we can see that we have a kind of low light going on. Take the battery and we recharge the flashlight. I think the flicker can be quicker. So, flashlight. Let's do, let's halve it like 0.15. Let's try that instead. It felt a little bit too slow for my liking. Pick up the battery. Select it. Yeah. There we go. And then what if we... Let's try just see what happens if we play the flashlight sound effect and we also play the flicker sound effect. Is it called flicker? No, it's called flashlight flicker. Which is something I need to add the flickering noise to the lamp in the first room, and maybe even here, actually, when the flashlight is on the ground. Nice! So the only thing we really need to do now to have this like fully implemented, like I said, this was actually easier than it kinda seemed like at first. The only thing we really need to do is to find a way to decrease the battery percentage, right? Which I suppose we could do in the update function. And then, oh, you know what? We also wanna... We also do want a way to display this, and I suppose we should do it on the actual flashlight. Because we want to show the player. I mean, I suppose you could argue that the player is being shown how much battery they have by how much light they have. But I feel like it would be pretty nice to have a little... I don't know, what if we just do some... Oh, that looks weird. That looks better. I'm thinking if we do something like this, and then this one basically fills up depending on how much battery you have. Or we could also use this one, but I don't love the look of it being fully filled in. Now, to be fair, most of the time it probably wouldn't be, it would be more like this. I'm not sure I love that. Maybe? Because technically it doesn't have to be big. But I do think we want some visual feedback on how much battery you have. Let's just make a slider for now and then we can fix it later. Let's do... Yeah, I think we have to do a child object here, where we add a slider. Okay, so that's you going up and down. Which means... rotate you, I probably want to do it this way. And then let's make you a whole lot smaller. Wait, can I not change left to right? Yeah. No, this is what I want to do. Wait. No rotation. I want you to go bottom to top. There we go. That's how you do it. Okay, min value 0, max value 1. That is correct, and we don't want whole numbers. I also don't think we want... Can I just remove the handle completely? What if I just remove this one? Does that work? It seems fine. It's a little bit big, you could argue. Okay, fill area. There we go, cover the whole thing. And then we would have made something that turns this red, maybe, the lower it gets. Ooh, could be cool. Background. Can I just get a square instead for now? Box. Come on, give me some placeholder art here. Sprite shape fill, maybe? Fill, sprite shape fill. Does this work? Can't tell. But that could also be because you're the same color. It is indeed. Okay. Huh. Why? Oh. Oh, now you need to be 0, 0. Wait, what? Okay, that looks about right. Nope. Dude, these are so confusing sometimes. Why did this stop working? Like 0, you should be all the way down. Height... what if I put a height at 0? No? I mean, it's... Okay, so that's better. That looks to be the same length. And now if I just put you at 0, 0. There we go, okay. Let's call this something like battery display. On value changed, we don't want to do anything. I think that should be all we need to be able to display this. So now, what do we want to do? In the flashlight, I suppose we could serialize a private slider. I have Unity. Oh, my IntelliSense is bugged out as per usual. Battery display. Let me quickly restart Visual Studio. Boom. Let's see if it updates. It does indeed. What's up, Zooty? How you doing? Okay. Slider, battery display, and now on... Oh, okay, we have to make sure that we don't make the battery go down when the flashlight is turned off. That's an important one. I just got home from Sweden. Nice. How did you like it? Oh yeah, were you going to that event thingy, or am I mixing people up here? What event thingy? Okay, I might be mixing people up. What did you do in Sweden? Went to the event thingy. Okay, there you go. Fair enough, fair enough. But you are mixing. Okay, fucking hell. But wait, what event? Imagine now when it's even the same event. Someone was talking about going to an event in Sweden. NFC. Yeah, I'm mixing people up. Wait, is it Nordic FuzzCon? Is that it? Yeah, I think I was mixing people up. Sorry about that one, man. Did you like it in Sweden, though? initiated, game is over. Was it another event thing? Yeah, but I think that one was... what was that event for? It was not specifically for game developers, but it was something game related, I think. But that was also in like central Sweden, so it wasn't the same area either. Just I know someone said they were going to an event in Sweden, and you've been here before, right, Suti? Have you? Yeah, I'm pretty sure you have. I think I recognize your username. It was great and nice. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Checked out your stream once, there we go. Okay, we need to, on start, we should probably say that battery display dot value is equal to battery percentage, right? We can check if that works. Let's take the battery display. Boom. So now this one should update to like 30% when we start the game. And it does. And now, oh, it's not gonna update when I add this one though. But that's because we haven't... Okay, so we need to solve the whole thing about... So I guess we still do it in the update function, but we need to check and make sure that we only decrease the battery percentage if the flashlight is on. Because it would be very weird if someone turns off the flashlight, walks away, comes back, and they're out of battery. That would feel very weird, right? So let's do something where we check... What's this? If game is initiated and game manager instance, if game is not over. I think we can change this. I think we can just check if we are in... if the current state is equal to gamemanager.state.gameplay. That does the same thing since we refactored the game manager. Now time to be sick and depressed. I'm sorry about that, man. So where do you come from, if I may ask? Oh wait, we want to do this, should only be done in gameplay as well, right? Hungry, okay. We do another check here, if... Well, we want to check if the flashlight is on, which we do through the flashlight event. So if flashlight event dot flashlight on, that is a... Oh no, wait, that's a static bool. Oh, well, that's fine. Yeah, no, that's fine. So we check if the flashlight is on, and then here we want to decrease battery percentage. Now, the question is, how do we do that? Serialize field private. Let's add some floats here. We want a decrease value. Wait, let's be more specific. Let's call it battery decrease value. And then I also want to have a float called battery time increment. Wait, is that how you use increment? Increment definition. An increase or addition, especially one of a series on a fixed scale. Sounds like... Well, increment is when you add something then. So, is that an antonym to increment? Decrease, decline. Yeah, but that's not... Oh, but it's an increment of time though, so yeah, this should be correct. Okay, I think that's all we need. Like, we check if enough time has passed, then decrease it. So for now, let's set this equal to like 1%. And let's set this equal to... So if this... I'm thinking about something like this. If this much time has passed, then decrease the battery percentage by 1%. So if this was set to 1 second, then every second you would lose 1%. So if we did every minute 1%, that would be way too low. Let's try doing something like maybe... I mean, for testing purposes, you know what, we're gonna be able to test this anyway. Let's just try 10. So every 10 seconds you lose 1%. Or 1% unit, rather. If you want to be specific. Okay, if the flashlight is on... Oh, this is interesting. Because if we check the last timestamp when we decrease the battery, and then... Because that's what we could do. We could check last percentage decrease, and then if time different is enough, decrease again, and then set new time of last percentage decrease. However, now, if you turn the flashlight off, wait, and then turn it on again, the last percentage increase would still be the same, meaning that you would lose the same amount of battery. So I think we need an else check here, where if the flashlight is on, I think we can do a... Let's do an else if statement. So if the flashlight is not on, you check if let me clean this up. Let's do a new private void decrease battery. And then here, all we're gonna do is call it the decrease battery function. So now we can make a... We're gonna have to do some, I don't know, time is equal to time.time? Can I not do that? That is the current time on my PC, isn't it? And then here we would do something like if time... So if the flashlight is off, you check if time... No. Float Oh, wait, I need to save this one, so we need a private float. But wait, time.time, is that a float? Time.time unity. The time at the beginning of the current frame in seconds since the start of... Okay, so that should be in a float then. And next fire is a float, is equal to time.time. Yeah, so this is a float. This is time in seconds since the start of the application, which time.time scale scales. And time.maximum delta time adjusts. When called from inside monobaby fixed update, it returns time.fixed update. Okay. Oh yeah, public static float time. Okay, fair enough. So, in that case, what do I want to do here? We want to say... I still need something here to save the time. Private float... last... I don't know, last decrease time? I have no idea how to name all of this stuff. So then here we can check if last decrease time is not equal to null. So this checks if the flashlight is on, you're supposed to decrease the battery. If the flashlight is not on, and if the last decrease time is not equal to null, then we reset it, so we say that this is equal to null. Let me be more explicit here. Let's say if flashlight event dot flashlight on is not true, so if the flashlight is off and you have a last decrease time, then reset it to null. Cannot convert null to float because it's a non-nullable. Okay, set it to 0 then. Let's use 0 as the null of this one, because otherwise it would not be 0. And then here, what we do, if the flashlight is on, we do another check. So here we check if last decrease time no, we don't need to do that, because... Oh no, because otherwise if you would spam click the flashlight, it would start decreasing the battery even quicker, which kind of made sense, I think, from like a electrical standpoint. But I'm not sure I want that. So let's do a check. If last decrease time is equal to 0, then I would like to say that last decrease time is equal to the current time, even though that's technically not true. And now we need to check if we need to check the difference, right? So if let's see, last decrease time is going to be less than the current time, generally speaking. So if time... No. If... No. if time minus last decrease time is greater than battery time increment, then that means that enough time has passed. So in that case, we would like to say that the battery percentage minus equals battery decrease value. So if enough time has passed, we decrease the battery percentage by the decrease value, and then we say that the last decrease time is now equal to the current time. I think this should work. Is that all I need to do? No, we need to update the display. That's the last thing we need to do. Which we only need to do when the flashlight is on. So after we've done all of this, I mean, we only need to update it when we actually decrease it. Otherwise, there's no reason to update the slider, because it's going to be at the same value. So in this if statement, we also want to say that battery display dot value is equal to battery percentage. And that should be all I need. Wait, flashlight 146. The result of the expression is always true since the value of type float is never equal to null. Oh. I see. Okay, if last decrease time is not equal to 0, then set it to 0. And here, if it is 0, set it to time. Yeah, that should be fine. Unity errors again, let's go. Okay, now we need to make sure that we set this up correctly. I mean, everything is set though. Battery display, battery decrease value. So every 10 seconds we lose 1%. Let's change this and say every 1 second we lose 1%. And battery percentage from the start is going to be 100, just to test this out. Let's make sure to save. Oh, we're not in gameplay, that's why it's not decreasing. Now we should be. It is decreasing. Is it changing your light as well? Only time will tell. I should have made it quicker. Pick up the battery. Oh wait, we can also try now. If I turn it off, you should stop decreasing, right? And that seems to be the case. And now is a good point as well to find what the lowest light level should be. Because this is still kind of fine. It's definitely getting lower though, right? We're at like 15%. Yeah, I think this might be the lowest I'm willing to go. Otherwise it's gonna be hard to see, isn't it? I mean, it depends so much. On my other monitor, it's kinda fine. Well, now it's definitely getting too dark. Now it should soon... There we go. Oh, battery percentage can go under 0. That's an issue. Boom. Okay, it took some time for it to update the display there. I don't like that. So... Oh, just we only update the display. Yeah, I know what the issue is. So here... Here I would like to say battery display dot value is equal to battery percentage. So whenever you charge the flashlight, it instantly updates. Let's set this at 0.2 for testing purposes, and let's make sure this works. Yeah, that is definitely going down. And now when we recharge it, it should instantly go up. Yeah. Okay, let's make sure that we never go below 0%. That is an issue. So that would be in the update function. Here. We should say something like... No, here, in the decrease battery function method. If time is less than decrease time and battery time increment. What if we do a check here? If this is the case, no. In here, I want to do a check and see if... No. How do I want to do this? I mean, the thing is that we're never gonna... Wait, we don't even want to reach 0%. So let's do another one here. Serialize field private. Float. I should have made my own script to handle the flashlight battery thingy. It's getting a bit messy. Let's do battery. Min percentage is equal to 15. Just like I said, this might not be the greatest point in fact of realism, but I'm not sure yet if I want the flashlight to fully go out. Okay. Minus equals. I mean, could we not just do... Oh, this is becoming a lot of nested if statements here. But I should check it beforehand. If... That means we might go under the limit once. If battery percentage is less than the minimal percentage, then battery percentage equals min percentage. But now we're setting this every frame, and that's kind of unnecessary. So can we not do another check here? If battery percentage is less than battery min percentage... Oh no! Because after we set this to B, it's no longer less. You know what I mean? If the battery percentage is set to the minimal percentage, it can't be less than the minimal percentage. So this would only call once. Never mind. Let's try it. So now the battery should go down, but it should stop at about 15%. Which we should be getting close to. Yeah, I think it just stopped. And now we pick up the battery. We should be able to recharge you, and you should start going down again. Yeah? Okay. Now let me just make this better. Let's do a battery manager. Gonna cut this. I feel like this might as well be its own script. Do I have the slider here as well? I do. And then here what we should do instead is that we could make a private battery manager. And then... do I not have an await function? Oh no, I do. In the await function we say that battery manager equals get component battery manager. Oh no, wait, we move battery percentage here as well. Yeah, so let's take this one. In the start we set battery display value is equal to battery percentage. So now we don't even need to say battery everywhere, because it's understood through context. So, oh wait. Let me copy everything in first and then we can rename stuff. So this one, decrease in the update function. No, even this should actually be removed. So we just take the entire decrease battery function, which means that you... You don't even need a reference to the battery manager. Let's see, wait, battery manager. So here, instead of this update function, we do this and we make it a private void update. We steal these functions as well as this one. Oh no, we do need a reference, just we need to check the battery percentage here. Right. Never mind. So we're gonna say battery manager is equal to get component battery manager. And then here we're gonna do a private battery manager, and all the way down here we're going to say that this is equal to battery manager dot battery percentage, which means that the battery percentage must now be a public float so that this one can access it. That should be fine. So then the last thing is the recharge flashlight script. You need to, instead of flashlight here, this should be a battery manager. Let's rename this one into battery manager. Do we even need the... No, we don't even need the battery increase here. We might as well do it here. So do serialize field private float recharge value. And then here, when you recharge it, just use that, oh, recharge value. Now you just call recharge flashlight. Is equal to 0.5 F. Namespace slider. Okay, we're missing... Let's see, I don't think I need these. However, I do need Unity engine.ui. Namespace IEnumerator cannot be found. Whoops, I do need one more. I needed one of those. I needed Unity engine.collections.generic. I think. Is it collection? Does not exist. Oh, it's system. This is not a Unity thing. Okay. Battery manager. So this should be system.collection.generic. No? System.collections. I knew it was plural. Using generic type IEnumerator requires one type of parameters. Oh, okay, this is fine. You can't find toggle flashlight, so in that case... private flashlight. Private void awake. Flashlight is equal to get components flashlight. And then, yeah, we say flashlight.toggle flashlight. Battery manager dot battery percentage. Public float battery percentage. An object reference is required. Do I not have the object reference? Oh, this needs to be battery manager, like so. There we go. Okay. I think that should be working. Let's... oh wait, we're gonna need to set some... here, battery manager. Display is this one. And I guess that's all I actually need to set. Should I have saved? Probably. Let me abort mission, save, and then we go. Why did he not... is it only... no way, you're still not going down. The battery is not going down. Update. Float time is equal to time. Oh, did I just set you to... oh, and yeah, you reset to the default values now, which is too slow. So time increment, let's put you at... 0.3. Now you should be going down quickly. Yeah, now we can clearly see that it is going down. It should still stop at around 15% or so. Yeah. And now we can recharge it. No, we can't. Why did that not work? Because I have not set the reference. That's why. Battery display, no. Recharge. Battery manager is this one. Battery is going down. Take this one and boom. Yeah, that seems to be working. Should we turn it red when it goes all the way down? We have a reference to the slider. Let's see. Transition, color tint. And what does this change exactly? Here, fill is just an image, and this we could change the color of. I wonder if red is... Oh, but we can... If we want to make it darker, we could just decrease the alpha value of this one. So we could just take the... or we just set this color to be darker. That's another solution. Yeah. So let's do a... serialize field private color, low battery color. Do I need a namespace for that? No. And then here... Should we do it before or after reaching this? If battery percentage is less than battery min percentage, and set it to the min percentage, and then we could say, do we need a... Yeah, wait, we need one more thing. Let's do serialize field private image fill image. And if this is the case, we say fill image.color is equal to low battery color. Else if it's greater than the... No, if battery percentage is greater than battery min percentage and fill image.color is equal to low battery color, then fill image.color equals color dot white. Let's try it. No, you should be... Oh, we are missing a reference. Here. Low battery image should be set to something like this. And the fill image is this one. If battery percentage is greater than the min percentage and fill image color equal... Oh, is not equal to that color. Okay. Yeah, it's fine. Oh, do we not have an alpha value? We don't. Okay. And then let's go to fill. Let's set you back to white. I think maybe it should turn to red earlier. Maybe when it's under 30%. That did work though. Now let's make sure that if we recharge the flashlight, it should be set to white again. It's not. Interesting. If battery percentage is less than battery min percentage. This worked. Otherwise, if it's greater than battery min percentage, which it should have been there, and if fill image.color is equal to low battery color. Why does that not work? Well, I suppose I should only check this right, because this is an else statement. So this would only happen if the battery percentage is higher. Fill image.color is equal to color white. Let's do a debug log here and say something like resetting color. Let's see if it works. Resetting color? Okay, that did not work. Clearly. Because now it's... Okay, did I need that statement then? But wait, else if? Would that not mean that this should only be called... Ah... No, because when it's equal to battery min percentage, it is not less than battery min percentage, so it calls this function. Okay, I see. Okay, but why didn't it work before then? If battery percentage is greater than battery min percentage and fill image color is equal to low battery color, then reset it. Okay, also let me quickly rename this stuff. Display, this is going to be decrease value. I don't know, time increment. Min percentage, recharge value, low battery color, these are all fine. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, let us try this one more time. Battery manager. Oh, I lost the reference when I changed the name, of course. So display is this one. Now I wonder, why are you not going down? Oh, maybe it's technically not set to on. No? Oh, no. I know what it is. This got reset again, didn't it? Time increment 0.3. No, let's do it less. 0.1. No, 0.01. So now it should only take a few seconds. Boom, you go down and you become red. Take your battery and we increase you. It did turn... It did turn white, but it looked very slow at it. Wait, let me up this a little bit again. Let's do 0.2. Yeah, it takes a second for it to... what if we change the color? Instead of doing it here, we do it when we recharge it. That's a much better idea. So... this. When you recharge the flashlights, you add all of this, and right before we update the display, we update the color. And then we can remove all of this from here. Because there's no way you can refill it and still be under the minimal percentage. Speaking of which, let's up this to like 30%. Oh no, not the minimal percentage. I want to up the... Okay, let's do it programmatically for now. If battery percentage is less than minimal percentage times 2, that would give me 30%. Oh, and then it jumped down. Oh, because this is when I set it. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. We need to handle this part in another... Okay. There's a lot of if statements going on here. This actually seems to work. And if this would be way too dark, you could increase the brightness. But it's so different because on my main monitor this is really dark. It's kinda fine on my second monitor, so I think it's gonna depend a lot on what type of monitor you have. But I suppose that is why we have a brightness slider, right? Okay. This is good. Now, I'm gonna have to try this to find what this should actually be set at. Okay, so the minimal value right now is 15%. So we have 85% units that we decrease. So if we do 1 per 5 seconds, it would take 7 minutes to run down to the lowest battery. Yeah, I definitely think 10 is too much then. Because that would have been like, yeah, 14 minutes to reach the lowest battery level. Okay, so maybe time increment. Let's try 4 seconds. That would take a little over 5.5 minutes for you to reach the lowest battery level. That seems... I mean, this is stuff that we're gonna have to playtest, but when we have more of the game. But it seems fair enough. Because now you can barely tell that it is going down, and I think that's good. It's not like you're supposed to be able to look at the battery level. And it's kinda like... boom. Oh yeah, let's double check that. Did you get set to 1 now? You should have. Yeah, 0.99. So we can't go above 100%. Oh, you know, is this too quick? I'm not sure. I think I want to make some art for this though. We need to make it look better, right? We can't just have this little weird slider. Still a little bit uncertain about how to do this. We could do something like this. Let's just do this for now. We can always update it later. Let's make a new, because I think I want to have a, yeah, I think I want to have a new sprite sheet for my in-game UI later. So this is gonna be like menu UI and stuff, and this will be like in-game UI. I think that's fine, and then we would need to make a fill as well, which I guess we do white now. Boom. That should be all I need for the time being, so let's... whoops, that's not what I meant to do. Let's export as PNG, let's call this one in-game UI. Export. In-game UI. No filter, no compression, multiple apply, sprite editor. I think it's gonna be easiest to make this one the same size. Let's call this battery display. And let's call this one battery display fill. apply. Should it be a background color to this one? Maybe. We'll see how it looks when we get it in-game. No. Let's see. Background. You should be this one. And then set native size. Why does that change that part? Okay, wait, I can see the native size. 4 times 14. Oh, so wait, that means I make this one 4 times 14. No? That doesn't look right. You stretch on the height. Wait. Image size 4 times 14. This one is set to 4 times 14. This one is not wide enough. That's the issue. Okay, what if I do -1 on the right and -1 here? That looks about right. Oh, is it because the anchors maybe? I don't want to mess around too much with this because sliders are confusing. Fill area. I suppose you now need to be -1 as well. And then fill. You should now be battery display fill. Hope this is gonna work. Oh no, I'm gonna stretch this one. That's not... I'm gonna need to do some mask or something, I think. Yeah, because this entire thing is gonna be stretched, isn't it? Yeah, this doesn't work. So that would be correct, but as soon as it starts going down, this is gonna get messy. This is not what I want. Fill area. How do I make this work? Because technically I don't want to stretch it. Unless, no, I can stretch it. I know what to do. We cover everything here. Boom. And then we put... Wait, is that gonna work? Yeah, exactly. But we switch it so that the fill is behind the background. And then we just make the fill like this instead. Save as in-game UI, yes. Boom. Now... Oh, actually the fill area should be smaller now, shouldn't it? Yeah, I think we should do -0.5. Nope. We should do 0.5. Is it just me, or does that not line up perfectly? .5. Okay, and then we put the background in front of the fill area. Yeah, boy. I think this is gonna work. Apply all. Battery display. Oh, so now we should make it red when it's on the last one, which it kinda... Wait. Now I'm doing it at 30%, which would be here. That's a little bit of a weird place to start doing it. Switching the color to red. So let's do it at 0.29. So when it reaches the final one, we turn the color red. And then this would be the minimal value. Yeah, seems fine. Oh no, look at that. 100% fill does not... What? Oh, it's moving the entire thing a bit. That's a bit weird. Oh yeah, it needs to be like this. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, that works. Oh, what? That doesn't look too shabby. And then, if we take the battery, we can refill it. Yeah, I think I want to switch the position a little bit here though. Code Red Games, the one and only. The man, the myth, the legend. How are you doing? Welcome in. How's your stream, man? What have you been up to? Let me throw a big old shout out here to one of my favorite developers on Twitch, Code Red Games. If you haven't, definitely go and check him out. If you're coming up, or if you're coming here through Code Red's stream, then if you don't know me, I go by Mad Chirpy, and I'm currently developing a point-and-click horror game called Shroud of Gloom, which you can wishlist on Steam as we speak. Feel free to check it out. Finishing up some basic monster attacks. Nice. How are you doing? I'm doing good. I've done a lot of progress over the weekend and today, so I'm feeling pretty good, man. I'm feeling pretty good. We now have working batteries in the game. So you can see your battery level on the flashlight here, and if you find a battery, then you can refill it. I think that's pretty cool. What's up, Hellraiser? How you doing, Mr. Blightlord? Was a cool mechanic? I think it could be pretty cool. Okay, let's... Also worked a lot on the... We did a bunch of refactoring and stuff, as well as finished up more of the tutorial elements and stuff. I'm feeling pretty good. How do you not get soft-locked with it? Good question. Good question. The way I'm doing it as of right now is that you can't. It never goes below 15%. So the only thing as of right now that it actually does is quite heavily decrease your like ability to see, but it never actually goes fully off. So if I set the increment to, let's put it at 0.2. So here when it goes down to around 15%, right about now, it just stops. So you just have lower visibility. Which, I don't know, I still find it difficult to know how low I should set this. Because, like I explained earlier, on my monitor, this is pretty damn dark. But when I look on my secondary monitor, it's kind of fine. You can add difficulties into the game, and on harder ones you just lose full vision. Yeah, that is true. The only thing is that the thing that makes it a little bit difficult is how do you then, like, if you're gonna lose it fully, you almost need to have a lose statement or a lose condition, right? Since you can't play the game without the flashlight, the only way to kind of make that work is to say that, okay, you lose if you run out of battery. But I mean, that could work. We could make like a hard mode where that's the case. But there is definitely some possibilities of soft locking people with it, but I mean, maybe that's fine for like the hardcore mode. Because I took it as an example earlier where, say for example that you reach a checkpoint in the game and you have low battery and there's no batteries nearby you and you end up actually running out, so you lose, go back to the checkpoint, there's still no batteries, now you're kinda soft locked. But I suppose what you could do, argue then, is that that's exactly how horror games should work, lost your side jumps. Yeah, I suppose. But I don't want to softlock people either, which makes it... I mean, if we do a separate, like, hardcore mode, I'm kind of fine with it. Like, if you get softlocked because you played on hardcore, then I guess, like, you know, get good. But for the casual player, just keep in mind here, Hellraiser, I know who you are. You ain't a casual player. Fucking 100 plus difficulty in roguelites. Like... we have to think about the casual audience here as well. You know what I mean? I would say reduce radius as well. Yeah, right now all I'm doing is reducing the... yeah, maybe that's true. True. Just right now all I'm doing is decreasing the intensity. Technically speaking, the radius of the light does remain the same. Yeah, maybe that's a good one actually. What if we like half the radius of the flashlight when you go down low? Maybe if you use it all up, you lose full vision and then battery slowly recharges to 10% and you can use that 10% again if you want. Or didn't the second Amnesia game do one of those where you can like charge up your flashlight? You know what I mean? Where it like makes the sound. You have a casual mode and yeah. And have it so battery never reaches 0, maybe 20%. Yeah, I set it to 15% now. But I think it's a good idea. Maybe we should actually look into decreasing the radius too. I think that could be good. But yeah, I'm not opposed to having, maybe doing a like difficult mode where running out of battery actually makes you legit just lose. I don't know if I want it for the casual player, because I feel like it could be a little bit too unforgiving, especially with the fact that like I'm scared that you would be able to softlock yourself. I mean, I suppose that's not necessarily true, because as long as I made sure that there's kind of enough batteries in the game that at least you can't get soft locked, then it would kind of be fine. Yeah, I'm gonna consider it. I think maybe doing at least a mode or something where you can do it is a good idea. Okay, actually changing the radius would not really be difficult. We don't need to do anything to the light from the shine from the flashlight, but on this one, on the cursor light, we would. If I take this one, boom. So this is 100%. If we take this, and then we also have fall-off strength. But the easier one would be to take the outer radius, and we just decrease this to something like this, maybe, when you're running low. And then imagine this with also having much less light, and all of a sudden you can't see barely anything. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Okay, I think halving it seemed kinda good. That would be something like this. We go from this. Yeah, maybe halving it. Radius outer. Let's see, this shouldn't be too difficult to do. So now we change the intensity of the cursor light depending on the battery percentage. Well, I think we need to do some math here, don't we? Because now I would kind of like... Wait, the battery percentage right now goes between 0.5 and 1. Oh yeah, so we do one of those, we normalize this so that we have another range going between what, 1.5 and 3.5 or whatever it was set to. So that when you're at 100% it goes to this, when you're down here it goes towards this. Don't know the math in my head for that, but it should be possible. Or do I? It's something like... How do you do it again? It's something plus something times something plus something, or something like that. Normalize a value. Is that the correct term I'm looking for? Wait, there's a function for it? I'm not entirely sure normalize is the term I'm looking for here. Okay, yeah, wait, you have a min and a max. And yeah, and then I think we do the other range here. Times the min max. I have done this before. Yeah, here. Wait, what do you... I have a number ranging from minus 100 to 100. I'm trying to normalize it to 0 to 3 with decimal places. So then 100 minus 100 divided by 3 minus 0. So in other words, it's max minus min divided by max minus min. If you multiply the formula by decimal, it turns out correct. Oh, I don't think I really care about that part. Okay, I think that should work. So in that case... we say we have the battery. Wait. Oh, I can just get the values from the battery manager. Oh, well, I know the max one, because that's a 1. And the other one will be the lowest percentage. Okay, so... Wait, I want to normalize this. But where do I bring in the actual value now? Wait, what? Now I'm confused. Yeah, we know that we want to say that the cursor light dot... Yeah, what exactly? Dot... Is intelligence bugged? It is indeed, every time. Flashlight... Flashlight. Okay, cursor light dot... Is it not called radius? Outer radius, maybe? Oh, point light outer radius, that's the one. Is equal to... divided by min-max. This method states a value x within a known range. X min, x max. Ah. Wait. So to normalize it... Oh, so yeah, this is x. So it's x minus x min divided by x max x min. Oh wait. If you want to scale it to different range. No, I think it should be fine. I think it should be fine. So in that case, the value should be the battery manager dot battery percentage. Which we should divide by the minimal value, which would be at the moment, or actually we can even say battery manager dot... No, because I can't reach that one. Never mind. Let me hard code this for now. 0.15. And then we do this divided by... Oh wait, this should be minus. How does this work? If this is at the minimal value... Oh, then it's the minimal value of the other one. I think this should be fine. So then... we need to have the max and min range of the actual radius, which at the start is set to 3.5, and let's say that the minimum is like half of it, maybe even a bit less. Boom. Let me make a comment just so I bloody understand this in the future. Radius is equal to current percentage minus min percentage divided by max radius minus min radius. Let's see if it works. So if this is working as it should, then we should be able to see that the radius of the flashlight is decreasing as well. What's up, Amesis? How you doing? Oh, have I moved the cursor light? I think I did. Boom, there we go. How you doing, Amesis? Good evening. Have you guys heard the funny Finnish-Swedish song that went through in Melodifestivalen? I have not. I can't say I have. Not gonna lie, I don't know the last time I actually watched Melodifestivalen. It's been a while. Okay, this is clearly not working. Outer radius is set to 0.1. 0.0. It keeps decreasing. Yeah, this is not right. Interesting. I'll definitely check it out though. Doing good. How about you? I'm doing good as well. I feel like I've been doing a lot of progress recently. I got a lot of stuff done this weekend, and I feel like we've gotten quite a lot of stuff done today as well. We just introduced batteries to the game, so you actually need to recharge the flashlight. That's kind of cool. Let me move this a little bit though. Is your Steam page up? Is it up? Let's try the contrast from the usual stuff you guys like in Sweden. Oh, interesting. It's live? Holy shit. Let me check it out. Is it Shadows? No, yeah, Shadows of Tuonela. Look at that. Fantasy multiplayer game blending high intensity PvP with chill PvE point and click game. Prepare for battle in the mystical purgatory of Tuonela. Explore, gear up, face epic monsters and rise as the greatest shadow in the realm. Of varying screenshots here going on as well. Oh dude, this reminds me, this gives off a RuneScape Wilderness feel with the background. Badass games, let's go. Fuck yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, go and wishlist the game. Make sure to click this little follow button as well. Show some love to our fellow developers. Online PvP. Journey to the Finnish purgatory Tuonela and Fight the countless other versions of yourself to prove worthy of ascending back onto the earth. Explore the world, gather resources, craft better equipment to prepare for battle. But choose your fights wisely, as the 3-hit combat can take even a seasoned shadow by surprise. Tornila remembers only the triumphant. Nice shit, man. Looking good. I'm excited. I'm excited for ya. Good stuff, dude. Alltså och Nordics got to pull it together, exactly. Are you good at math, my dear little Amisis? Are you a math person? Would you consider yourself a subscriber to the theories of math? I know some. Do you know normalization? Because this does not seem to be working. Oh, connecting to chat. Why am I disconnecting from my own chat? Okay, seems to be fine. I didn't lose any frames. Don't know what happened, but we are up and running. What you wanna know? I'm trying to basically modify the radius of my cursor light depending on how much battery you have. Smash GDS, welcome in. Hello, I know math. If anyone knows why this is not working, feel free to let me know. So you can see here what, how I think that normalization works. Meaning that I take my... Give me just 1 second. Okay. So you want a value from 0 to 1? No. I want a value from 1.5 to 3.5 from the battery percentage, which is a value between 0 and 1. So I kind of want to do the opposite. I want to take a range between 0 to 1. Well, technically not, because I only go down to the minimal percentage, because you never actually lose it fully. That is when normalization is transforming to 0 to 1. Oh, okay, fair enough. I was saying before, I don't know if I'm misunderstanding what normalization is. But wait, can I not normalize to a different range? What you need is scale 0 to 1 to oh! So you're saying I would basically do 2 normalizations, like 1 to 0 to 1 and then that to another. Okay. I think that's what you're saying. But wait, this is a scale from 0 to 1. Oh, so wait, do I not even... No, because the issue here is that the minimal percentage is too low. Because if I would scale this proportionally to this, when I'm down to 15%, as in 0.15, then I would be... Oh, no, wait, I could just normalize that to this, because... Yeah, I would be slightly above what I set as the minimum, right? So it's kind of fine, because this percentage is a 0 to 1 scale. You want 1.5 to 3.5? Yeah. So currently I have my flashlight battery goes technically... It is on a scale of 0 to 1, but it never goes below 15%, so technically it's a scale between 0.15 to 1. And then my radius of the flashlight, I want to be on a scale between 1.5 and 3.5. But I suppose, even if I just pretended that this is a scale between 0 and 1, it would just add a little bit to this one, which also would be kind of fine, to be honest. You translate 0 to your min, And then scale 1 to difference between max and min. My recommendation is go line by line and comment as you go what do you want to do, and I avoid the magic numbers you got, the 0. Oh yeah, these, I can actually get these, kind of. Yeah, but yeah, currently now they are hard-coded, which is maybe not the best thing. Absolutely fair. Yeah, percentage is good enough for scale, no need to normalize in my opinion. So wait, how would I do this then if I'm just gonna use... Because I still kind of do need to normalize, right? Because I don't want to take 3.5 and just... Because when I reach lowest battery I have 15%. I think 15% of this is gonna be too little, like you're barely gonna see anything. Because, well, 3.5 times 0.15... That would give me 0.5 in radius, which I think is gonna be way too low. 0.5. This is how much you would see with the flashlight. So that's... I can't do it... just do it like times the battery thingy. Which... I mean, you might think so. You as the hardcore player in the chat here. I do have to give you some credit for that. So you want 100% to be radius 3.5, 15% radius 1.5, right? Exactly. That is what I would like. To scale between those, depending on whatever the battery level is. So this, whatever I did here, is clearly not what I'm supposed to do. Because that did not work. So wait, I have my battery percentage. So should I still use a calculation like this? I've just mixed up where the numbers are. Wait, you translate 0 to your min. Oh yeah, that's if I would do like basically doing 2 normalizations or whatever you call it. Because then I would go... wait. How do I do this? If I want 0.15 to 1 to become 1.5 to 3.5, that is basically what I want from, right? Yeah. So that if I'm at 100% battery, I have a radius of 3.5. If I have 15% of battery, the minimum, I would have a range, or I have a radius of 1.5. This doesn't... yeah, this does not make sense. This cannot be how I should do it. But should I still use one of these? Because this is not on the range of 0 to 1 either. But they use a calculator. So they have the value, minimum value. And the min and the max value. So these are the scale you're turning it into, is it? And normalize it to 0 to 3. Radius is equal to battery minus min battery divided by max battery minus min. Ah. times 2 plus 1.5. Oh, so then you do... Oh, and then you add it so that... Yeah, this is... Oh, wait, what? Wait. Okay, so we would have... we would take the... current battery, which is battery percentage, minus... Let me do magic numbers for now, and then we'll sort this out. Minus the minimal... Wait, I have a reference to the battery manager. It's much better to do this from the battery manager then. Battery manager dot update radius. And then here we're now gonna do a public void update radius. Question, is battery percentage an integer or a float/decimal value? It is a float value. It's a float between 0 and 1. Yeah. Wait, you know what I just realized I could have done, technically speaking, right? I could have changed it so that my... this is kind of mad, but technically this should work, right? I'm not saying I'm gonna do it, but just as a thought experiment. I could have made my slider for the battery percentage and the calculations actually range between 1.5 and 3.5. And then it would have been like a clear conversion. I'm not gonna do it, but technically that would have worked as well, right? Okay, anyway, now we don't need all of these, so we're gonna say, oh, but now I don't have the reference to the cursor light. Okay, so let's do a public float instead, and then we're going to get new radius. Get new light radius. And we don't need to cast anything in here. So now we go back to the flashlight, and instead what we're gonna do is here we're gonna say cursor light dot outer radius is equal to battery manager dot get new light radius. This is how we're gonna do it. So now this would just be called return. Because now I have all the references I need. That math works for whole numbers. Dividing by values between 0 and 1 is going to make the math go wonky, I think. Okay. But wait, so... because I still don't understand your calculation here fully. So wait, I take my current battery minus the min percentage, right? And then we do divided by max battery, that would be 1, minus min battery, that would once again be min percentage. Oh, so I think that was the issue I was doing here, right? I did the min percentage of... no, wait, what? Okay, let's just see if this works. Times 2 plus 1.5. I think the radius value follows this formula. Y equals 1.5 plus 2x, where x is the battery life and y is the radius. So if x equals 0, you get 1.5. Oh wait, y equals 1.5 plus 2 times x. X is the battery life and y is the radius. So if x is equal to 0, you get 1.5, and if x is equal to 1, you get 3.5. Right, and x has to normalize between 0.15 and 0.1 though. It's not the end of the world if it wouldn't, to be fair, because I could have just... I should have just taken into account that the radius will be, you know, 15% units bigger or whatever, or 15% bigger.
Cheers.
But if we can make it work this way, I mean, it's gonna be more intuitive. Cheers, Iris. I should have paid a little bit more attention at math, shouldn't I? Okay, let me see here. So, in other words, if my battery is at 50%, which is actually 0.5, then we would take 0.5 minus 0.15, divided that by 1 minus 0.15 times 2 plus 1.5. And as decimals, it would work just the same. Natsu, thank you very much for the follow, appreciate ya. It would work just the same, had to pull up my calculation to confirm. Okay, so it would have been the same for decimal as well. I've only used decimals, as in like the variable decimal or whatever. I only use that for my streamer bots. Otherwise, in games, I never actually used it. But it's supposed to be more accurate, right? I think that's the main thing. Okay. So what? Then this would get me 0.35 divided by no 0.85 times 2 plus 1.5. Okay, so that would get me about 0.4 times 2, 0.8. Yeah, that seems to be right. Yeah, it seems like this should work. Because then if my current battery is 1, then it would be 0.85 divided by 0.85, which would be 1. So that would be 1 times 2, which is 2, plus 1.5, which is 3.5. Ah. If you want the linear scaling between 100% and 50%, that's the model. Yeah, no, this makes sense. I'm just trying to make sure that I kinda understand what the fuck I'm doing as well. But, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, let's try it. Thank you very much for the help, by the way, guys. I do appreciate it. I appreciate you. Okay, let's try. Boom, and then cursor light, battery manager, get new light radius. Now, I feel appreciated. Let's go. No problem, cheers, man. Let's see if it works. The radius is definitely getting smaller. Oh, but it doesn't update often enough. It seemed to do it in like increments. Okay, let me check when I actually call this. Oh, we only call it when we flicker the light. That's the issue. We want to do this in the update function. Just now, yeah, I put this in the... So this we can keep in the flicker thingy, that's fine. However, the radius, I think we want to update consistently, right? Well, if the flashlight is on. To be fair though, technically, I don't only want to do this when we flick it, but it kinda works. Well, to be fair, does it matter if I do it here? Because the reason it stands, you know, I don't think it matters. The reason it feels a little bit out of place now and it feels so incremental is because I have the battery going down like, you know, 3% a second, even more. So it makes it more noticeable that the radius is going down on each flicker. But, you know, if it took you 5 minutes to reach this, I think it would be fine. Damn, it is kind of spooky in some regard having a light this small. Probably just want to update when the battery percent changes. Ah, yeah, true. We could do it each time we do the increment, which would be every, what, like 4 seconds or something? To be fair, I don't know if it's... Yeah, I don't know if it's worth it moving this, like, because it doesn't matter if I only do this. Because this would at the longest be every 7 seconds. Which, to be fair, during 7 seconds, it can only change once. The battery percentage, but since we change it now every 4 seconds. And this is only the longest it could go. So I think this is fine. I think the reason why it felt a little bit too obvious now or whatever is just because it's set so to go down so quickly. Like, if I change the time increment to 4 seconds instead, I think this is gonna be fine. Let me also fix this. What do we want to do? And also the starting, what did I put it at? 0.75. Let's do 0.8 maybe. I mean, we're gonna have to see this when we start playtesting more of the game. Speaking of which, if anyone is interested in doing some early playtesting, I am gonna try and get the first playtest build on Steam, hopefully even this week. I think we should be able to do it this week. Obviously, it's not gonna be a huge amount of content, but if anyone is interested in playtesting for like more like, you know, the mechanics and stuff, to see whether you like them. See how the game feels, you know? Are you developing games as well, Hellraiser? Or are you only professional at them? Oh wait, do I still have the inventory open? Yeah, I do. Not me being jealous whatsoever about the leaderboard in Roguelite. Look here, ladies and gentlemen. Do you see what a badass person I am? I'm number 6 on the Roguelite leaderboard in the world. Number 6. And then we have this with my difficulty level of 39. And then we have Hellraiser, 101. 101. Fucking mad. Absolute madman. Okay, new inventory turn off, which means that, wait, we can't pick up the... Can't pick up the battery in the second room. So let's copy you, delete you, and I'm gonna paste you in the third room instead, for now. I would like to participate on playtesting. Sure, man. I mean, I'm gonna need a lot of playtesters, so pretty much anyone who's interested, feel free to apply for it. I also have I've made a playtesting channel on my Discord as well. So if you guys join as a playtester, I will add you so you get access to that channel as well. If, like, you know, people wanna have discussions about what you think is best for the game and stuff, that's gonna be a good place to do it. Count me in as well, let's go. I'll provide the feedback of a coward, too scared, didn't play, let's go. Dude, I'm the same, it's so ironic though, like, if you saw me play 10 Bells a few weeks back, or what, a couple weeks back, something, like, I am horrible when it comes to horror games. So the irony that I am making a horror game myself is kinda hilarious, to be honest. Just good at playing them. I'm sure I could try making a game, just need time and the willpower. Okay, gotcha. No, I think in the end, like, I think anyone could make a game if you want to. I mean, definitely depending on your experience. Like, for example, depending on how... If you've programmed before, or if you're really good at math, definitely can help as well, as we just saw. But I think anyone can learn to make games. And like, of course, there's also stuff like, you know, engines where if you don't want to program, you don't even have to. I mean, you can even use, even Unity, right? They have visual scripting too. I submitted. Main question, if I playtest, are you okay with it being streamed? It's just easier to get the VODs. Probably most of the time. I would be... Because right now, all the stuff I made is public anyway. It depends a little bit on where I'm at in the... Because I don't know if I'm like testing out ideas for like the ending of the game. Maybe I wouldn't want that streamed at the moment. But it all depends. I mean, I could even... I did make a build info thing that pops up when you start the playtesting version. So I suppose for each version I could just announce what I would be okay with being streamed. I think most of it I would be, at least as of now, all of it is fine. But it depends on certain things, like if I'm doing... Because I don't think I'm gonna stream every aspect of making this game, because there might be certain like secret things I want to hide in the game and stuff like that. We'll see. As of right now, I would be completely fine with it. And if anything, it's just good for me to be able to watch it as well. It definitely helps out. I noticed a lot even with the Game Jam version, when I had like streamers and YouTubers and stuff playing my game, or the Game Jam version of this game. I noticed that that's why I added it as little checkboxes on the playtesting application as well, if people are willing to like record it and stuff. Because there's a lot of info you get from watching people play your game that you might miss out on if you don't actually see it happen, you know. Because I think it's... How do I explain this? Even if someone is very good at providing the feedback of like what they noticed, what they thought and stuff, there's certain things that are very easy to not think about saying. Like in the game jam version, a good example I can take is this. I have little cracks and spider webs here. One of the reasons I decided to make the highlight system that basically, you see here how the door like lights up when I have it. It's a way to give feedback to the player, right, that this is an object that you can interact with. That's why it lights up. One of the reasons why I made that is because I noticed some people were trying to click on like the cracks and the spider webs because they didn't know if there was an interaction or not. Because obviously in the game jam version I didn't have this highlight system. And that's one of those things that I really, you know, made a point to remember this because I found it to be quite important. Because I don't think almost no one would, or I mean some probably would, but very few people would realize that saying something like, oh, I thought maybe something would have happened, or well, it wasn't clear enough that the spider combs or spider webs was not interactive. Like, I think very few people would come to the realization that that might be valuable feedback. But me watching someone play it, just seeing them try to click on it, makes me realize that, oh, it's unclear whether that's interactable or not. Am I making any sense? I'm not sure if I am, but I'm basically just trying to say that I think there's a lot of value to seeing people playtest your game. Where's my battery? Oh, it's here. That's not really the position I wanted, but sure enough. Yeah, I'm already noticing that the light I can see way less now. Let's take this battery and stock up. Okay, I think it needs to go down even slower. I mean, okay, I was talking for a little bit in this room and stuff, but still, that was pretty quick. It made sense? Okay, good. Yeah, I think we're gonna need to decrease the timer even a bit more, to be honest. That it still felt a little bit too quick. Flashlight, battery manager, time increment. So I put it at 4 seconds. That would give me a bit over 5.5 minutes before you reach the minimum. I think maybe we should put this at like 6 or something. So that would be 85 times 6 divided by 60. That would be 8.5 minutes before you reach lower percentage. For me, running out of battery is more scarier than seeing a monster in a horror game like yours. I mean, that is a good point. I think this could be good from like, you know, from a horror atmosphere thing. Because it did feel a little bit like, I don't know, it does feel kind of stressful, like just seeing the light get smaller and smaller. Trying to think about whether this will even be playable on a Steam Deck. Haven't tried point and click yet, just will see if it is touch screen friendly. Yeah, I have no idea. As of now, I have not planned... Just wait, oh, the Steam Deck, does it have a touchscreen as well? Yeah, that might change stuff. Because I think it's very hard to make a game like this controller friendly. But I suppose if you have a large enough monitor... But the thing is that, would you be able to move the cursor? Because otherwise, you wouldn't really get a highlight system. Oh, interesting though. I mean, it would definitely be interesting to see how it plays on a Steam Deck. I didn't know those had... I thought that was basically just a big Game Boy. You know? but with Steam. I thought it was just you do have stick like joysticks, right? Steam Deck. Yeah. So wait, these have touch as well? I had no idea. Because otherwise, of course, what you could do, theoretically, is to make it so that you can move the cursor position with a controller. The only thing that feels a little bit... just that would, in essence, make the entire game playable with controller. But if it's like something... like if you get stressed and you have to like quickly shut off the flashlight or something, that might be a little bit weird doing like slowly moving the cursor with a controller. Maybe that would add to the horror element. I guess that could be an argument as well. There, I like the battery. I want to move the display though. I don't like the positioning of it. It should be closer to the edge, I think. Battery display. Okay, so the X value should be a whole number then. Yes. Let's do it maybe something like this. 0. Yeah, I think that's better. Or should we even put it... wait, let me try. I never tried it. Should we put it on this part instead? I think this is better, isn't it? Yeah, I think I prefer this. You can play like 80% of modern games in Steam Deck. Yeah, I do imagine if they have touch, I imagine that it makes it at least better for point-and-click games. Because usually I feel like point-and-click games are not the most like controller-friendly. In general, I feel like that's the case. I don't know. Has anyone tried playing like a, you know, conventional point-and-click game with a controller? So wait, Hellraiser, do you play Roguelite on the Steam Deck? I don't like it being just above that thingy. I think I want to raise the starting battery a little bit. What about 85%? I can and have. Okay. But you don't only play it on. Got through some of my grinded levels while on a plane. Ooh, gotcha. I think maybe having the monster walk by here and using this as the room to teach the player about like turning off the flashlight would be a good idea. Wouldn't be too difficult either, since that would basically work as exactly as a game jam monster, which is just when you click on the flashlight we enable the monster and he starts walking here. The closer he gets, the louder the footsteps. And then we have a little tutorial text saying just turn off the flashlight. Oh, another issue. Yeah. I cannot pick up the... Oh, I wonder, did I still pick the flashlight up even though I don't have the backpack? Oh, sorry, the battery. I did. Interesting. So that is just a warning that it couldn't trigger the animation. Wait, why are you showing this one again? That's not supposed to happen. That's an issue. Why is that happening? I should probably make a commit though, shouldn't I? Boom. Okay, let me have a look. Why did it trigger that one again? That would probably be in the inventory manager. Where'd you come from, Hellraiser, if I may ask? One click. Boom, boom, boom. No, yeah, this is it, right? Publish. No, that's the inventory tooltip. Yeah, like what country? Like where are you from? Just out of curiosity. Where's everyone from? The States? Okay, gotcha. So why, is it like midday for you then, innit? I think it should be. Check item tutorial, item interaction. No, but that's not the one. Wait. I'm handling this differently now. When do I show that one? It is when I... Was that not in the on-click function? Wait. Item tooltip, blah, blah. No, if inventory tutorial tip has not been shown. Hillfoot Games with the massive raid, how are you doing? Welcome in. Hello Andy from Sweden, welcome in. Bly So Fly, welcome back. Blood Krusnik. Jacob, welcome in people. Naha, welcome. Arthur, Ameripon, welcome people, how are you doing? Natsu, Oren, Jacob, thank you all so much for the followers. I'm not a chicken, maybe a little bit, only when I play 10 bows. How was your stream, Hilford? Hope you're doing good. Over here we've done a lot of progress. I now have batteries in the game, isn't that pretty damn cool? Blood Cruising, thank you very much for the follow as well. That's not sus. Look at this. Flashlight. You can now see the battery level. And let's see, we pick up the backpack. Wait, the battery. Look at this. You can now recharge your flashlight. Isn't that fucking sick? Not only that, the biggest change ever that's come to this game. This is huge. This is absolutely huge. You can now close doors again. It never worked in the game jam version, but you can fucking close them. You can close them. I know it kind of makes sense, kind of expected, but now it works. Hope the work session is going well. It is indeed. Cheers. Thank you very much, man. Cheers, Jacob. Appreciate ya. Ginseng and Opons, welcome in as well. Nice to have you. Roz is the Bard. Was good, man. Got the walls and ceiling into the last room. Nice. Also, what am I doing? Ladies and gentlemen, if you have somehow missed the one and only Hillfoot Games, then you are obligated to give him a follow. So click that button. Make sure to check him out. Yeah, if anyone wants to see the teaser for my game, here you go. There we go. Currently available for them wish lists, and we do appreciate those very much. This is Slickman. Thank you, dude. We're closing doors. Let's go. Exactly. Thank goodness. I hate leaving doors open. Yeah, and now you don't have to. You can actually close them. Look, I can close all the doors if I want to. On this one I can't even open unless we, you know, do a little bit of cheating and get a little master key. Boom. We can open whatever we want. It doesn't lead anywhere. Yet, at least. This is... I don't know why this outline keeps showing though. That's something I need to fix, but... yeah, progress has been good. Huge change in a few hours indeed. When one door opens, it can be closed again. There we go. Well, shit, I have a new Toaster trailer now. I could totally do this too. You should! Oh yeah, I saw you. Holy shit, that popped off on YouTube, didn't it? How many views are you currently sitting at? That was fucking... dude, GG. I'm happy for ya. I saw you post about it. I checked it out on YouTube. I was happily surprised. I mean, it's to be expected, let's be honest. But yeah, nice one. I bet that converted quite a few wishlists, didn't it? Localize, yeah, exactly. We are looking for localizers. So if anyone is interested in doing some early, or no, wait, now I'm mixing stuff up. Yeah, if you're interested in doing localization, translating the game into multiple languages, feel free to apply. We also are soon going to start doing some early playtesting, so if anyone is interested in that, feel free to apply as well. Toaster, yeah. No, I got it. I'm hungry, Toast is on the mind. Yeah, kicked off a little. 206k! A little bit. Yeah, sure thing. 15k wish lists. Holy shit. Dude, man, 45k total. Hilfert!
Money mode.
With the donation as well. Thank you so much. I appreciate ya. You didn't have to do that. Legend. Thank you so much, man. 45,000 wishlists now. Holy shit, man. Like I said, I'm happy for ya. I'm happy for ya. GG, man. If you need some Germans, I mean, I definitely would like to translate the game into German. I mean, here's the thing, I'm also a little bit of a language nerd in general, so preferably I would like to translate this game into as many languages as possible, just because I think it's cool. But yeah, I've currently only started doing the ones that I can do a bit by myself, so that's Portuguese and Swedish, as well as English, the source language of course. But I would like to translate the game into as many languages as possible. Not only for accessibility, you know, reasons, but also just because it's fun, you know. Tony the Zombie as well!
Where the fuck am I now? It is dark in here. Is it the cellar again?
Good one. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate ya. You've been two kind people. Thank you. I appreciate all of you. Jeremy, thank you very much for the follow as well. Appreciate it. Already applied for German a minute ago. I was faster. I can help with Portuguese? Absolutely. I'm definitely like... so far I have started doing the Portuguese translation, but I've done this myself, and it's definitely gonna need to be double checked, because although I speak a bit of Portuguese, I'm definitely not fluent, and I don't trust myself enough to translate the entire game myself. So yeah, at least I'm gonna need to have someone double checking it. The Brazilian one I'm gonna need as well, more so, if anything. Tony! Again!
Holy shit, you can open the door? And close it again?
You can indeed.
That's something new for me as well.
Yeah, it's fucking sick. Look. We can do this all day if we want to. We can do it all day. Wait, that was not me? Oh no, actually? Well, the bot still logged it for you. So, because we also have a thing where everyone who supports the stream, since I appreciate all of you so very much, you actually, when you reach the threshold, you do get your name automatically in the credits. If anyone who has been supporting the stream is curious, you can do !supporter to check where you're currently at, how close you are. Because we do appreciate you people. Not only that, you wanna know a little secret? Okay, like this. I actually did throw in a little Hilford Games here as a special thanks. Yeah, I did that. You're already in the credits, you don't even need to support the stream. Gotta show some appreciation, you know. Actually, we got TTS here too. Of course you do. Hey, if you pay me money, I'll allow you to have a bit of TTS. Don't abuse it though. Like, you know, there's limits to everything, but yeah. Someone impersonating Hilford Games. I have a feeling it's Mavis doing it, but not sure. It could be. Let's see. I'm trying to catch up with chat here. I think we're doing reasonably well. Fun question I like to ask when I meet a new streamer. What's your favorite mythological creature from your culture? Oh, that's an interesting one. Favorite mythological creature? Probably something from Norse mythology then, I suppose. Probably. Exactly what? Dude, I'm gonna need to think about this. Yeah, I'll let you know if I think of something. I actually don't know. I'm gonna find something. There definitely is one. Good question. A wise man once said that if you have a door mechanics, you can do anything. Actually, he wasn't wise, but he has a cat. What's up, Andy? Indeed. But yeah, I need to eat. I'll be lurking. Appreciate you, man. Take it easy. No worries. Once again, thank you so much for the raid. I do appreciate you, Hilford. Absolute legend. And, you know, people, if you have not checked out Hilford Games yet, definitely do so. Also, Long Gone, the game is currently developing. Made sure to. He has the most wishlist on all of Twitch, probably, but still, you need to wishlist the game. Go and do it. Looks fucking incredible. New teaser as well. Should probably not be playing my music in the background now. Actually a really good teaser as well. It has that nice little comedy element we appreciate. Tony opened the door and escaped. Long gone. Can you open and close it real quick and annoy your viewers? Absolutely. I can do that. Dude, the art is... That's the thing that always gets me, right? The art in this game is fucking sick. Long gone. Official release day in 2 weeks. You heard it here. No, it's not. No, it's not. Made sure to wishlist the game. Show some love to our fellow creators. The only thing that's a little bit annoying is that I realized that certain objects I actually have a bit of a delay for the animation to make sure it times with the sound. So the doors, speaking of which, they open like technically a split, like half a second, not even, after you click on it. So you can actually cue sounds, which is even more so a bit annoying. If I go really fast, I'm pretty sure we will get multiple. Yeah, you could hear that there was multiple opening sounds. So that is something I'm gonna need to change at some point. Yeah, you can hear me technically opening the door multiple times. There's definitely a little bit of polishing still that we're gonna need to do, but hey. You know, at least you can close them now. Now, let's see when I pick this one up. No, now I didn't get that. Why before did I get the... Wait, why if I add items like this? Oh, then it activates. Why? Oh, wait, I did that last time as well, right? Because if it only happens when I use my debug tools, I don't know if I care too much about it. Because here, when I pick up the bag the first time, we do want to show the outline to make sure that people know where the bag is. Since I, you know, with the diegetic UI, I kind of hide it. Half diegetic at least. But now it's gone, and if I pick up an item, you should not show it. Yeah, that seems to work. But for some reason, when I cheat and give myself a bit extra tools, it gets enabled again. Yeah, did you see that? You can smash doors as well. Even more so than that, I do have doors with windows where you can actually smash the window. I think that's very cool. You cannot picklock it with a screwdriver though. Okay, let me check why that happens. I'm actually a bit interested. Let's check my dev tools. Boom. What exactly do I do when I add the items? Oh, I publish... Oh yeah, it's so that if I haven't picked up the backpack, I automatically pick it up, but then when I do this, I also enable that thing. Okay, so in that case, this shouldn't be too difficult to fix, even though it doesn't really matter, but hey, you know me, sometimes we gotta over-focus on very minute details that no one's gonna find. But this is the thing, wait. Inventory button. Oh no, this is when I hide it, and I only hide it if you haven't. Which means that you can't hide it. But what if I make it so that it doesn't get published again? Because I assume wherever I listen for the event here is where I publish the... Yeah... Tutorial outline set active true. If inventory tooltip is shown. Okay, so what? We just move this down then? And we should be fine. Yeah, I think that's all I need to do. I am relatively certain. I mean an ad, sorry about that one. And we're getting quite a few new applications today, not gonna lie. Thank you guys very much for your interest in whether it's localization or playtesting. I do appreciate it. Okay, wait, what am I testing? Yeah, if I add master key and tools, it should show up since this is the first time. However, if we go in the game again, we go in here, so so now we have seen it, and now if I add the tools, it should not... yeah. Okay, sweet. Easy fix. It's clear enough that this is a battery, right? I think it is. I mean, we have a... it does say battery as well, so I think that's kinda fine. I only have, what, 9 by 9 pixels to make my items in. It's not the most, but usually it is enough to get something going. What other tools might we find in the game? So at the moment we have a hammer and a screwdriver. I feel like we could definitely have more tools. I've been thinking as well, this was for the playtesters. I have this door, where instead of just ending the room like this, I had a fun idea, like, what if I just put a fucking brick wall behind it, like, yeah, you ain't going forward here. The annoying thing is that then I started thinking and I realized, isn't this a pretty good idea? To actually have a brick wall somewhere, and even potentially behind the door, just because it's kind of funny to open a door and see a brick wall. But even with the hammer, we could actually make it so that there's like a few bricks that are loose, and if you have the hammer, you could like smash those bricks and get through anyway. Could be kind of interesting, potentially. It's a little bit weird having two of the exact same item here when it's a key, but usually that's not, you would not be able to get that with the basic key. That's only because I might have cheated and given myself the master key, which means I don't need any. Oh, that's interesting. Oh yeah, so a key on an unlocked door is technically a failed interaction. Meh. I suppose that's fine. Music is not really suitable for my game, but hey, it works. Wait, what did I want to do? Let's check my tutorial tips again. I think we had some issue with these as well. Let's reload. That one is fine. Click on items to pick them up. That is fine. I think here there was something I wanted to change. Click on the badge to open your inventory. Oh yeah, this is the one. Click items in your bag to use or inspect them. If I don't click the item and I just go away from here, this happens. But it might as well keep saying click on items in your backpack until you've actually selected the item. Right? Let's see, how do we handle this? What we do is... Wait, when you pick up the backpack, then we publish the inventory tooltip, which is like, click on the bag to open it, that's fine. Not tooltip, by the way, it's a tutorial tip, because I did learn that technically I had no fucking clue what a tooltip was. People, what do you think a tooltip is? Let's see if I'm the only one who technically did not know what a tooltip was. How many of you guys know what a tooltip is? Because I apparently was very confused. And I've probably been for like all my life. I I definitely had misunderstood what a tooltip actually is. Add item to inventory, that's fine. I mean, when I select an item, this is the first time you select an item. That's when I would like to publish the other one. But we should actually make that more specific. You know what? Let's do this. Cheese. Basic cheese. We can actually duplicate this one and make a... Oh no, I can't. Never mind. I was gonna say I can make a special item that triggers when I click on that specific prefab, but we made this... We refactored this today and that no longer works, because now I only have one inventory item. But then depending on which item is set, it basically updates it accordingly, with like the sprite and everything. But that means I can't add another script on here without adding it to every single item in the game. But we still have this, so this should be fine. We might have to cache a bool here. Do I really care? Nah, I already do it multiple places. Inventory, tutorial tip shown. Item tutorial tip. So that is the one. That is actually... That's the one I'm looking for. When am I using this one? Here. So... if the inventory is active, that means when you turn it off, yeah, then we check item tutorial tip. I don't want to do that. If item tutorial tip is not shown, publish item tutorial tip, set it to true, and then do the item interaction. So this I would like to change. So all I need to do is move where I do this. So if inventory tutorial tip has not been shown. Wait, this is if it's not active, if the open inventory is not active. When you click it, right? Then we disable the inventory tutorial tip, and we turn off the outline. Tutorial tip shown is equal to true. So yeah, wait, I don't want to do this whatsoever here. I want to check the item tutorial tip the first time you select an item. That's what I want to do, right? Which I already do as well. So all I want to do is just remove this one. And it should be fine. It should work how I want it to. Which means that and then it would also do the interaction tutorial, which is exactly what I want. Which means, do I even need to check this? If inventory is active, where do I call this one? When you interact with it. I am so confused. How can this one be called by me closing it? The inventory button is That's the one that's assigned not to the hitbox, the hover hitbox, but the actual inventory button, right? Inventory hitbox, inventory button. Wait, do I even use this script? No, I think I changed it. Yeah, I don't use this one. Since now, when you click on the inventory button, I publish a Unity event, which calls the same function. I'm very confused. Why? Why do I do this when I might as well use the inventory one? That's a bit odd. Anyway, so that's when I call it, when you click the actual one which opens the inventory. But that means I can't click that one if the inventory is closed. Oh, I think this is left from the old before I made the diegetic UI. Ah. Yeah, I don't need this. Okay, let's see if this works. I think it should. I'm 90% sure it should. Click on the bag to open your inventory. Now if I open this, exactly, it should say click items in your bag. Shouldn't that be click on items in your bag? I think that sounds better, right? Click on items in your bag. I mean, they both work. Yeah, you don't, like, grammatically, I don't think you need it. I think click items is correct, right? Yeah, it should be. Okay, so if I don't click that one, instead we close it. It says the same one again. No, I want it to stay. Why do you republish the same one? Oh, do I do it on the hover one? I think I do. So that would be the inventory hitbox. Let me assume that exit interactions. I do something sneaky here, don't I? No, I don't. Yeah, here. No. Fuck. 3D animation on start. Pick up. The animation on click, hover interactable, exit interactions. Why? Oh wait, look! I already have a function. I can just use this one for the doors. Block and unblock raycasts on click. So I could, when you click on a door, we can block the raycasts for as long as it takes for the door to switch object. And then you won't be able to spam click it. Easy peasy. It's done so. But let me see if I can fix this. Why do we unpublish the event? Or we republish it when I close the inventory button. Oh, which is when I exit the open inventory here. Deactivate 3D animation. Activate object on click inventory button. Yeah, here. Publish Unity event on click inventory button. This is the one I don't want. Now it should be fine. And then let's remember to fix the doors now when I realize we have a good solution for it. Click on the bag to open your inventory. Click on items in your bag to use or inspect them. And now if we exit, that should stay. Yeah, that is... Oh. But now it repeats when I open the bag. I don't think I like that. I think this one should just stay there until you successfully select an item. So the issue there is that the inventory has already been opened once. Let's see. Yeah, if item tutorial tip shown. If it hasn't been shown, then show it. So should I set it to true here then? But don't I use this one again? When you check item tutorial tip, that only happens when you select an item. That's when I set it to true, meaning that if I set it to true here, then it's going to block the next one from activating. And yeah, it's never going to be deactivated. I have an idea. I should just cache one more boot. I don't think it's the best way of doing it, but it would work. So changing this from if item tutorial tip is not shown to something like if why if I move it to the other one? If inventory tutorial tip shown. Yeah, no, wait, I just moved this one. I just move it up here. And remove this one, and we've done so. Right? So when we disable the other one, we enable this one. Yeah, that should be fine. Click on the bag to open your inventory. When I click here, we activate that one. If I go out, nothing happens. If I open it again, nothing happens. Basically nothing happens until I click on an item. Then we get this one. Yeah, I think that's good. Yeah, we need to fix that one. I don't like the spam clicking on the doors, and that should be relatively easy now. Since all we would do is take locked door. Let's see here. Is it both the closed and open ones? Yeah, both have a delay. Well, this one is kind of fine if you spam click, I suppose. I mean, we could also make it so that all interactable items have a bool that checks whether you're allowed to spam click them or not. That could be another way of doing it. Because theoretically, I suppose... Like, when I say spam click, I'm not saying that, like, you can only click on an item every 5 seconds. I mean more so in just, like... Just when you click an item, if you, like, for the next half second in general, you can't try that interaction again. I don't know, how often do you want to be able to spam click something? The thing is that if we have people clicking on stuff and nothing happens, that could be equated to bad feedback, right? Like, in some regard, the fact that you can spam click this one is kind of nice. That one I don't like, because that sounds weird. Most of these I'm fine with. Yeah, I don't think we need to worry about it most of the time. But for the doors, I think we do. Let's start with the first one. Let's do unlocked door. Let's see. Closed door. What if we... Oh, I have one to block ray costs on click and one to unblock. Okay, I think we should make a new one where we do temporarily. That does not sound like a word. Block ray costs on click. That's a mouthful. It's fine for now. And here... We could basically make almost the same thing, right? We just merge these two. So we have interactable. And then let's see, this is to block raycasts on click. Let's copy this stuff. Boom. And this one, let's see, here the delay is not optional. Because if you want to temporarily do it, there must be some form of a delay, right? So let's rename this one into something like temporary deactivation. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna block raycasts, and then we're gonna wait. And then we're going to unblock raycasts. Wait, canvas group. Do I... Why am I using a canvas group? Because I can't assign an image to a canvas group. Where did I use this one? That was on the... on the inventory. Because I could just do this with the image, right? Let me try. For this one, let's change this to image. And then we add using Unity engine.ui. And then we're gonna call this. I rename this into image. Then when you trigger interact, you might actually need to check so we don't schedule multiple coroutines just in case. But that shouldn't be possible, should it? Because as soon as this one triggers, we block raycast, so you should not be able to schedule a new one until this one has finished. But maybe just to be on the safe side, we do a private coroutine. And here we say that coroutine is equal to start coroutine, and then we do a little if coroutine is not equal to null. That's when we do this. So if there's already one running, don't do anything. Just to be safe. Then temporary deactivation delay. So you block raycasts, you wait for the delay, and then you unblock them. Image does not contain definition for blocks raycasts. Block raycast. Coroutine does not exist in the current context. Oh, did I misspell it? I did. And then let me check. Unlocked door, closed door. Image have raycast target. So this cannot rename, okay. These need to change and probably be image dot. Why is IntelliSense not working? Image dot raycast target is equal to false. Image dot raycast target. Oh wait, what? Block. Oh yeah, it should be the opposite now. So when you unblock it, you say that the raycast target is equal to true. We remove those, and then we can check here. The delay for when we switch the object is 0.2 seconds. So we made sure to to block it for those seconds. Right? I could also make it automatically enable or become a raycast target on enable as well. Let's try this for now. Temporary 0.2. To be fair, we might as well do a little private void await where we check if
Red Rucker is forcing you to stand up for 10 minutes.
What's up, Rucker? How you doing? That made a weird noise. Welcome in, man. Dude, I have not been standing all day. Holy shit, I think it's the first time in ages. But it is time. How you doing, Rucker? Nice to have ya. Okay, if image is equal to null, then we can always try to get component image. No, we don't need to assign them. Shaking my head, chat, not looking out for your health, exactly. 0.2, 0.2. Okay, that should be fine. That should be fine. He has to suffer through the dev, exactly. That is also kinda true. No, but today I've been in the fucking flow. I feel like I've gotten so much done. Not only today, this, like I said, this weekend as well. We've done a lot of progress and I'm feeling good about it. Like a new little tutorial tips that actually get typed out, kinda nice. Also, something that I don't know why I weirdly enjoy. I know everyone hates... Everyone keeps talking about how they hate working on UI. Why is it so rewarding to align settings? I actually think this is very fun to do. Like just thinking about like, okay, how am I gonna make my settings look? I actually find it quite like rewarding to work on, to be honest. I know everyone hates on UI in general, but I think it's pretty... It's almost like meditative in a way. I don't know, maybe I'm just a fucking weirdo, that is possible as well. But I actually... Yeah, I think this looks way cleaner compared to what it did before. Nice, good for you, man. Indeed, thank you, dude. Did I miss the biannual productive job stream? Yeah, very much. Even today, I think we started the stream quite early as well. Like, as some of you might know, usually like the first hour of me going live is quite literally just me chatting shit for like an hour, you know? Whereas today, I think I got to work in like 15 minutes or so. It was quick, man. Respect dropped to be 0.5%. Do you not like UI, Hilfert? Are you one of the UI haters? I mean, I think if anything that's the majority, so I wouldn't be surprised. Can't stand it. So interesting, like I think it might be something with me being a bit of a... I think it might be something with me being a bit of a perfectionist. Like I definitely have a lot of perfectionist tendencies. And there's something about getting to align stuff that kinda, you know, it just feels a bit rewarding, I don't know. It definitely still could be improved, I imagine, but... I like the results hated doing. Yeah, I see what you mean. I do need to fix my... How are your, like... Speaking of UI, how do you do, like, your menu buttons and stuff? Do you animate them like this, or do you have... Like, do you have some animation for your buttons and stuff? Because I'm using the Unity... I'm using Unity buttons with animations. And I find that these act a little bit weird sometimes. Like now, this back button is doing something weird here. It goes down before it goes up. It's not supposed to do that. It should just be me who have set it up incorrectly. That's very possible. You should look into do tween UI stuff. Oh yeah, I think... Did not Code Red... Yeah, Code Red mentioned that one. I have it bookmarked. Yeah, move, shake, fade, rotate, change camera properties, and a lot more. So this is basically so you would do it programmatically, right? Which I actually think I would prefer. I would not mind just coding my own buttons for the menu, because generally speaking, after I started trying to make my own buttons, like here, for example, you know, all of these objects are... None of them use the Unity UI button. It's like my own code, and I actually find it to work better for me. I also understand it a lot better. Because I do remember in one of my games I had a lot of issues, and after like a lot of troubleshooting I finally realized that the issue was because in what order the Unity button component actually called the things, and that kind of messed it up for me. So the way I fixed it was to make my own button where I could choose the order of execution. And after that I realized that you know what? It's nice to have stuff that's like, you know, easy to implement in Unity, but a lot of time I actually do kind of prefer to just code it myself. Not with everything, of course, like I'm not gonna code my own audio source, but yeah. It will make your life much easier. Yeah, I might get that one. That one is not expensive either. Because I think it would be good for me to get Easy Save as well. Easy Save is a little bit on the pricey side. This is 63 euros on 63.5. It's a little bit more on the pricey side, but this also seems like something that would make my life a lot easier. Just being able to save like game objects and stuff. Because right now I can only save simple variables with my own save system. So that one I think I probably should get as well. What's up, Tattooberg? Welcome in, how you doing? I like Prime Twin more than Do Twin, Dot Twin, I don't know. But they're both very similar. Interesting, Prime Twin. Why do you like it more? Out of curiosity. Whatever works best for you, man. There's no correct way to do any of this stuff. Yeah, very true. Very true. Wait, so do you use Do Twin, Dot Twin, whatever, Hillfoot, or do you use Prime Twin as well? Prime Twin Unity. Oh, this one is free as well. I mean, I don't mind a bit of free, especially if it's good. Delays, using shades the camera transform of any arbitrary property. Even this, like I've made my own like canvas shake and stuff. I probably could have used this one. Let me bookmark this one as well. Prime Twin, you're going into assets. I use Do Twin, but they all work similar. Okay. It is more performant, or so they claim, and twinning is more readable for me in code. Okay. Either way, they are very similar, and twinning brings the juice. I use it in every game. The camera shake method of Prime Twin is very smart. Interesting. Yeah, that's the thing when I do it myself. Obviously, there's probably a few things that like could have been done better. Like, I don't know how well my type of like camera shake would stack up against that one. Holy shit. Now, with the smaller radius on the flashlight, when you're getting down in battery, it's actually a little bit more freaky. Let me up the battery again. There we go. That's pretty cool. I actually like that. I think I can show you. I think if I give myself a couple tools and I use the hammer, if I smash the door, I should get some screen shake. Yeah. But I suppose the difference here is that mine is very like, okay, it's shaking, it's not shaking. With Do Twin and stuff, I assume it's easier to make it like kind of fade in the shade, fade out the shade, whatever it might be. Which I suppose I could do as well, but might require a bit more effort. Because right now mine is very binary, like either it shades or it doesn't. Instantly, you'll make a script for the twins and tap into it as you need it, I'm sure. Okay. Great looking game, by the way. Thank you so much, Tattooberg. I appreciate it. If anyone is interested and you haven't, you can wishlist the game on Steam as we speak. We do appreciate those wish lists quite a lot. Yeah, exactly, you have a lot of options for easings, yeah. What's up, Chet's Party? Welcome in, how you doing, man? +1 Prime to win. I mean, I might give it a go. I mean, that one's free as well, which, you know, it is an advantage to your little full-time unemployed game developer. I don't mind it being free, for sure. Yeah, I might give it a go. Do you use Easy Save, Hilfert? Or how do you do your save system? Because that's another one I've been recommended, and I think even though that one is quite expensive, it seems like it should be worth it, to be honest. What's up, David? Welcome in, how you doing? Nice to have ya. Okay, this is all fine. What was I doing? Oh yeah, we did not check the doors. We made it so this door you shouldn't be able to spam click it and like cue sound effects anymore. Did I not hear 2 there? No, I definitely queued them. Interesting. Door unlocked. Closed door. Temporarily block raycasts on click. So when I click it the first time... Oh, if coroutine is not equal to null, then start it. No. If it is null, then you start it. That's how you do it. Okay. My mistake. Don't worry about those. I use a custom JSON file, but I'll be switching in production for sure. Okay. Which is fine, but if I get a budget, I'll be cutting every corner I can. Null, yeah. Yeah, I don't know, because I do my save system, like I even have one implemented in the game. Here, save system. I'm a little save manager. But this is one I haven't used a ton yet, but me and ChatGPT wrote it, let's be honest. And this is a JSON one. I suppose the main issue there is that I can only save normal variables, right? Like I can only save stuff that can normally be serialized, like indexes and bools and stuff. Which means that if I want to save, say for example we have the inventory and I want to save what items the player has, I can't save the actual game objects. So the way to get around that would be to, I don't know, I would have to make some dictionary for all the items in the game and then like have an index for each one of those, and then instead save the index, and on load you would take the index to find the game object. You know, it's a little bit more of a hassle. Whereas with Easy Save, according to the description, it seems like you should be able to just easily save a game object as is, which would be much easier in terms of like implementation, because I would just do like, I don't know, for each, you know, game object item in the inventory, fucking save it. It seems pretty straightforward. There's definitely less manual labor for me to implement it, but of course it's, you know, 60 euros instead, so pros and cons, I assume. I also use ChatGPT, it can definitely help. So are you developing as well? Are you making games, David? Wait, what? Ah. Okay, so now I couldn't schedule. Yeah, that one I only got one sound effect, so that worked. but I think it failed to enable the raycast again, because when I closed it, I clicked through the door. Okay, so we have to change how we do this. So temporarily block raycast on click is not going to work. So I'm gonna rename this and instead do enable raycasts on enable. That sounds a little bit weird, but I think that should work. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna remove this. We don't need a delay. Do I? I probably don't need a delay. In await, we are going to get component image, and now we know that it's going to be null, so we don't need to do the check. We don't need the iInteractable anymore. Instead, we're going to do a void on enable. Let's make this a private void on enable, even though that's technically the same thing, but why not be more specific? And on enable, you are going to block raycasts, which we are going to rename into enable. Huh? Okay, that's odd. Apparently I'm not going to. I mean, I can just do this. Wait, block raycast. Image ray... Oh, maybe it did work. I set this incorrectly. Block raycasts. Raycast target false. Yeah, wait. Give me a second. This might be working. Because I think I switched this around. Also, why not just do a private void block raycasts with a parameter of a bool is true, and then we do image dot raycast target is equal to is true, and then we remove both of these. So block raycast true will set raycast target to true, and that should be right. So now block raycasts true, block raycasts false. So I switched those around. That might have been the issue why it didn't work. Wait for sale, best middle ground. Yeah, that's kind of true. I do know that Easy Save was on a sale during like the winter, I think. I don't know if it maybe was like a Christmas sale or something. And I don't know why I didn't buy it. I was thinking about it, but for some reason I didn't. Yeah, indeed, trying to at least. Nice. What kind of game are you working on? What's up, Leaf episode? How you doing? How's the game dev? It's going really good. I feel like I've been in a flow state during the last couple of days. So I'm excited, getting a lot done, hoping to have my first playtest build available on Steam this week. So yeah, I'm excited. We go edit project settings, editor, and set enter play mode settings to reload scene only. Every time you press play, there won't be that small delay. Oh wait, what? Actually? Oh, because when I press play, I load what? Every single scene? Wait. Oh no, I'm thinking about player settings. What did you say? Edit project settings. Oh, it takes me to the same place. I think both would have worked. Editor. Enter play mode setting to reload only. But enter play mode setting, enter play mode, enter play mode. Alt behavior mode, no. It's a tick box. You're on an older version than me. Okay. Here, enter play mode options, reload scene. Okay. Oh, that's so nice. That is so nice. Just tick the top one. Okay, okay. I don't need to tick both of those. Holy shit, that's so much better. Why have I not done this earlier? Anything to save time, I hate loading. Indeed. Why have I not done this earlier? So wait, I don't need the reload scene, only enter play mode. No, wait. Because this is enter play mode options, which enables the options. Do I not need both? Not on this version. For some reason, just taking the top one. Oh, okay. Let's do it then. Yeah, still worked. Oh, that is nice. I suppose, yeah, I still have to wait when I like compile code, right? But for actually starting to play, I won't have to. So does this affect loading time if I switch to another scene? No, that seemed pretty quick. Oh, wait. Did it pause the game for me? No. No, it's fine. Holy shit, that is so much better. Thank you, dude. Appreciate it. Trying to figure out how to make a rhythm-based game using MIDI keyboard combined with a farming game. Ooh, that sounds interesting. Do you have anything you want to show? What's up, Alchemy? How you doing? Just got back. Did you solve the light radius thing to be mapped between 1.5 and 3.5? And how did you do it? I did indeed. I did solve it. With the help of chat. I shouldn't say I solved it. We solved it. The way we do it is in the battery manager. I have this, which returns a float. So this one is then in the flashlight manager, or flashlight. It's being set to the radius. So what we do is that this returns the battery percentage minus the minimum battery percentage divided by 1, which is the max battery percentage, right? Because 100% is the most you can have. Sorry, magic number. Minus minimum percentage times 2 plus 1.5. Barely understand it, but it fucking works. It works. And you know what? It's kind of creepy seeing the flashlight radius just get smaller and smaller. Which, to be fair, now it takes a few minutes for it to actually get that way. I kinda need to pick up the flashlight as well. Because obviously I fixed the timing, but I can show you quickly. We can just go into the flashlight, which is right about here. And we're gonna set the time increment. Let's remember that was at 6. Let's set this to 0.2. And now you should be able to quickly see how the radius gets smaller and smaller as you lose battery. Oh yeah, it's a little bit weird when you do this quickly because it happens in increments when it flickers, but as you can tell, it is getting smaller and smaller. It is working. And then, yeah, this is the smallest, which is like, you barely see what you're doing here. But then, if we pick up this little battery, we can just, boom, recharge it, and we're fine. Pretty nice. It's not warning you about the drawbacks of this though. What is the drawbacks of it? Got nothing made yet? Oh, no worries, no worries. Let me know when you do. I'll happily take a look at it. Nice indeed. I feel like it's... yeah, it definitely adds something. I think just going down in intensity was not good enough. Minimizing the radius definitely added a lot. So what was I doing? I was fixing this one. Let's see if the door works now. No, because now I can spam click it. That's multiple sound effects. Oh wait, I think I lost... When I did Control Z, I think I messed up the thingy. Let me see. Let's go to New Objects, Doors, Unlocked, Close the Door. Yeah, we're missing this one. So this should be... temp... No? Oh, I see, I see. What if I do this and okay? No? Okay. Let's rename this one into Enable Raycasts on Enable. Now you have the same name. What if I now do Control RR and we do temporarily... But this is so annoying because block raycasts mean that it is going to react on raycasts, right? But block raycasts sounds like you're blocking the raycast, making it not work. That is kind of confusing, isn't it? Am I the only one? I'm gonna just go with disable. Temporarily disable raycasts on click. Nope, didn't work. Okay, let's save this. And see, now you should work, right? Yeah, enable. Okay, and now we do Control RR. Nope, doesn't work. I'm just making a new script. Ain't nobody got time for that. What we're gonna do now is copy all of this. Paste you here. We're gonna take in iInteractable. And we also need using Unity Engine.ui. Save. Boom, boom. I'm gonna remove this one. Delay 0.2, image I don't need to set. Back, boom. Headed out, good sir. Going to go into focus mode for sure, man. Have a great stream and get some rest soon, man. You're a monster. Yeah, I do need to get off pretty soon. Holy shit, I've been at it for 9 hours here. I've barely even had a break today. But I've been in there, you know, we've been flowing here. I'm feeling pretty good about this, but I do need to get some rest soon. Thank you very much once again for the raid, Hilford. I really do appreciate it. I appreciate you, man. I really do. So, and enjoy your focus mode, man. Why? Why? I'm still queuing the sounds. Temporarily disable raycasts on click. Am I still misunderstanding this? Raycast target. Oh yeah, I am. This should be false. This should be true. Oh, so did I do it right from the beginning then? In that case, I still don't think this is gonna work. It's gonna work now. No? Okay. Is that not a... That is an unlocked door. What are you on about? What is happening here? Unlocked door. Closed door. Temporarily disable raycasts on click. Image raycast target. So we set that to false, which means you should not be able to click it. And then Yeah. Then we wait for the delay. After the delay is finished, we make you a raycast target again. Wait, did I mess up this again? If coroutine is not... Yeah. Whoops. You know, small little details. Small little details. Is this the drawback of not reloading the scene? Wait, what? Oh, that seemed to work. Okay. Reload. What's up, Brainerd Games? How you doing? So now, if I open you... Oh, this makes it so that you can... I technically go through the door before it's open. But as long as you see the door opening up, I don't know if I care. I think that's fine. But what if I open it, close it? Yeah, it doesn't... No, it doesn't work. Unless I would... Oh, it does work as long as I made sure to enable it before the object itself is disabled. Because now the issue is that after 0.2 seconds I switch object to the open door, which means that this object is disabled. So what if I only block raycasts for 0.19? Meaning that right before you disable the object, you should activate the raycasts again. I think that might solve it. Doing really good. How's your progress? We've gotten a lot of stuff done. So I did a bunch this weekend in terms of making new little tutorial tips where the letters actually get typed out. I don't know, I think it's a pretty nice detail. Also organized all of my settings, made them look a little bit more symmetrical and neat. Which, I've said this before and I'm gonna say it again, I don't know why, but I find it pretty fun to change my work on my settings UI. I don't know why, I might be a madman, but it's pretty fun. Other than that, stuff we've done today, we now have battery on the flashlight. So the more you play, the less intense the light is gonna become, as you can see now, because we've set it way too quickly. So when it goes down to really low battery, you can barely see anything with it. However, you can now, if you pick up a battery pack here, I can't see shit, you can recharge it with a battery. I think that's pretty cool. And what's up, Foolbots, as well? Welcome in. What did you end up doing with the capsule art, by the way? I went for a simplified version of what I was first making, so I made it, because I feel like the kind of simple minimalistic style works better with the general art style of the game. So this is the new capsule we have here. Speaking of which, if anyone hasn't, make sure and go and wishlist the game. I would appreciate it. And then, I mean, I can show you all of them, to be fair. Marketing materials, Steam assets, version 2. Boom. These are the new capsules. I think it turned out pretty good. Also fixed the logo, because before the logo looked like this, which you can tell that the S and H are like pushed up and stuff, and I don't know, it looks a little bit weird and unsymmetrical. So I kind of made it like this instead, where we have a little bit of a curve thing going on below here and like align this a little bit better, and I think it turned out pretty good. We also made a pixel art version of that one for the in-game logo, which I think is pretty nice. Okay, let's say basically, since you're no longer reloading your domain, some of your variables will not be reset. Oh, interesting. Mostly static fields will not reset in between play modes. Okay, that is good to know. Unless you recompile scripts, then it will reset. Yeah, but then if I'm recompiling scripts, I'm already having wait time, right? So at that point, I mean, you still half the wait time, I suppose. Otherwise, if you press play, do stuff with statics, then stop, then restart play mode, the static will be the same state as last play. Okay, that is good to know. So, wait. But that's not only because I don't reload the scene, right? Or is it? Because I have this one. I have my debug button to reload the scene. Which, like, switches scene in Unity back to the same one. Does that reset my static variables? I like working on UI, we are the exception. Thank you, man, welcome to the club. Yeah, I feel like everyone consistently hates working on UI, and I'm like, I find it pretty rewarding. I like lining stuff up, making sure it looks good and presentable. I think it's quite fun. I know that we definitely are like the minority, we are the exception to the rule, but I think it's pretty fun. Call me crazy, but it's true. I don't mind UI too, I'm quite good at it in Unity. I hate doing UI in Unreal though. Oh, interesting. How come? Would you mind elaborating? Too long didn't read, statics don't get reset between play modes unless scripts are recompiled manually. Yeah. UI in Godot is so nice, a lot of improvements still, but it's so intuitive. Interesting. Have you used Unity as well, Fullbox, out of curiosity? So much nice stuff, man, you got this, thank you, dude. Pretty sure it is... Wait, what are we responding to? Oh yeah, okay. I've seen so many people struggling with canvas scaling in different resolutions. Yeah, the scaling part definitely makes UI harder to work on, that is fair to say. Let's read the API on the settings you just changed. I forgot if links are permitted, they are. And I think always, if I'm not mistaken, I think always if you're a VIP, you can always send links. But currently I don't have link protection. It's been kind of fine recently, I haven't had any issues with it. So I think for now, as long as it is working, I'm gonna keep it off. If I feel like people start abusing it or whatever, then I'll change it. I'll re-enable the link protection. I use Unity a lot before. I don't like UI in Unity because of how it needs to be optimized. Okay. So what is the main change there? Would it be with in terms of stuff with scaling and stuff, or like what is the main thing or whatever? The application domain, or simply domain, is a core feature in Unity's managed scripting environment. The domain is an isolated section of memory dedicated to a particular application, which contains the compiled types required by the application. It also contains the data that represents the current application state, such as values of variables and object references. You can disable domain reload on entering play mode, but you must then manually reset state in your code. By default, Unity reloads the domain on entering play mode. It's often desirable to reset it so your application starts up as it would at the beginning of a new build. For example, static counters that were incremented in a previous play mode session should begin from 0 again in the next one. However, domain reload is a time-consuming operation that negatively impacts iteration times when you frequently switch between edit and play mode. For fast iterations time, you can disable domain reload on entering play mode, but you must then manually It automatically does it when you change scripts. So wouldn't that make my tutorial bug out? Wait, click on objects to interact with them. Oh no, that one seems to work. I think I use a static bool there, but I might reset it somehow. But then this is like, okay, if I'm gonna have some code that resets it, wouldn't that probably give me some load time instead? Like I'm just moving where the problem is. Yeah, but thank you for letting me know. And I'll have more of a look on that. It's definitely good to know about. Cheers, man. I can elaborate on the horrible UI system in Unreal. Yeah, Unreal has UI framework which is quite separated from any logic of the engine. It lacks basic functionality. It's super difficult to debug. The hierarchy system is awful too. It's not intuitive, it doesn't have enough documentation. Interesting. Yeah, I've never tried anything in Unreal, so I have no idea like what the differences are, but interesting to hear about. You can make a simple script with a simple static counter int and log on await and ++ increment. Yeah, true. Number equals 1. Yeah, number equals 2. Number equals 3. So that one does not get reset now. Yeah. Okay, interesting, interesting. It is nice not having to wait, but I'm also scared that this could make me start having to like debug stuff that's only an issue because I haven't reloaded the state. Definitely pros and cons. I've touched Unreal, I hated it. Interesting. Has anyone tried visual scripting? Whether it's the Unreal blueprint or Unity has something similar, right? I'm pretty sure. I don't know about Godot. Does Godot have some type of visual scripting? The more I use Unreal, the more I was surprised by how it became an industry standard. Holy shit, that's interesting. I think it's only just it's pretty now. Yeah, that's probably a fair point. I mean, just what do you actually think about when you hear Unreal? It's like, okay, good graphics, right? I hate visual scripting. I've never tried it. I don't think I would like it, just for the fact that I actually like code. Like, I kinda enjoy working on code. So I don't see the point really in some regard for me, but I understand for like if there's someone who like legitimately just hates working on code, I mean I get it. But yeah, I have no experience myself. Okay, so you need to change, and we are gonna make you into... I mean, now I'm doing the same thing again, because I already have this one. Enable raycasts on enable. Delay, no. Let's just do private image, no coroutine. Wait if image is null, then yeah, no, we know that, so we just do this. Image is get component image. We don't need an interact function. Instead, we're gonna do a private void on enable, where we're gonna say image.raycast target is equal to true. And then we remove all of this. Save. So now, since I have a bug, it's not going to reload the scene for me. Enable raycast on enable does not implement interface interactable. Ooh. Thank you. Visual scripting dance game. I think there's plugins. Yeah, okay. The only place I like visual scripting is in the shader graph. Oh yeah, that's true. That is basically visual scripting, right? I mean, basically, I think it is. It is visual scripting. Interesting. Yeah, I hadn't thought about it, but that's true. I still haven't tried those myself. I've never done a shader myself. I have been thinking about it. Someone said a while ago, like, potentially what we could do is actually make the light, you know, pixelated in a way. I don't know how difficult that is to do, but it's something that I would definitely be willing to test at some point. To see whether I like it or not. And that I think would be... But I never worked with shaders. Like, technically the light system I use is shaders as far as I'm aware. But I just use the Unity Light 2 system, Light 2D system, so I don't do anything myself, you know. You have to use blueprints in Unreal, it forces you to use it. You can't go full C++. What, actually? I had no idea. Wait, you actually have to use blueprints in Unreal? Huh, I had no clue. Some stuff are easier to do on code, some stuff is easier to do with blueprints. I do imagine that's probably true. Like, some things is probably more intuitive to do with visual scripting. But at the same time, I do think I just enjoy code, so it's not something I've ever looked into. So the best way to go is hybrid? Yeah, it's probably true. It makes sense. Enable on enable? Yeah, because it's... You know, it's enabling raycasts in the on enable method. You know what I mean? So it's kinda... I think it makes sense. I think it makes sense. Enable raycasts on enable. Makes perfect sense. Forces you meaning because of its terrible design. Okay. Visual scripting makes sense for scripting visuals. Oh, that's kind of funny. That's actually kind of funny. I see what you did there. You need to make your blueprints modules, right? What's up, Bordic? How you doing? Not true. Maximum what you need for some cases. Make a children blueprint from C++ class. A children blueprint from a C++ class. Can you elaborate for someone who hasn't used Unreal or blueprints? Just out of curiosity. What do you mean by a children blueprint? And what... Yeah, just out of curiosity. Too much sense. I meant the ideal scenario. Okay, let's see if we can get this to work now. Door unlocked. Close the door. We no longer want to do this, because it just doesn't seem like it wants to work for me. So instead, what I'm gonna do is that I am going to... Oh wait, I can't use... Because this one uses a canvas group. And I don't want to use a canvas group. Okay, so what we're gonna do is this. I'm gonna be cheeky. I'm gonna do a private image. Don't hate on me, but I'm gonna do it. And then here, I'm gonna check. Void awake. I'm gonna say that image is equal, but do I always have an image here? I'm not sure. I'm gonna do if canvas group is equal to null, then instead we are gonna get an image. I know this is messy, but screw you guys, I'm gonna do it. And then in the unblock raycast function, I'm gonna do a... What am I gonna do? I'm gonna say if canvas group is not equal to null, then do this. And then if image is not equal to null, then I wanna say image dot raycast target is equal to false. Maybe not the most intuitive way of doing it, because this looks like it's gonna give me a null reference, but I'm gonna try it. Unblock raycasts on click with 0 delay, and then what I would like to do is enable raycasts on enable. Let's see if this works. Okay, that worked. I can't spam click the door. Yeah, but if I close it, it has the raycast target again. Now that should work for this door as well. Yeah, can't spam click it. But if I close it, I can open it again. Holy shit, I need to fix the battery timer thingy. This goes down way too quickly. Okay, so now we just need to do the same thing for the locked doors as well, since that's technically a different object. Starting to think if I could have merged the locked and unlocked doors and just had a bool or something for whether they require a key. But that could have gotten messy with the other interactions I might want to have, so I don't think that would have been possible with the way I handled the rest of the interaction. Private image? What is wrong with a private image? We get component. I think it's just nice to not have to set so much in the inspector. I suppose you can make it fully flexible though, where you can set it in the inspector, and if you haven't, then you try get component, I suppose. If you want the best of both worlds. Okay, flashlight, we need to fix this. Time increment, let's do 6 seconds. I think that should be fine. So what, it would take like 8.5 minutes or something for the flashlight to reach the lowest battery level. So now when we... I don't know if I want the bird to pop up like that. Oh, unless we hide this glowing bird for a little bit. Because it looks weird having the outline and then the bird light slowly popping up behind it when you first pick it up. But there is a way I could fix that quite easily. Because that animation is not long, so the way we could do it is to go to our tutorial and toast. We have the inventory button. If we make a new clip called... Wait, project, animations. Don't you just love it when I jump back and forth across everything I'm doing in this game? We do ADHD programming on this channel. Tutorial. Inventory, tutorial, outline, hide. Fade in. That's what we're gonna call you. Boom. We are going to record. So this is the, let me see. The starting alpha value should be 25. Huh? That's not 25. Am I confused? I think I'm confused. Wait, add property, image, color. Oh, this is... Okay. I see. This is on a 0 to 1 scale. That's why it's different. Okay, so here I would like to set the alpha value to 0. And then we're gonna wait like... What's this? A third of a second. I'm gonna set you to 0 again, and then you are going to fade in. Boom. Then we're gonna go to animator, and on entry, you're gonna go to fade in, and then when that one is finished, as exit time, 1, no transition. So when that one is finished, then you start glowing. Yep, I think that should work. Let's see, I think this might be better. And also, let's make sure that we take the button and hide it. Object-oriented programming lol, inherit from C++ class. You're correct, private is greater than public. Yeah, I still want to make it public, because now I try to use serialized field as much as possible, and only actually use public when I, you know, when I need to. I didn't pay attention. Protect your privates, exactly. Just don't take pictures of them unsolicited private images. Yeah, let's not do that. Okay. I think you can wait even longer. Speedrun. Now the question is, did this change or wait? Let me... How do I know if this updates or not? Let me try disabling this for a moment. Also, let's turn off tutorial tips. Yeah, I think I wanted to wait even longer, and maybe Maybe an even slower fade in. So we wait like almost a second and then we do an even slower fade in. Let's see, that should still be set up correctly here, right? Yeah. Yeah. Maybe. I think that's better. Okay, something I do need to do is to start actually like, you know, decorating these rooms. I feel like that would be a pretty good thing. Because I also don't want this decoration for the first room no more. This is kind of how it looked in the first room of the Game Jam version. But I think I want to change it for the full version. If anything, I actually think I want the first room to be less decorated. But this room definitely needs to have some decoration. And in here as well. Maybe like here, for example, we could have the... Yeah, maybe we put the table here with the battery on top. And then maybe we do cabinet here and we hide the backpack inside of the cabinet. Maybe? What are you more excited for in game dev? Storytelling or puzzle design? Or do you like both? Good question. Like, I think... I like both, but I think I'm probably better at puzzle design. Because not gonna lie, like, story is difficult. That's the main thing. Like, I think I do enjoy telling a story, you know? But I find it very difficult to come up with stories. Like, writing is very easy to underestimate the difficulty of. Because you know, you don't want to make a story that seems like cringe or too obvious and like, yeah, I don't know. When I say story, I even mean non-verbal story. Yeah, in the end, like, no matter what, most of the story would end up being, like, non-verbal in the case of, like... I think we're gonna try and show the story more than, like, actually say the story. However, whichever way I decide to... Whichever medium I decide to use to, like... display or tell the story, I still need to write the story, right? Like, there still needs to be the creative process of actually writing a story. I find, even as someone who, you know, who I would say I consider myself to be a quite creative person, I actually think it's very easy to underestimate the difficulty of, like, writing a good story, you know? I can see how each room has a piece of story. Yeah, there's definitely like the, you know, smaller story elements. Like even the one coming into the room with like the flashlight on the floor. Like that tells a story, right? It's not like the, like overarching, like long-term story of the game, perhaps, but there's still a story element to it, right? That is absolutely true. Because like the fact that you have how do I say this? The fact that you have a flashlight lying on the ground, especially lit, tells a bit of story because no one leaves a light on by decision. Do you know what I mean? So it still, like, you know, conveys a little bit of a story, like someone was probably in a rush or something and dropped this flashlight. Like there is a story element to it. That's definitely true. cabinet. Let's bring in the cabinet in here. Couldn't even do a big one. No, let's do this one for now. I think I want you more in the corner though. Maybe even almost all the... I don't want that to line up though, do I? Boom. Wait, is this the cabinet with the rat? No, it isn't. Oh, wait, activate object on click. It was. Okay.
Cheers.
Cheers, Ginseng. Appreciate ya. I don't know if this door is gonna give me a null exception now. It is definitely possible. But I think I would like to, if I'm gonna keep this a prefab, I actually need to make a prefab variant. Oh wait, that's kind of fine. Oh no, because I can't put the bag inside here now, can I? No, not without opening. Okay, so let's remove this one. Then I'm gonna move this one over to objects. Make sure that all of the ones in the new folder are the ones that I've like looked through and made sure that they work as they should. Oh, maybe we take the box as well. Maybe we just put the battery inside of a box for now. Inside, box open, box closed. Yeah, that's fine. That looks good to me. So in that case, wait, the cabinet. Where did my cabinet go? Did I put you in the wrong folder? Oh no, I'm in the wrong folder. Objects, items. Yeah, this is wrong folder. Box, you should be in this folder. As well as cabinets. Where did I put my cabinets? Oh no, wait, we have new objects. That's what it's supposed to be. Box, you should be here. Now, where did my cabinet go? Where did I put my cabinet? This is the one. Let's put you in new objects as well. You can tell that I have reiterated on the game when I have one folder called objects, one called old objects, one called new objects, and one folder called new objects. If anything, that shows that I have reiterated on how objects work in this game quite a few times. That's actually funny. What's up, Papa Jungus? How you doing? Welcome in. How you been, man? I've been good. We gotten a lot of progress done recently, so I'm feeling very excited. Let's see, door 1 closed. This is the weird one that activate object. Let's remove that one, because this is going to be like the base for the cabinet, and everything else is going to be a prefab variant of this one. Also, door 0 closed. Would it not be more descriptive to just call this... No, wait, no. I cannot call it left door, because if I flip this sprite, the left door would now be the right door. Never mind. Okay, let's do this, and then we're gonna create a prefab variant. We're gonna call this cabinet with backpatch. Boom. Now cabinet with backpack. I'm gonna put you in here. And then I'm gonna put the backpack inside of you. Can I copy this one? Copy. Boom. Paste as child. I'm gonna place you here. Oh no. Wait, a children of a prefab instance cannot be deleted or moved, and components cannot be reordered. Oh, I can't use prefab variants like this, because I can't insert a new item behind these. That, my dear friends, is actually a little bit annoying. That is a bit annoying. So for now, because I'm a lazy bugger, what I'm gonna do is that I'm just gonna completely unpack this one. Fuck prefabs. And I'm gonna figure out a way to solve this later. I don't know if this... Does this even fit in here though? Oh shit, it doesn't. Oh, that's a bit annoying. Gotta go through and clean up once in a while now. Things quickly get out of control. Yeah, true. That is true. Like, it feels like you have such a good idea when you first make it, and then, you know, you just realize that this is... I could make this so much better. I do think me and Chex have spoken about this quite a few times. There is definitely a danger to it though, where like, you know, you can definitely take it too far. Okay, this is not working. I don't know what to do here. What I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna move the body item outside. I'm gonna delete this one. I'm gonna bring in a normal cabinet. I'm gonna put you like over here or something. Oh, I want you even further. What about 61.5? Something like so. Nice man, indeed. How have you been? Where have you been up to? Changes? And we're gonna place the backpack. Oh, this looks a little bit messy with the spider webs there. I think I need to change how I handle like the small details of the rooms as well. I think I'm gonna maybe make these separate items, where I can have like, oh, spider webs upper corner, cracks on top of sidewall, spider webs lower corner, and I can like individually place them in the rooms and just have like a clean room as the base instead. I think that would be better, because now this becomes a little bit messy, because I don't like this spider web like half sticking out behind on the backpack. Because it's weird to... You can't really tell whether that's a part of the backpack or not. What I could do though, I just realized. What if I put the backpack here? Put it behind the cabinet. And then we just move the cabinet instead. That looks a little bit weird. That's not too bad. It looks a little bit weird now also, just this one is like white, but I'm gonna sort that out in a second. I don't like this. I really don't like this. Never mind, I take back the fact that I said this wasn't too bad. I hate it. But let's keep it here for now, just so we have some decorations in the room. You know what? I should make a non-diagonal box. Oh no, wait, because that would have to be placed here. Never mind. Let's just see how this works. Box, we're gonna do 0.5 and 32. Then for now, I'm gonna be lazy again because I don't know how to sort this out. So I'm just gonna completely unpack this one. And then box closed, box open. I'm gonna take our new little battery and I'm gonna place you inside of this one. You have to make sure that it's like clearly visible though. Like, is it gonna be clear enough that this is an item? Almost not, to be honest. I mean, I could rotate it. That should probably make it stand out more. Yeah, maybe. Boom, and then we're gonna go settings, ba-boom. The thing is that it's also very easy to... No, but this cabinet is way too close to the wall. I still hate it. Never mind, don't listen to me. Okay, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna take the bag, and I'm gonna put you over here. And then take the cabinet, and put you back somewhere around here. And now the battery might as well could have been just on top or inside this one. Let me see how this plays. Disable you, enable you, boom. I also think I want to change this window and maybe make it a windowed door instead. And then maybe have the monster walk past here after you pick up the flashlight. I don't know if these even should be interactable objects. When all they do is play a sound effect. Maybe you should only have the doors be interactable. Yeah, I think maybe that would be better. Well, that kind of works though. Yeah, I think I think I'm going too far with the amount of interactions, like, because those interactions barely mean anything, right? Let me actually try. If I take the cabinet, you know what? Let's, for now, let's open this one. Let's unpack the cabinet as well. And then the cabinet itself, I am gonna change you. I'm gonna remove these and I'm gonna make you a non-interactable item. Raycast alpha pixels. No. And then the inside of the cabinet, I am also going to turn into a non-interactable. And then I think I'm gonna do the same thing with the box. Like the inside of the box, I'm not sure you even need to be interactable if all you're gonna do is play a sound. Because it also just looks a little bit messy when, like, you know, the highlight system is going haywire. It's kind of the same thing here with the table in the first room. Like, this rug is interactable, right? You can check under it. The table just makes a noise. But when you're, like, using the rug, it feels like there's a lot of highlights going on, which is an object that barely does anything. Maybe a table like this should not be interactable. Meaning that it should not be highlighted, it shouldn't make a noise if you click it. Maybe I should be more strict about what items I make interactable. Same thing here. This inside doesn't do anything. Should it be interactable? Maybe not. Yeah, now you can tell that only these doors are actually interactable. I think this is better. Yeah, I think I need to be more strict about what I make interactable. Just realized another thing. If the battery is at almost 100%, should you be able to... Sorry, if the flashlight is at almost 100% in battery, should you be able to use a battery on it? Because you would only get like maybe a 3% charge, but then you waste the full battery. Maybe we should make some check that, like, if the battery level is, I don't know, above 90%, then you can't recharge it. Or would you argue that if you decide to use a battery on a 95% charged flashlight, then that's your problem? Maybe? I don't know. Why was the scale set so small? That's odd. I'd argue you want some kind of battery object permanence. Wait. Do you mean Yeah. If you flip the batteries, you can put your partially used battery in your pack. Oh, that's pretty clever. You know, that's pretty clever. Yeah. Thank you for the alert challenges, I appreciate ya. Yeah, that could be a way to do a kind of best of both worlds, I assume. So like, if you try to charge it and you reach over 50%, oh sorry, over 100%, then we know that, because right now one battery charges the flashlight by 50% units, right? Which means that if you reach above 100%, that means that you must have, the only way for that to be a thing, oh no, that's not true. At the moment, the only way for that to be a thing is to have at least 2 batteries with 50%, and then maybe one that's gone down to 25%. So yeah, what we could do is if that would happen, if you have 75% and you try to put in a new battery, you actually get a 25% battery in the backpack. And then, when you go down to 75% again, if you would now use the 25% battery on the flashlight, then that battery just disappears. Yeah, that's a pretty good idea, man. I kinda like it. Because the funny thing about this as well is that now we can place batteries in the world with different charges, right? Which kind of makes sense too, because isn't it a little bit like normally, especially in whatever place this is, we don't have to go in too specific here at the moment, but like, wouldn't you kind of expect to find more non-fully charged batteries than the opposite? Like, if you open this little cardboard box and you find a battery in here, wouldn't it almost make more sense for it to not be fully charged? Yeah. I think you're onto something. Wait, we should put this inside of the cabinet instead, if anything. One, two, three. Yeah, I'd agree. Loose batteries are not usually full charge. Yeah, I think it made sense both from like a, I don't know what you want to call it, like a lore perspective, but also just from a, it's also a little bit more unforgiving, because that means that if you use a 50% battery on a, you know, 90% flashlight, then you don't automatically lose 40%. Okay, whole half. And like this... Excuse me? Yeah. Let me see, battery. So what we should do is make it a little bit random maybe, how much charge each battery has. So I should make something that derives from item and put the charge in here. Or... I mean, how would we display it though? By name, I presume. So we would do something like battery 45%. Let me just see how that looks in game. Especially if you find a battery in a TV remote, also try it. Oh, that's a good idea as well. What if you can, rather than just find them, you could like scavenge batteries or whatever. Like you said, maybe if you find a remote and you pick it up, you can actually like inspect the remote, like take off the cover and steal the batteries from it. I mean, that could be pretty cool. Probably a set value that makes sense for a particular place, plus or minus some random factor. Yeah, that's true. Just maybe in some in some specific area, it might be like, oh, this one made sense that it would have more. Yeah, we definitely have enough space. Maybe, to be fair though, the title is a little bit big. I think I can make that smaller. However, then I think this should change, and yeah, so the flashlight should only use... Wait, how should I make this? The way to make it make the most sense, intuitively speaking, would be that a 50% charged battery charges 50% of the flashlight, right? Because now we made it so that one battery always gives you a 50% charge on the flashlight. And that was me kinda, you know, logically thinking that, okay, you have two batteries in. That's why each new one gives you 50%. But I suppose if we're gonna display the percentage like this, I feel like now this should be the same amount of percent you get for recharging the flashlight. Okay, so I think... Okay, in that case we can't have the percentage variable here, so... Oh, but we need to. Battery. No, I made multiple scriptable objects for the different batteries. That's an easy way of doing it. No? Yeah. So I think what we can do... No, I think I need to make a new scriptable object specifically for batteries that has a actual... Because otherwise I'm gonna have to do... I can't randomize it or do anything fun with it. So I think the best thing to do is to make a new item class called battery that derives from item, and then we set the percentage and we name it ourselves, and then when you recharge it, we just check that specific battery, how many percentage it has. And then I suppose in the inventory, since we now could have them technically lose charge, we would need to update the name in the inventory. Right, so I see it as one of two ways. One is the way you're thinking, where adding a battery just adds the amount of charge of that battery to the flashlight until it's used up. Yeah. Oh wait, do you mean that... Oh, the other is that each battery has 100% charge. And flipping them around means that the values swap. Oh yeah, that's true as well. Oh, yeah, there's a lot of ways we could do this. So wait, we should have... Imagine that we have... So this is the flashlight. So the flashlight currently has a battery with, say, 69%. And then we have our inventory over here. This is clearly a badge, everyone can see that. And in our backpack we have a... Yeah, there's so many ways you could do this. Like, say here that we have one with... I don't know, say that we have 420% here on that one. So now, if you use this one to charge up the flashlight, you would, as you said, you would basically swap these two, right? Called it, yeah. He saw it coming, holy shit, Hellraiser saw it from a mile away. So now you would instead have 69% here and 420% here. That's one way of doing it. As in, like, straight up just swapping one for the other. The other thing that you could do is that if you have like a... Say that you have a 50% battery in the flashlight. But this feels weird, because this feels unrealistic. If you have a battery here with 60%, then what would happen is that you would, I don't know, magically charge this one and end up with a 10% battery. But this feels weird because it doesn't feel realistic. Because that would mean that you somehow only transferred the exact thing, like, you know, it's like a fucking debit card. Which this feels, I don't like this. This could work. This could work. But there's even more ways of doing this. You could also do it where, let's say, these ones swapping would be the same thing as we said before. And then maybe you do it like, if you only had 15% left, then you just get rid of that battery. Like, you don't get the new one back. Just the other thing, I mean, we also have the way we're doing it now, which would be that if you had a 69% battery here, and you had a 70% battery here, then when you add this one, what you would do is to completely remove this battery and then turn this a little bit harshly into 100%. This is what we're currently doing, right? No matter how much charge you have, you just fill it up to 100% and that's it. Which I also assume is not 100% like logical either, because you could argue that this is not fully realistic in some regard. Another thing we could do is that we allow overcharges. So if we did the same thing here, but this also, it doesn't feel fully realistic in some regard. Essentially the same as method 2, but worse. No. I would argue that method 2 is worse. I think this is the worst one of the lot. Because this feels unrealistic, but it feels gamified. Because this, I feel like this still made sense from like a, oh, it's a game, you know, kind of thing. Whereas I feel like this is, I mean, this is less harsh on the play, it's less unforgiving. But from like a, how does this actually work physically, it makes no sense whatsoever. I mean, neither does this in some... No, because with this one you could argue that what actually happened here is that you took the... let's see, I said that this was 70, right? So what we could do here, you could argue that what you actually did is you took a 20% battery and you... This is a bin. you just discarded the 20% battery and you added a new 50% battery. So this could still like logically be explained in some regard, whereas this just doesn't make sense. I would say this is the worst one. But I don't agree that this is also not the best method, that I completely agree with. Fresh Meat, thank you very much for the follow, appreciate ya. So this would have been 139%. So this would be like allowing overcharges, which, yeah, I'm not sure I liked that one either. But there is even more things we could do. Wait, I thought about other ways you could handle this. Let's see, so we have the swapping one, where we change the one we have in the inventory. Are these all the ways? Either we swap... Either on... When it goes over, we add the remainder. Or we discard the remainder, whatever. Or we allow overcharges. I don't really like this, especially overcharge. I don't, because then the display would never go down, and that feels a bit weird. I don't see either as making sense logically with how batteries really work, but you could complicate this further by making method 1 on a 2 battery system. No, yeah, that works as well. Like, for example, here, if you replace this with like a 50% battery, you could get a 19% battery, right? That is a way of doing it as well. I suppose that is what you mean. So then it would be like having 2 batteries in the flashlight, and you would basically replace... But then it means that a 100% battery would be a 50%... Yeah, so, but that is what we're currently doing anyway. Which kind of makes sense. Yeah, 2 batteries with 50% is 100% battery, exactly. Booyah Grandma, thank you very much for the follow, appreciate ya. How you doing? I like in your streams quite a bit, so let me throw a little shout out here as well for anyone who hasn't not checked Booyah out. Go and do so. How you doing? We're currently thinking about ways how we should implement batteries. I mean, I have batteries implemented, but basically thinking about the different methods we can have them actually work. I think I had another idea as well, but I lost it. Wait, can I get my... Let's do this. Let's disable that one. Thanks, no worries, man. Okay, give me my flashlight. Because now we basically do discard the remainder, right? Like, this is technically a 50% battery, and if I charge the flashlight, it goes to 100%. We get nothing back. So, like, the overload was or overcharge was fully discarded. But there, we could have seen it as we're switching a battery out, so we get a smaller one. Yeah, I don't know, I kind of like the switching one. Maybe we should do it that way. Oh, this game, I've played it. Oh, have you? Have you played the jam version? Getting a 40% battery flipped into a flashlight with... Wait, getting a 40% battery flipped into a flashlight with 2 times 25 batteries will change it to a flashlight with 65 battery. 1 times 25, 1 times 40. And you're left with a 25% battery in your backpack. Yeah, I mean, that would be the most realistic way of doing it. Because otherwise you would have to do something weird where you should do the in-betweener where you technically only ever give a battery back when you overcharge it. Is your game in the next Fest demos? It's not. I'm hoping, currently the plan is to try and see if I can get a demo out for the next Fest. Because we're currently so... Like, for the full game, I'm still quite early in development. Like, I've been putting so much time on, like, refactoring and polish and stuff that, you know, I've barely worked on content whatsoever. But I'm hoping for the next one. I think from Vimlar's stream. Oh, gotcha! How did you enjoy it? Give me some feedback. Cool, good luck, thank you very much. Yeah, so then what we would do, I mean, it wouldn't really be that difficult either, Hellraiser, the method you're saying, because what we could do is quite literally in the battery manager here, we could just have a reference to the current batteries in the flashlight. And whenever you add a battery to the flashlight, you exchange the one with the lowest charge. Yeah. I mean, that would be fairly simple to implement. As long as I think we would make a... Yeah, we would use a little bit of inheritance here. And we would make a new item class, or rather, we would make a battery class that derives from items, where we can keep track of the current charge we have. And then maybe in the battery object... No, how would I do this? No, because if I do it here... Oh, we could set ranges. We can have an enum for the charge range, where you could decide whether this is a battery with like either fully charged or like 1 to 20% charge. Maybe not 1, that's a bit much. Maybe 10 to 20% charge and so on. That's one way we should do it. But then I would still wait. So I would create... That would mean I make multiple different scriptable objects. Yeah, that would be multiple different scriptable objects with different charges, and whenever I place a battery in the world, like this one, I would choose which type of battery it is. Whether it's a, you know, less than 20% charge, around 50% charge, fully charged, whatever it might be. Yeah. Maybe. Interesting ideas, yeah. It's so interesting to think about this kind of stuff. Like, even such a simple thing about, like, as charging your flashlight, you could theoretically do in a lot of different ways. Very scary indeed. I'm kind of terrible with horror games, so I think I only played 2 runs. I do remember thinking the way you interact with the world was really interesting, and thought the atmosphere was really well done. Thank you so much, that means a lot coming from you. Thank you, man. Yeah, and the plan is that the full version is gonna be a lot better. Something I do really like the new highlight system. I think it adds a lot of valuable feedback compared to the Game Jam version. Like the fact that, like, you know, interactable objects kind of light up to show you what is and isn't interactable. Kind of simple thing, but I do feel like it adds quite a lot. And a new interactive, or sorry, diegetic, half diegetic, semi-diegetic UI here for the backpack. I think it was a good improvement as well. But to be fair, in the end, the biggest improvement so far I've done from the Game Jam version is literally just straight up refactoring. Like, fixing the spaghetti code from the Game Jam version. But from ads, if a battery drops to 0%, it just vanishes. Logic being you just toss the battery when it comes out. Yeah, just I don't think I want to do anything where the player has to, like, handle low percentage batteries. I think we could even be have a little bit of a range there as well, where, like, you know, if you exchange a 3% battery, like, that would last you like 10 seconds, right? So at that point it's like, we might as well just discard that battery for the player. No need to run around with a 3% battery in your backpack. Oh shit, this might mean that you're gonna end up with a lot more items. I might need to make a scroll rate out of the backpack so you can actually scroll inside it. Or just make it a lot bit bigger. Yeah. What's up, Sweep GG? Welcome in, man. Yo, Chappy, first time viewer. I'm looking to learn more about game development because I want to hire a game dev for side projects. Any tips on how to connect with good indie devs? That's a good question, actually. I suppose there is a lot of good Discord channels. That might be my recommendations if you're looking to connect. I know there are some that have, like, you know, kind of for hire channels and stuff where you can basically promote your projects. That could be something. How you doing, Sweep? Welcome in, glad to have ya. Just even this, 10%. Let's say, what currently, how much is a 10% charge? I'm doing 6 seconds, right? So that would be 1 minute. I mean, that's fair. A 1 minute charge, I think, is enough for you to want to save. But, like, okay, so maybe below 5%. If it's under 30 seconds you get from it, is it worth saving the battery? Maybe. Make sure you add a check so someone can't add a battery that's lower than what's already in your flashlight. Oh, that's a good one as well. Yeah, because that could be a bit weird. Then you technically... But that's when I also start to wonder, are we potentially, like, unnecessarily making this too realistic now? Oh, but it also doesn't make sense. Because otherwise, what do you do? Because the other way we could do it is that we only give a battery back when you do an overcharge. So that if you have 2 batteries that make up 60% and you add a 10% battery, then you don't get a battery back. Somehow the 2 other batteries merged. But if you go above it, But then how do you calculate what to give back? If you have 70%, yeah, then you could... The way to gamify it should be that if you have 70%, we kind of pretend that you have a 50% and a 20% battery. So if you then put in another 50% battery, so you would have reached 120, then you get a battery back with whatever the remainder was. Because it's also a little bit weird if you have a 30% charge with 2 batteries that have 15%, you add a 10%... No, yeah, in that case you wouldn't even be able to add a 10% one. Yeah, I'm wondering if maybe we should lean a little bit more towards gamification here. I don't mind swapping out batteries, but maybe we only swap the overcharges. Because yeah, there is a few questions that feel like they could be a little bit weird in practice, like... Okay, if you currently have a 15% battery and a 16% battery, is it weird to not let them charge this with another 14% if they have that battery? I know some Discord channels where you can find some German indie devs. Indie Game Academy, no affiliation. No, yeah, feel free to... if anyone has good Discord channels for game dev stuff, feel free, I don't mind. I mean, also speaking of Discord channels, there's also the Manchurpy channel. It's not massive, but it is a Discord server. Feel free to join it if you want to. Frosted Todd, welcome in as well. And also Juice, welcome. I don't know if I said it, but welcome in. Nice to have you guys. Hope you're doing good. What are you making? I'm working on a point-and-click horror game, which is called Shroud of Gloom, which is currently available for wishlist on Steam. So we're trying to work on a new system for batteries in the game, because we want the flashlights to be able to be charged. So just trying to think about like different ways you could implement it, how to actually... Yeah, like the exact method in how to do it. If you want to, I can show you the teaser of the game right about here. I need to update that teaser now, I got a new logo and everything. But I think I should wait a little bit, because I think that I'm probably gonna want to make a new teaser every other week, so I might as well, you know, make as much development as possible. Make sure that it's a big difference before we do it. In the arena, James and XR Mitteldeutschland. How was that? Was that horrible? Probably. Yeah, I'm gonna think about this, about the different battery charges and stuff. I do feel like it would be pretty nice having a batteries with different charges. I feel like it adds a little bit, and like we said, it makes more sense like with the narrative and stuff. Like, if you're in some old place, you wouldn't expect every battery you find to be fully charged. Even though I don't think it's the end of the world if that's the case, like, in the end, it's also important to remember that, like, this is a game. Sometimes it's okay to gamify stuff. But I feel like it would add a bit of depth to the world if you found, like, batteries that were only 40% charged and stuff. We'll see. Frosted Todd, thank you very much for the follow, I do appreciate ya. It was quite okay, nice. I'll take it. Yeah, I know surprisingly little German, to be honest. It's like, Guten Morgen, Moin Moin, Achtung! Do I know anything else? Ich heiße Mensch. I have no idea how to say my name in German. Yeah, I don't know. I love the pixel style. Thank you, man. I appreciate ya. Guten Abend. What is this? Abend? Is that like evening? Yeah, it is. That's good evening. Ah, Guten Tag. Good day, right? Guten Nacht. How do you say night? Is it Nacht? I feel like it's Nacht. Is it? Yeah, I think it is. Let's go. What do you mean chicken? I'm not a chicken. Oh yeah, I know a little bit. Not like super impressive or anything, but I can throw a few words at ya. Dankeschön. There's another one. Ah, bitte. Bitteschön. Obviously the atmosphere of the game is sold a little bit better when I play the actual in-game music instead of like synthwave music in the background. Because this is something I don't like, the fact that... Oh, no, we need to change how we handle this. Anyone notice what just happened? I had 2 batteries, I used one to charge it and I lost both. That is not okay. I love hot dog beans, let's go. Are you feeling chirpy? You've been streaming a long time? Yeah, I do really need to get off, to be honest. I've been on a little bit too long. But we have gotten a lot of stuff done today. I'm feeling quite happy with this, you know. I mean, the thing I'm the most proud of is the fact that you can close doors now. How fucking sick is that? Yeah, speaking of which, ladies and gentlemen, I do think it's time. I have been going on for quite some time. Should we go and see if we can find someone to throw a little raid at? Please stick around and we'll go and share some love to another fellow developer or something. Let's see who's live. Brick wall, yeah. I thought it was a good way to end the playtest session, just to show the player that, like, yeah, you're not getting past this. But then I realized that I might want a brick wall puzzle in the game. Maybe that's the first interaction with the hammer, like you have to smash through a brick wall or something. Because we could even make it so that you have to like smash individual bricks until you have a big enough hole to go through. I think it could be interesting. And I also think that the fact that you like open a door and just present it with a brick wall is actually kind of funny, but it also kind of works surprisingly well. Okay, let me see who we got live here. The only limit is your imagination, exactly. Let's... Let's go over to none other than... You know what? Let's jump over to Automate Games. It's been quite some time since we raided him. Let's throw some love his way. Boom. As always, thank you all so much for being here. I really do appreciate each and every single one of you. It means a lot to have you guys here while I am obsessively working on my game. If you haven't, made sure to check out the Discord channel and of course wishlist the game if you haven't. I will be back on Wednesday. It is Monday today, right? Yes, technically it's Tuesday now, because I might have gone past midnight, but yeah. I will be back on Wednesday. Until then, I hope all of you have a great time. And yeah, thank you for being here. Tattooberg, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate ya. See you guys on Wednesday. Also a huge shout out to Tony the Zombie with the donations today, as well as maybe Hillfoot Games. It's a little bit of an argument whether it was him or not, but whoever it was, thank you very much for the donation. And also everyone who raided today, Too Much Tomato, same thing. Code Red Games, Hillfoot Games. Thank all of you with the follows and everything. Appreciate the fucking hell out of ya. See you guys on Wednesday. Cheers.